Hey everyone.
Hey, what's up, Charlie? How you doing tonight?
All right. A little bit of a shaky start here, but I got my engineer here with me.
It'll get
So,
better. Yeah, you're getting used to it all.
and everything else. And hope everybody's had a good day. It's been raining here in Maryland. Well, not really raining, but been foggy all day and mist and rain and just kind of a lousy day and all that. And there's Bob Walker's in there and Flower Street Honey,
Got
all
quite,
that.
got quite a
Um,
few people to start out with.
huh?
You got quite a few people to start out with tonight.
Yeah, I don't know how many I got, but
If you look at the top of your little window right there, it'll give you an eyeball with a number. You got 17 in here right now.
17. Okay, I see it now. All right. New comment. Hey, Phil. Um, so anyway, that's what's happening here in Maryland. Hopefully the weather's better in your area. I know it's kind of crappy up on the East Coast.
I think we hit about 72 today. Yesterday and the day before, we had quite a bit of rain blowing sideways and upside down.
All right. Well, why don't we just drop the link in here and let everybody in, whoever wants to come in.
We can do that. I'll drop that over in here for you.
That's the invite button.
Yep, I'll just drop that link in the comment for you.
All right, now hit the three buttons and pin it. No, that's not what it says.
Yeah, it won't let you pin from YouTube or the StreamYard studio. Hey, look who you got on the first one.
Ah,
Trying to figure it out, huh? Getting it figured out.
I can't find the YouTube part of it, whatever that.
Well, we
may
tried
be.
to get him into the back YouTube studio so he could pin comments, but it wouldn't going through for him. It kept blocking the screen.
On YouTube?
Yeah, it wouldn't let him click nothing. Hey, we got Greg from Nature's Image Farm here.
So everybody,
Randy, Hill, William, Ed, Michael, Stephen, Grayson, Spanky. A good
Let
luck
me
crowd.
try something here. Gmail. No, I don't want Gmail.
Yeah, we up to 26 already.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
No, all right. I think I'm not sure whether I went around the.
See it, and this is the reason for the second screen, Charlie.
That's what I told him. After a while, it helped.
I still can't get in what you're talking about. I mean, I went on to another Google account, but it still won't let me pin anything.
Are you in your YouTube channel?
Yeah, my regular Sawmill Charlie channel.
Yep. So if you're watching it like you're in the chat, there'll be three little dots over to the right of your post. And you click on those three little dots, and one of the options should say pin post.
I got to find it next.
Yeah,
I just got a notification. Sawmill Charlie's live tonight.
Sawmill Charlie is live tonight. We're trying to get some things ironed out, but we're gonna get it.
Yeah. Say hi to Greg from. Let's see. There's the show. I clicked on it. It says put user in timeout, block user. Well, I don't want to do any of that.
Nah, that's inside of StreamYard. It won't let you pin a comment there. You got to be in the actual YouTube studio, not StreamYard studio.
Okay, well, let's go to YouTube.
Make sure your tab's muted.
Yeah, that's when you get that bad loop.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to do it. Hey, let's see.
So we got Robert, Garrison's beehives, Keith, Stacy.
Thank you to everyone. Even you know, I'm gonna tell you how your friends act when they're beekeepers. So I text Charlie a minute ago. And I was like, "Hey, Charlie, I'll wait for the link, or if you wanted me in there from the beginning, just send me email with the link." And I said, how you going to do this tonight? He said, oh, well, we might do it a lot like you did on Tuesday night. And I said, oh, well, that's cool. He says, how's that sound to you, Grandpa? Being a being a smart aleck. So I'm like, okay, I see how it's going to be.
Yeah, officially.
Well,
So
there's
Nancy Tasker.
yeah, it's Nancy. That's my friend Nancy. She's got about 50 hives. She's up from Pennsylvania. She'll be down at Hive Life. Hey, Nancy.
Garrison said they made some new hive stands today, getting ready to expand the apiary. Nice.
She'll be Nancy will be working with Dirt Rooster.
Okay.
At his stand.
Oh, okay.
Got Jeff Thomas in here.
Yep. Hey, Jeff.
That's right. That's me. Pappy. Grandpappy.
I thought you were going to announce that you got $20,000.
No, that's within 45 days is what they say. Within the president of Nigeria confirmed that it'll be within 45 days.
Could you put Charlie in y'all's schedule for the Tuesday Night Live?
You could put Charlie in y'all's schedule for Tuesday Night Live. Why would we do that?
I don't know.
Charlie's in there every Tuesday with us.
I'm always in there. Always in there. Yeah.
Charlie's missing one thing tonight, though. We ain't got no popcorn.
No. Oh, yeah. He won't be able to sit back and eat no popcorn and take naps now. He's in charge of the show.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, you ready to go? We're going to leave Charlie here. Let him take care of it.
Sink or swim, buddy. No, just kidding.
We wouldn't do that to you.
We're here for you. So there was a link dropped if anybody else wants to join in, talk bees. Charlie, have you figured it out yet, buddy?
No, I haven't figured out how to get to.
Are you looking at YouTube and you see the chat?
No, I'm not.
Go to your YouTube.
I'm in StreamYard. I'll say that much.
Click over to your YouTube like you're watching your own broadcast.
That ain't it. If I go, how about if let's see, I'll go to my second tab, go to YouTube, go to live. I don't even see me in live.
No, not from StreamYard. Just like you're watching YouTube. Or not from not the studio, just from regular YouTube. Like you're watching your own stream.
Yeah.
Our live.
I'm trying to, I'll click on, yeah, there's my live right there. It's running.
Okay. And Lee.
Okay. Then now I dropped the link.
Yep.
Pin message.
Do that.
You're being now. I see it.
Yay, you did it.
Yeah. Well, what I didn't understand is I have to go through my own program or go through the tab upstairs, I guess you'd call it. Now I got to do like what Lee says is drag it to the side or something.
Yeah, he's splitting his screen, one window on one side, one on the other.
I got you.
Until he gets those other 3 48-inch monitors put in.
It'll look like a sports bar in his living room because he'll have so many TVs up there that he's looking at.
Hey there, Larry Moore.
We had a rainy day today. It's kind of not overly rainy, but just kind of that constant little drizzle, you know. And so we just been hanging out, man, today. Lots of news, you know, with the I couldn't believe it.
Now we got it. Hey, Daniel.
Hey there, Daniel. How you doing today?
Coming to you live from his bedroom.
We can't hear you, Daniel.
Worst part about being on this end of it is
we'll just go ahead, Daniel.
May have to click settings at the bottom and then click the audio tab and select what microphone you're using.
The worst part about being on this end of it is I can't see any of the if someone's mic's muted or anything, you're just sitting here like on the other side, right?
Yeah, you only see yourself in the bottom now, correct?
Yeah, that's it. I only see me. I don't see everybody else. There you go. How's it going,
Hey,
Daniel?
Like
Now
bad
he's
signal.
frozen.
Yeah, I think your signal's lagging a bit over there today. So what do you guys got going coming up
How's it going?
for bees, your beesness? What's happening?
Bunch of
Nothing
rain.
much. I mean, like I say, I was telling earlier, it's been foggy and misty rain. Now, yesterday was relatively nice, and tomorrow it's supposed to be sunny. And I thought about maybe doing some OA, but it's going to be a little bit too warm. I like it around 48 degrees, where most of them are in the hive. Nancy's going to do OA tomorrow.
See that?
She's got one of those new Instavaps.
Instant vape or Instavap?
I don't know what it's called.
I've heard them say it both ways, but that's the new toy I'm wanting now.
Yeah, I don't know what I want at this point. I'm kind of content with what I got. I just need to make some repairs on some boxes and get things going with that. And it's just that odd time of beekeeping, right? Just
A lot of places are so cold right now they can't really do anything, so it's just kind of a dead time.
Yep, for us it is.
Last night turned into be a really good conversation. The live stream we had last night. The one Lee was going to be in for an hour, was in for 2.5. That one.
Yeah, that was quite good. I enjoyed the conversation about the mite treatment, how different people were doing it, and about the extended release, and ways actually applying that sponge, either instead of laying it on top of the frames,
doing it more like an Apivar strip in between.
Create it to where you can put it in there like an Apivar strip and all that.
Garrison said last night was actually really good. Like he was surprised that it was very good.
Hey, out of a year, we had a good one.
Well, out of a whole year, well, actually, last night's was pretty good. Oh my goodness. We've had a couple. We've had a few good ones in the year.
Oh yeah.
And the Silver Gorilla there, I haven't seen him on the chat for quite a long time. And here's Spanky.
He was on yesterday.
I think the past 2 or 3, maybe I've seen him on a little more, but we missed him for a while there.
Yeah, I know. He just started putting his Apis on right now. Not yet. With all that chocolate you sent me, you did get me with that spicy peanut, the extra spicy peanut butter cup. That got me.
I told Bob he's either going to have diabetes or alcohol poisoning.
Oh, I know.
If he eats all of that.
All of it was alcoholic. But you know what? The alcohol was not that strong with it.
Just good flavor, huh?
There's Steve, Daisy Honey.
Very good.
And then
with all
there's Ed.
$800 for 40 used wax dip mediums, all with drawn comb for $800. That's a heck of a deal, in my opinion. That's $20 a piece with 10 frames of drawn comb. That's pretty good.
And that's used. Okay.
40 used. At this point, my thing is becoming storage issues, with
Especially trying to buy a whole lot of extra stuff in the winter when you got all those supers off of the hive. So you're already storing all your existing equipment and then trying to buy new equipment in the store too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm at the point now with like some of those boxes that I'm going to go ahead and say wasted my money on this year that bowed so bad. It's like, I'm probably going to replace those, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with those. I might, if I can get them to straighten out, or if I can get one or two maybe feeder shims off of them, that might be the best thing to do with those boxes. Or swarm trap, right? Turn them into a swarm trap.
Now, are those nailed together or screwed together?
Those they're nailed, but it was the first time I've ever seen boxes bow so much that it actually pulled the nails out of the box. So I did go back with a couple of them and try to run some screws in it just to see if, over time, if I kept tightening them, they would kind of go back into place. But
well, that's what I was wondering, if they were screwed, if you could pull the screws out, put a little glue in there, and then try to tighten them back up. But if they're nailed together, you'd have to try to get the nails pulled out and redo it. That'd be a lot of work.
Now there's Mark there working on frames and mating new boxes repairs.
All right, Charlie. So this can't be a Bob and Lee show on Charlie's channel. Charlie's got to run the talk, and we've got to do the extra part. So we're trying to.
Well, we try to get some of these other guys in there. Well, how about Mark coming on, and Nancy? She's never been on one of our shows, and she's doing a lot with her bees and stuff. She's got nukes and 10 framers.
Anybody want to come in? If you look at the top of the chat, they got the link pinned.
Yeah, they got the link pinned up here. All you gotta do is click on that, and then
enter your name,
and then go through your thing where you have a camera in your microphone.
Now, I've had sometimes that people's tried to get on with like the Microsoft Edge or Internet Explorer, and it don't want to work correctly. If you use Google Chrome, it works a lot better with StreamYard. So if any of y'all have that, try to use it to enter.
I see people talking about the boxes. Yeah, so I think most people have heard this, but I bought the boxes pre-built from a beekeeping supply store that is not to be mentioned, but they charge an extra couple bucks to have the box assembled. But so I bought like 25 of them, but they did not use any glue when they assembled them. So, 7 months later, when they've been outside and they're all warped up, and, now what?
Now, was that boxes treated with that stuff that their wood, whatever it was called?
Eco wood. Yep.
Eco wood.
So
maybe that had a problem with it,
But not every box. Like I bought some and treated it with that I built, and then I bought some pre-built, and the ones that I built aren't warping. Only the ones that I bought pre-built, pre-assembled.
Only the ones that wasn't glued when they were assembled.
Right. So
yeah, I buy all mine pre-assembled already, because if you factor in your time and everything else and glue, getting out there putting it together versus an extra $1.50 or $2 a box to have it already assembled, as long as they gluing it when they assemble it, I find it, for myself, I find it worth buying them assembled.
Well, and I guess my point is with that, and I'm with you. I don't mind paying extra to have them assembled. And if I'm going to a beekeeping supply store and having them built, right, they're already assembled, they should know how to build them correctly, where that won't happen. So that's how you expect to get them.
Yeah.
So now, not for nothing, I spent $7,000 this year with this beekeeping supply company, and I won't buy any more boxes from them. So
now, it's one thing if you're trying to order, say, a whole pallet of boxes. Now you got to look at how many boxes are going to fit on a pallet if they're already assembled versus unassembled too.
Right.
Oh, that new Pura box, is that thing always assembled, and are they glued?
No, you can buy it either way. And I'm not sure if they're glued or not, but they have like a unique dovetail on them.
Yeah.
Now, was that
they have a hidden dovetail joint is what it is.
now those boxes you bought assembled, was that like a select grade wood, commercial grade, or
they claim that their boxes are all select grade.
I don't buy the select, but I don't buy the budget either. I always buy commercial. If it's a knot or two in it, I don't mind as long as the box is together good.
Right. So that's probably, I mean, that's on my list for Hive Life. If I buy anything, maybe boxes. I don't know, but I'm kind of tossed in between getting polyhives or not polyhive. Yeah, polystyrene, the styrofoam, like the Lyson, instead of wood. I don't know. My thing is the stackability with the existing wood stuff that I got now. If it works, then it's a good thing. But if it doesn't work, then yeah, I saw that. But they were all pre-order, I think. Maybe they have some there. I don't know. We'll see how much they are if they're just there. But then they're already assembled have to be. So then it'll kind of limit how many I can carry back because they'd have to fit in the bed of my truck. And
they'll fit in that U-Haul trailer.
Not getting a U-Haul trailer.
I can see you, Charlie, and Brian from Flower Street all going home with U-Hauls.
Well, Charlie's going to need one for his hive lifting tool.
Yeah, I doubt if they're going to have that there.
I wish I could find somebody that is close to where I am that maybe has some used equipment. But
now on the used equipment, you also have to look what state you're in. Some states won't allow used equipment to be sold unless it already has bees in it. If you just buy an empty used equipment, some states don't allow it.
Well, South Carolina is pretty lenient on their beekeeping rules or laws. There really aren't any.
Yeah. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Tennessee, they said you can't buy used equipment without a bees already being in it.
No, it's got to be inspected. It was really weird. Nancy, you got your video on?
If not, you can always click and
there she is.
I was about to say some people don't like showing video too. They'll come in with audio.
I know. I wasn't ready for this.
But hey.
How you doing, Miss Nancy?
I'm well. How are you?
Oh, pretty good.
Now, Lee, he's from down in let's say Louisiana, is it?
Yeah, South Louisiana, right by Baton Rouge.
Mm-hmm.
And Bob's in South Carolina.
Wow.
South.
And then Nancy's up in Pennsylvania there, and she's
north of Philadelphia.
Okay.
North of Philly.
Is it nice and cold up there right now?
No, it is not.
It's not bad. So here's a question. That's typical for us down here. So here we're used to maybe 30s and then it'll get up to 70s and then 20s, 60s, and it just kind of bounces back and forth all winter. Where you guys are used to kind of hitting a winter spell and then getting cold throughout the whole winter, right? And then, so how do you think this is going to affect you with the kind of seesawing over the winter? Affect your bees?
Well, so I'm only 6 years in, but what it does is this seesawing back and forth makes them eat a lot. I refer to them as teenage boys, my hives, because you have to be prepared to really put a lot of, keep that emergency feed on, put honey on in the beginning. But yeah, it's the consumption part that I find to be challenging with the seesaw. But when I come back from Hive Life, like second, third week of January, then we should go into a good cold spell where they cluster tight and then they won't eat as much till we have some fly days in February, but probably more towards March that they really start coming out.
Okay. We deal with that seesaw all the way to spring, basically. We'll get a couple weeks in January that maybe if it snows that once a decade, we might get it for a day, but it melts and goes away. But that's kind of what we fight constantly down here. I actually kept liquid. I keep open feed out, so when they're out flying, they can go get it. And and regular pollen sub in a pollen tube or a pollen bucket that turned on the side where they can get it, and they're out there constantly getting it. So some people kind of look at me like I'm crazy on my YouTube videos and stuff, because they're like, why are you feeding them pollen this time of year, or why are you feeding them? Well, because they need it. I mean, if they didn't want it, they would just fly right past it, right? Or
right.
At least that's been my experience.
You're on target when they start taking it. Like with the pollen, you kind of get the feel, and then I put the pollen out in. Actually, I put it in like a plastic tub, just a little tub on its side, and then I see if they start to take it, and then sometimes I'll put it in on a bottom board with like a medium, so they have to go in.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I have some leftover supers from spring that I'm open feeding now, and then I'll do open feeding. Early on, I'll do some open feeding with some cleanser for their gut in spring. Get rid of some of that ashy honey.
Right.
Fall, clean them out good.
And then you had what, Nancy? You said you had what, one dead out or something like that you found?
So my first dead out, yeah. So, it was okay because she was a nasty queen. I dealt with her for 2 years, and I had enough of her.
You're glad she moved on to the great hive in the sky.
I know, it's terrible. I didn't feed her, and I didn't treat her. I didn't treat them, and I didn't feed them. And when I went down yesterday, I guess, and I saw that there was a lot of water, like a lot of dripping out of the one corner, and I thought, So I went in, and sure enough, there was a little piece of ice in there, and so I knew that they were gone, and I did a little happy dance.
Right. And now you just split back to them in the spring and be good to go. Back to the colony.
And then you got, how many hives you got now, Nancy? Let everybody know, or what you got.
Well, I'm down to 36 now, as of yesterday. But I was up to 53 in the summer, in the heyday of it all, and did some late season splits that are still kicking. But yeah.
Do you have a goal for how many you want to have, or are you just kind of trying
20.
to stay? 20 was your goal?
Yes, that's my goal, and I'm at 36. So yeah,
Sell some off in the spring.
I'll sell them. I'll sell every single one of them back there if I can. There's a market for it. I'll sell every one.
She's a nuke producer, and also honey too.
Yeah. Sell quite a bit of honey. Queens, bees. I prefer to sell more queens and bees than honey, but.
Well, for me, the queens and bee sales are easier. Mm-hmm. There's less work to do that than there is for the honey production. By the time you lift the boxes, extract the honey, bottle the honey, strain the honey, set it up, take it somewhere to go sell it, or sell it at your stand or whatever you're going to do. It's just more time consuming, and I enjoy it. I enjoy talking to the people, but there's definitely a lot more involved with selling the honey than there is, hey, I need a nuke. Great. Come over. I'll have it ready for you tomorrow, or, tomorrow morning. And then they come and pick it up. So that's kind of how
Bob's going to try to get into grafting this spring, hopefully. And I hooked him up. Yeah, I hooked him up with one of the queen breeders down in his area. He's about within an hour of Kudik's queens and nukes and stuff like that. They have a place that the place that let's see, EAS went to, that big honey show. I don't know if you read up on it on any of that or not, but anyway, that's the same place and all that.
And
so that's about the only.
I was buying queens in bulk and reselling them here locally, and I sold 100 queens doing it that way last year. Of course, you have to put out a lot of money and get a little bit back when you're doing it that way. So this year I'm going to start off probably just getting queen cells to get started good in the spring, and then start grafting during the year. I don't want my business to rely on my first year grafting experience. So, it might be a bad finish to that game, So just trying to continuously expand what we're doing.
Let's see some of the comments. They asking about wood frames or plastic frames. Which ones do y'all prefer?
Wood.
I prefer the wood. All my plastic frames that I have used, they like to draw on the top bars of them. And
hey, William.
I like it.
How's it going, guys?
Man, look at that good-looking camera you got going on. What's happening there?
I don't know. I'm going to see if it's going to work or not. We'll see.
Usually you're on the cell phone. You looking all professional in the wood shop there?
Well, this is a cell phone. I've got it clamped to the wall with like a DeWalt wood clamp. So
you ran a screw through it to hold it to the wall.
I did. I drove a screw into my wall, and then I just kind of hung it with a clamp.
Nice.
And if my phone's not moving, it'll be a little better. Hopefully, I don't know.
Where are you located at, Will? What state?
I am. I'm north of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay.
Town close to Claremore is where I live, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Nancy, what's the guy out on the beach at?
I knew you were going to ask. He's Oklahoma too, but I don't know exactly where. And I wanted to join his club because it sounds like he's going to interest.
Michael Lowry, is it?
Lowry, yes, you're right. Yes, Lowry. Spell that L-A-U?
Something R-Y.
Yeah, he's the president of his club out there, and they're doing some beach chatting.
I think Jerome Bee Farm's out that way too, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I found out through you, or I guess it was the Dirt Rooster said that when he stopped by that's his last name is Jerome.
Yeah, his first name's Darren.
Yeah. His
Darren?
first name's Darren, yeah.
Darren, okay.
Darren Jerome.
I guess were you guys talking about Michael Laundry, like M3B Farm, or?
Yeah. I think that's him. He comes on our beach chats up here in Chester County, Pennsylvania. He's comes on Friday nights.
Yeah, he's from this area. I think he might live over in like Tahlequah, but he's also got colonies as far as like Owasso. He's got a pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds right. That Owasso.
Yeah.
He's got several hundred of them, something like that, Nancy. At least.
I can't recall.
He's got multiple. I know he's got multiple yards, and it's the one thing that we've noticed is that his weather where you all are at is pretty similar hours on the East Coast. Hey, Donna.
Now that name Tahlequah, does that raise any bells for anybody? A certain movie?
Oh, wait a minute. I got to add some folks
Tahlequah.
here.
Yeah, from where the red fern grows.
Man, you know how old I was when I read that book? That was almost.
Spanky, I'm trying to get you in there.
45 years ago.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, Spanky's in here. We got Phillip in the bottom. Look like Phillip's mic is muted. Oh, he's unmuted now.
Hey, we need everybody to share this out to their YouTube channels so their subscriber base will come in. This is Charlie's inaugural flagship live stream. Normally, on Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, we'll have 50 people on the chat, sometimes 100.
If I knew how to do that, Bob, I would.
I was watching your video there, Phillip, today, where you put that insulated cover on that nuke.
Oh,
and
good.
I got stung about 5 times.
Yeah,
What do you expect when you got shorts on?
Well, I just was going to do something simple. You know what? I made a made a video. I hadn't posted it. I'll post it when I get back. But
Hey, Brian.
at the end, I give a shout out to Bob for keeping us up so late last night because I had to take a nap in the middle of the day today. Thanks, Bob.
Bro, I slept in so long today and woke up on my computer going off, just my Facebook Messenger, and I finally got up and answered it. And I had all of my kids were in a chat like this on Facebook, and I'm half asleep, and my daughter holds up 2 pregnancy sticks, right? So and then my son and his wife were over on the other corner, and they said, "Oh, and we're having a baby too." So they're like gonna have a baby. I've got 2 babies coming like a week apart from each other for grandbabies.
What a day!
It's an exciting day.
Yeah, I had to get up and drive out here to the farm. As a matter of fact, the reason it's so dark, I'm sitting out by the fire outside. It's a beautiful night here in Central Texas, by the way.
Yeah,
But,
we're running about 61 degrees right now, so it's nice.
Yeah, I'm at 62.
You might hear some explosions. My daughter's out here shooting fireworks too. So
Let's see, we lost Nancy there.
Yeah, I don't know. I was wondering.
Brian, I went to the grocery store earlier, and I specifically was looking for creamed honey. See if there was a market. There was none. The only thing I saw was on the regular honey aisle. They had bears that had whipped honey in them.
Okay.
But it was just a squeeze bear. I thought it had to stay refrigerated.
Yeah, I wouldn't put creamed honey in a squeeze bottle. I don't have to. You don't have to keep it refrigerated, but it just wouldn't come out of a squeeze bottle well. You know, you need
put it in the little things like you would get pimento cheese or chicken salad or something out of, right? The little short.
Yeah, any kind of jar you can scoop it out of. Like Lee has right there. Yep.
Okay.
What grocery store did you go to?
Oh, it's a Food Lion. That's a North Carolina chain.
Okay.
Yeah, they do that whipped honey different. That's why it comes out of a squeeze bottle like it's nothing.
It's like whipped cream in a jar.
Well, they stick it in a mixer, like I said, and they actually run it in a mixer.
Huh.
So, yeah, so you got my head like just turning. Now half of me is like, maybe I just open up a world of honey and have all my beekeeper friends buy like a case of their honey, right? And then I've got shelves and they're selling their honey in my store. And then we have our local honey that has all the whipped, hot, local, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like a whole thing. Maybe find an old fast food restaurant that's closed down that already has a kitchen part, right? And just wall it off. Yep. And that way you already have a certified type kitchen back there.
Now, Bob, you was asking something about keeping it refrigerated. Generally, like when you're making it, you can drop it down to 52, 53 degrees to get all your crystals to set. But after that, you don't really have to have it refrigerated to keep it crystallized.
Yeah, that temperature just helps in the creaming process.
Yeah. You just don't want to put it in a honey warmer and warm it back up because it will reliquefy though.
What, so you got a link problem, Nancy?
Yeah, I pushed a button.
Okay. So Dona Bushong, why don't you come on in? There's not Donna's in my she's
come on,
a member of my
Donna.
club.
So
and she does creamed honey.
Nice.
And what else? Let's see. She does a Demery, Bob.
Nice.
She probably does it the right way, not the way I do it.
Yeah, she could explain all that good stuff to us tonight.
Well, I understand the principle.
How do I come in? All right, Donna, let's see. Can you explain that to her?
They should have a link.
Yeah, that's right. Right at the top, there's a link. You click on it, and then you write your name in the box when you go to the next screen. And make sure you have a camera. Of course you do, and you have the sound. And the main thing is you turn the sound off when you go to the back screen.
Yeah,
or you close down your
YouTube channel open, just make sure it's muted. And here we got her down.
All right,
here.
we got somebody. Here she is.
Hey there, Miss Donna.
Oh, there she is. You got her in. This is Donna, everybody.
Hey, Donna.
Donna.
She's in Habity Grace, Maryland, which is close, right at the mouth of Chesapeake Bay.
Man, I
if you
need
know
to
where
go
that's
there.
at. And then there's Nancy there. Of course,
Blue
she
Prayer.
knows her from Friday Night Bee Chats. So we got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 people here tonight.
This
Filling up good.
Charlie, are you going to ring in the new year with the bee chat, or like we go into like midnight? Is that the goal?
Yeah, we're gonna go to midnight. We're gonna do them big long bee chats like we used to do.
Now, Bob, you got to, Charlie, you got to remember, if you go into midnight New Year's for people, that means you got to stay up at least to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you can't fall.
Yeah.
I'm an hour behind you.
Who's midnight?
I am
He's
too.
gonna
Right.
go until
Yeah,
YouTube
who's
cuts him
midnight?
off. He's gonna fall asleep in that chair there.
So if anybody on the
can't
West
cut
Coast is
the stream
up,
off,
you got to
only
stay up
he
to
can.
3 o'clock in the morning.
It's gonna go until YouTube cuts it off. He's gonna fall asleep in that chair.
Everybody will leave. Charlie will be asleep in the chair with popcorn down the front of his shirt.
Hey, if he does, I'll make sure to blow the screen up of him so everybody can see good.
And that'll be when all the donations roll in.
Yeah, Charlie.
I'm not monetized, so there's no donations. Now, Donna, Brian over here at Flower Street Honey, Flower Street Farms, he's from out there in Denver, Colorado, and he does creamed honey and infusion. I would say creamed honey also, Brian.
Specialty
Yeah.
honeys.
Specialty honeys, that's right. I see Russell Koopman says 80% of his honeys are flavored creamed honeys too. That's interesting. So we've just started doing like hot honeys and like espresso infused honeys, that kind of stuff, and then a couple different creamed honey flavors. How about you, Donna?
I'm not hearing the conversation.
Yeah.
We hear you.
You hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear
Okay.
you, Donna.
But I'm hearing the conversation like 3 or 4 times.
Okay, go back to the original screen and turn the sound off.
On YouTube.
So mute YouTube.
Yeah,
Mute
you have to
YouTube.
mute the YouTube window if you're on a computer.
All right, Lee, I can't see everybody down here in the bottom. I found the scroll bar now.
Yeah,
Okay,
you'll have
I'm
to
good.
scroll down. Now, if anybody got a chance, you can
She
check
lost.
Flower
she
Street's
lost
creamed
She
honey.
turned herself
They got
off.
some cocoa creamed honey, and it is good.
Well,
Yeah.
I really like, following the Beaconomics topic that we always like to bring up, is that the price per pound of honey drastically goes up, right? When you start doing specialty honeys and
Yep. For me, it does.
Come
Yeah.
back, Donna.
hot honey, I mean, I get twice as much as I do for regular honey, and it doesn't cost twice as much as regular honey does to make. So it's definitely a way to turn extra dollars out of your beekeeping, right? But you do cut comb too, Brian? Are you doing cut comb as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you got cut comb, creamed, hot. You do candles, right? Lip balms.
Yep.
You do.
I
it
got
all.
a batch of lotion bars going right now on the stove.
Yeah, lotion bars too.
Yeah, here, I'll show you. So, you guys are talking about what are you guys working on? My wife and I, for our winter break, have been doing a lot of like product making. So tonight,
Stocking up. Nice. Got the double
What
boiler
is that?
going.
What is that,
yeah,
Brian?
it's a double boiler setup. So it's a lotion bar. So, and then I'll show you here. Here's where we have all of our products. So I've got the molds all set up, ready to go. I'll pour them in there. And then here's the soap that we've been making. And then I've been working on building equipment too. And then you'll see, let me see if I can, okay. Here is our packaging for our lotion bars.
Lemon rosemary.
That's your
Yeah,
tester, so people can rub on it.
That's right. Yep. And then we make 2 different kinds. And then, I mean, you can see I can make like 30 at a time. I've got my double boiler set up here. It's like a 4-quart measuring cup. It's great. I can do like 30 lotion bars in one batch.
How'd you
So
do
it's
that,
super
Ray?
easy.
Down there on the individual person at the bottom, the little
Yeah,
man-looking thing next to him.
yeah.
If you click that, it'll bring that person up solo, and then you just click it again to bring it back to regular view.
Okay. Donnie, you coming back? Hopefully.
$1 an ounce.
DC said he don't want to do that much work. He's been retired too long.
Well, it's a labor of love.
Yeah. That's the good thing about it. It really ain't, I wouldn't say too much of a job. It's still a job. But if you want to take a break, you can take a break really almost anytime you want then. It's not like you have to keep going.
Yeah, well, I want to tell DC something. When you get into this hobby, you want to be able to pay for a little of it.
Right. That's true.
Oh, there you go.
And then you get a little bigger and you want to buy more stuff and you want to pay for that. And then you get a little bigger and you want to buy more stuff and you want to pay for that. And then you want to go to Hive Life and you want to pay for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're talking about.
And then the hobby gets so big you have to make your own swarm lure so you can pay for everything else.
They come out with that instant back we all have to have. Yeah.
Yeah. So it definitely is. I don't know how long I'll have to keep bees to actually break even at what I've got invested right now.
Keep waiting the bar.
I like to make some creamed honey. I know that I watched your videos, Brian, about using I call it a corkscrew drill paddle, you know?
Yep.
Now, Donna, do you use a 5-gallon bucket to whip your creamed honey when you do it? Turn your speaker on.
Muted.
How do you do that? Let's see. Remove. Unmute. I got you, I think.
No, if she's muted herself, she'll have to unmute herself by hitting the little.
There you go. There you go.
There.
Now that's the corkscrew one that Brian
I'm
used.
still getting the conversation over and over. I can't figure out what else to mute.
Are you on a computer or a phone?
She's on a computer, right, Donna?
Yeah.
Do you have a YouTube tab open?
I don't have I'm on YouTube, but I don't have a YouTube channel.
No. I mean, were you watching
maybe
playing?
Yep. Okay, so I
close
cut
that window down. Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
No, yeah, just mute that window.
Yep.
Or close it. It doesn't matter.
I closed it. Yeah, it's good. When I don't do 5 gallons worth of creamed honey at the same time, a big silver cook pan, and I measure, my percentage of liquid honey to creamed honey, but I use a paint mixer on my drill to mix it up and put it into jars, put it in the wine cooler,
And what's the
let it sit
temperature?
for
Is
2
it
weeks.
52 or 58 degrees, something like that?
Usually between 52 and 54, I believe.
Yeah, that's about where I have it. So
All right. So maybe I'm misunderstanding because why do you have to refrigerate it at home? But then if you sell it in the shelf, it doesn't have to be refrigerated.
all you're wanting to do is
crystal
start the
surprise.
crystallization. So
Okay.
you've seeded it with the microcrystallized product, and then you get the liquid honey to crystallize. And once it's crystallized, it's pretty shelf stable as long as you don't overheat it. I mean, you can't keep it in the back of your car if you're in Texas and it's getting to
Right.
100 degrees or whatever. But
Creamed honey doesn't work in the market at 90 degrees because it'll start to liquefy. So
It
it's
will
a
start to
great
liquefy.
fall and winter product. Absolutely.
Now, if you put the seed the seed crystal honey into some liquid honey, it will crystallize over time, but bringing it down to that 53 or 52 to 54 temperature just causes it to crystallize faster.
Yeah.
So I do like 8-ounce jars, which make perfect gift size, and those will crystallize completely within 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're just leaving them at that temperature until the jar is fully crystallized.
Right, and then I take them out after a couple weeks.
Okay.
And I do mine all at room temperature. I don't even do that 52 degrees.
Okay.
If I'm starting a batch in summer, I might throw it in the freezer for a couple of hours just because it's like really hot in the summer. But as I'm doing my creamed honey in fall and winter, I've had no problem having it set just at room temperature in my house.
Yeah.
So that 50, that temperature, Bob, that 50 something temperature, it's just that ideal situation for helping it set. It's not a storage issue. It's just that preparing that product.
It'll speed the process up of the crystal.
Yeah.
So what's the deal with these, like the Lyson creamer, which is expensive, and then I've also, somebody was talking. Well, I'll say there's creamed honey, and I guess there's a difference whether there's between that and whipped honey. I've tasted that over at Jason at Bohemia Bees, and it's more like icing almost. It's smooth as silk and all. But somebody also said they used like a small KitchenAid mixing machine and like a countertop mixer.
I've seen some of them use the KitchenAid, and they'll take, say, a 2-pound bottle of honey and put in that mixer, and they'll just whip it up. Once that's whipped up, then they'll add that to another 10% or 1-to-10 ratio of liquid honey, and then let it all cream. Because I've tried the whipping method in the KitchenAid by itself, and it comes out nice and smooth. But after it sits for a few days, it turns rock hard.
Really?
Now, I've heard if you mix it like that, once it's nice and smooth, then you mix that 1-to-10 ratio, and then everything comes out perfect. Now, I haven't tried that.
Now,
I
Donna,
just started with the
you
seed that I bought from like Better Bee and made the first batch. And, it's just like sourdough. You kind of pull some of it aside to make your next batch. And that's the way I've continued mine.
Yeah. Now, Jeff Thomas is asking here, pasteurized. He's heard it's all pasteurized. Some of it is, but not all.
Mine is not.
There's a process called the dice process, which pasteurizes it, and it takes it to a higher temperature and then drops it down really low. But I have found, I've never done that, and I've found that to be a not necessary process. How about you, Donna?
I don't pasteurize mine. I don't pasteurize any of my honey. I just, I find it easier to keep the honey through, like the last 2 years, whatever flower source, nectar source the bees have been bringing in, it's tended to crystallize. And so if I get it to crystallize microcrystalline first, I'm not fighting the great big crystals.
That's how we got into creamed honey, Donna. Our honey crystallizes really fast. So instead of fighting that process, I figured I'd just work with it and crystallize it in a way that makes it a really cool product.
I know when I first started crystallizing, I sent a jar to my mom, and she wrote back and said, "This stuff is great. You can pile it on like half an inch thick and it doesn't drip off your toast." And and I actually find it easier to work with cooking and, using, because it's not dripping all over everything.
Hey,
down here in South Louisiana.
I'm raising my hand here. Sorry.
All right, Phil. Go ahead, Phil.
I'm on that. I'm so glad you guys are talking about this, because I had honey that was crystallized in the frame, and I was only able to get a little bit out. So what I did was I took the drill and the paint thing, just like Donna's talking about, and I just stirred the hell out of it for 10, 15 minutes. And then I put it in jars. Let's see, I got a jar here, but let's see if I can get this in front of the camera. Man, I'm having trouble. It's like it goes the opposite way you think it is.
You got to work in reverse.
There we go. So, and it's starting to separate again in the jar. It was all whipped nice and even. Can I expect that that's going to continue to get hard? Is that going to be edible? and how long does it take and all that? Because it's about a month, I guess, in the jar.
Do you have it cooler, or you just have it room temperature?
I just have it room temperature.
Yeah, it'd probably go faster if you put it in, about that 52 degree, 53 degree temperature, but it will eventually go completely crystallized, just like any other honey that will crystallize.
But now those crystals that he's got there, will he have to regrind the crystals to make the crystals smaller?
Hard to say. I mean, the crystals are going to be the size that either you've inserted or that the honey would generally make, which is pretty big.
Okay.
Yeah, the whipping thing, I mean, I just use the paint stirrer just to get my seed mixed in with the liquid honey. I think the whipping thing, you're just really incorporating air, and I'm not sure what that does.
Yeah,
or
some
how
of the
stable it
commercial
is.
guys that call it whipped, they put it in an actual mixer and they hit it with that until it turns white, and they call it whipped honey. Like what you see in Food Line, if you read the back of it, it'll say that's what they do to it.
And that stays stable? The air
Well, I
doesn't...
mean, it's not like it's in a squeeze bottle. It's not like in a...
Yeah, because I mean, my creamed honey, you wouldn't be able to squeeze out of a squeeze bottle. It would be like
it's
trying to squeeze peanut butter or something.
Fine that it's very smooth, but it's still got the crystal in it. That's how smooth it is.
Huh.
So I think what's happening is it's a difference in how you're mixing it. If you mix it fast and for a really long time, you're going to get that stuff that you're talking about, Spanky. But if you do it slow, which you see the Lyson creamer doing, mixing it slow, and it's like increments of 15 minutes, and then it turns off, right? That's how you're getting that good creamed honey. Nice, slow integrating of it, and not that super fast mixing. I think that's
basically mixing it instead of whipping it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the difference.
Hey, Philip, Silver Gorilla's down there in Texas as well. He's got a few hundred hives down there, so you might want to hook up with him. I don't know what I forget the spot of Texas he's in.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not heard of them.
The Silver Gorilla, what part of Texas are you in? And then there'll be a 10-second delay before he gets that sound, before he responds. But especially when the shop gets colder. Yep. So that's different things that we talk about. I know this is the first time that Charlie's had to talk, but we talk about everything beekeeping. If somebody brings it up we go Tuesday night, and then now Charlie, I guess, are you going to do Saturday constantly, or is this a one-off thing right now?
I don't know. I kind of like to get a poll as far as what y'all think about it, whether it be Saturday nights, or I know Cayman does a lot of Sunday evenings here lately.
Yeah, he's gonna go whenever he wants to go.
He just
he ain't gonna care.
Yeah.
Well, to me, if both of them go at the same time, I think I know where I'm going to be at. Hey, Charlie.
Yeah, the majority of them is going to be at Cayman's, though.
No,
I'd
be over here.
We've been live during Cayman going live, and we still had 30 to 40 people here.
Wow.
So,
what, Nance?
In our live stream. So it's
I was saying that I would go with you. I would go on your channel too, because here we can talk and interact, and with Cayman's you can't do that, and we're just getting so used to this with Zoom and being able to actually talk, that being muted and having to type in is just not really, I don't know, it just doesn't really do the thing.
Cayman gets so many comments that your questions, he can't even keep up with them. So it's like,
that's true.
He didn't have that many, and he had to answer them because they'd sit there.
Right.
Now he can pick and choose.
But hey, one day we'll be that big.
How do we get to see the comments if we're in the panel here? I don't know how to. Last time I tried to do that, I ended up disconnecting it. But how do I see the comments that are happening?
Are you on a phone or on a computer, Nancy?
I'm on a tablet.
Okay, so I don't know how it is on the tablet, but in the top right over there, you'll see a thing that says comments, like on the right side of the screen on a computer. If you click that, you'll see people's comments scrolling along.
It should say like comments or private chat, and you would click on comments.
Click on comments.
Now I know when you do it on a phone,
but then I can't see. Yeah, I got that, but then I can't see the panel. It's like if someone's holding something up, or I can't. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
Can't see the chats either. So.
I about to say, what some of them do, like William just showed, if you have another phone laying by you, open up the chat on the phone and you can see the comments.
Yeah.
By.
But I know.
Yeah,
if you do it from
I
a
just bet on an app you can't do both.
Yeah.
On a computer you can.
Yeah, you
Hey,
can.
I see
gang.
conversation and the panel.
I don't know about as far as my chat.
I guess.
I've thought about of course. Donna and Nancy and I were on Friday night bee chat at our local thing in Pennsylvania.
Until we go live.
Until we go live, then I jump off and go on this.
That's where you've been going.
I don't know whether I should compete with bee chat on Friday night or stay on Saturday night.
Well, the thing is, the bee chat people could come to the live chat. And it could all be an all-inclusive.
No, they won't.
With bee chat, it's Zoom, and everybody gets to be on the screen. And then I'll say that bee chat is more beginner. I'll say more so.
You feel?
Well, we talk about beginner stuff too. It's just that. We kind of let the comments drive where we go and the rabbit holes we go down with beekeeping. And, you can only hear so much about varroa mites. I mean, every single channel is varroa mite. What are you treating varroa mite? And it just gets to a point to where you want to talk about, hey, how are we going to raise queens this year? Or what nuke configuration are you trying to go with? Or, how are you setting up a timing box? Or
that's like I'm going to ask Dawn and pick her brain this summer about the demery that she did.
I probably won't be doing too much demery because I'm going almost all to horizontal hives. But
really?
I was laughing because my husband is in the other room and he was like hearing someone say, "You can only talk so much varroa mite." He's like, "Amen, brother."
Yeah.
But yeah, I did a form of the demery with
DC Bee Chat is a private bee club chat that we have on Friday nights. You got to be a member, and it's on Zoom.
Donna, it would be interesting to figure out a horizontal version of a demeray.
I actually did somewhat like that because I had my husband build a frame for a queen excluder. And so I put a queen excluder in, I do double deep horizontals currently. I'm going to do some single deeps this next year, but I had the queen excluder, and then I just, was doing exactly with the demery where you're moving some of the larva into the opposite side of the queen excluder and just putting in new frames on the other side, and it seemed to work pretty well.
Cool.
So.
I did a demeray for the first time this year, and by the time it got to YouTube, I was actually on my second round of doing the demeray, so I did it once and then redid it afterwards. But I did it stupidly, and when I say that, I did it right, but then once I did it and they had all those queen cells up top, I started robbing the queen cells, but I was doing splits off of the queen cells, which really did just the opposite of what the demeray was supposed to do, because all those brood frames I was relocating to other colonies, which didn't give them that boost, which really just set the colony back.
I figured out pretty soon that you don't want to move eggs up. You just want to move the larvae up, and you want them older. Because if you move the eggs up, then you've got to deal with the queen cells. And it worked well. We got lots and lots of honey on those hives. It's still I'm having trouble lifting the boxes. That's why I'm going more to the horizontals. But you're still you're every week you're moving a lot of boxes.
Right.
With the demery, in Langstroths. And but I did learn pretty quickly, don't move eggs up, just move up older larvae.
So Donna, are you moving, like I was talking to these guys about like where I'm doing the equalization and I only pick out the cat brood. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if I just move the cat brood up, like when I do equalization in the same context, but have it up on top of the hive in a secondary brood chamber, with the honey supers in the middle, that would be you don't have the queen cells and it would still do the same.
It doesn't even have to be capped as long as it's over, the larvae.
Right?
Yeah, they're old,
queen making.
But now Bob there, and I've been, like I was telling him, I've been researching and like Keith Jardine and all those different ones. Let's see, what is it? Virginia has to speak it now.
Yeah, Keith Jourdain's method of demery is, he's 6'4", so
it's labor intensive. Yeah,
it's a whole different. I got girlfriend beekeepers that are like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna do Keith Jourdain's," and I'm like, "Yeah, good luck with that because you're gonna go in for shoulder surgery or something here sooner or later." He moves an incredible amount of boxes and frames every time he inspects, and it works. Don't get me wrong, it works. But if you're not 6'4" and you're not gonna make that successful.
Right. Yeah, but what I kind of got was as I've been researching everybody else's thing, they're all like Bob does. Bob would move everything upstairs except for 3 frames, a frame of cat brood.
I follow Black Mountain Honey's example of it, where his boxes were packed and they were basically backfilling all of the brood space, and he needed to have space for the queen to lay. So he took 1 frame with the queen on it and put it in the center of the bottom box, and then he put 9 foundations down there, and then put the queen excluder, then put 2 honey supers, and then put the original brood box on top.
Didn't you have another queen excluder on that one?
Yep. After the 2 supers, another queen excluder, then the brood box. And then he would come in every week and knock down all the queen cells, which is the appropriate way to do it. So those brood hatch out and they rejoin the colony at the bottom, and they continue to build comb everywhere and stack nectar, and because the queen is by herself in the bottom, when the forager bees come in and the other nurse bees come down to be with that brood, that they're forced to have to start drawing comb out to give her more room to lay in the bottom. And the first time I did it, well, no, I didn't follow that. I did follow the setup and it was working, but again, I started robbing frames of brood with the queen cells on it and making splits, which, looking back on it, I should have just followed the method and crushed them all and let them hatch out, and it would have made.
Because then after the flow is off, you can then let them build those queen cells and do your splits.
Yeah, and
you're not. Yeah.
So but now what I was getting at is that I think that when you moved all those bees up without just maybe 2 or 3 frames, to me, you're shocking the hive, where if you left the queen with all her court bees and everybody, and then pulled, let's say, half the cat brood up out of there with bees and put it upstairs, that would be a more successful demery.
But that demery, it's actually a demery split. So you're trying to keep the demery or the colony from swarming, right? So you're giving them more room and giving the queen a ton of space
to lay,
to start growing that second brood box out. And as long as you don't do what I did, like when the video you saw, Charlie, the one you said, well, it doesn't look like you have enough bees in it. I agree, it didn't, because I went through the first time and took all the brood frames out with the queen cells on.
Right.
And that didn't give them enough supporting staff anymore in the
So what Donna, do you kind of do it that way, or do you leave a good portion of the bees in the bottom and just only move a certain amount of brood frames up?
I just usually took up 3, but these were 8 frame boxes,
Yeah.
but I would take up 3 frames each time.
Take up, and that would be capped or old frame, old brood.
Older brood, not
Older brood and
necessarily
capped
capped.
brood, maybe.
Yeah. If you leave some of the cap down in the bottom, it's going to hatch soon. I mean,
Yeah.
if it's already capped, it's going to be coming out. So if you just take in kind of,
she kind of did it the way I'm
4
thinking.
days.
Then. Yeah, you did it the way I've got it in my mind how to do it. Where my experience with single brood chamber is that she keeps laying up the bottom. They can't put any honey there. They got to put it upstairs in the honey or the honey supers. And you're just, and that's another thing, Bob, is that Keith and them, they call it not just a demery, but what is it?
A demery split.
Yes, but it's Keith.
Yeah, I think.
He called it a modified demery or a rolling demery, where he's
Right.
constantly
Demery,
bringing the empties down and bringing the filled ones up to the top.
Well, it's stopping you from getting pollen or honey bound in the brood box. And because she's always got new comb and they always are feeling like we don't have enough space, we need to grow and draw comb in the bottom, and you're constantly moving those filled boxes to the top. And it is a lot of work though, because you do have, every time you move the brood box and do the inspection in the top, well, you got to go check the queen. So you got to download, 3-4 boxes.
See, that's why you need that honey at Hive lifter. I want to buy.
No, I'm going to borrow yours.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt, but I've got 2% batter, 1% now. But I want to wish everybody a happy new year. I'm going to put my phone on the charger and then I'll come back in an hour. If you guys are still on, I'll join you.
We'll be here, Phil.
Happy New Year.
New Year.
See you, everybody.
All right, Phil.
Well, what did we go yesterday? 3.5, 4 hours?
Yeah, it was 3 hours last night. Yeah.
Yeah,
So Spanky, what's happening, man? I mean,
Let me
I
show
know
you.
huh?
Let me show you something while you're
Oh,
talking.
I don't know. Are you printing out anything now? Donna and Nancy Spanky there is a.
He
Yeah,
printed
that's cool
this out.
looking.
See them beehives there? He makes all them stuff.
Blow me up, Charlie.
Blow you up. Let me.
So
see
I
if
got
can
this
blow
in
you.
the mail from Spanky
Let me
today.
try that. There we go.
Slovenian AK hive
Yeah. Okay.
on a pallet, strapped to the pallet. But you open up the back and it's got the, I'm going to call them queen excluders, but I think it's vent.
Yeah, I don't know what you call those.
If I can get them out.
They're a enclosure. I've seen the real ones are like screens.
Yeah,
So
I'm trying to get
as
it up.
opposed to a building, you're just doing a pallet type of
And
configuration.
it's 3 separate colonies, and the frames slide in
Sideways. Yep.
sideways, so you can pull the frames right out. So it's
But Spanky prints all that 3D,
Really cool.
3D
Really cool stuff,
printing or
Spanky.
whatever.
and it's got 3 queen excluders, so they're all sharing the heat, right, from all the other bees.
Right.
So it's pretty amazing what he does. And nice hinges. Spanky, do you have this one on Etsy store?
No, that took a long time to make.
I bet it did. But they do soaps and
Show him
3D
show him the other hives that he sent you there.
all
Do
right.
you have that top bar or that other one?
Hold on. I've got a Queen Castle. And he put my logo in it for my
Nice.
YouTube channel. And he makes it. This is what I like about his colonies is that he puts little pins in them. Sorry if you can see it. Little pins. So when you take off the inner cover, everything doesn't fall apart when you're trying to get them out. Of course, you got this double nuke, right? And got each individual frames. Very detailed.
Yeah, quite. Especially with all the colors and everything else.
And then queen excluder. You can see that queen excluder. And then you got the double nukes. And then we got a top bar over here. No, that Bryan did the top bar.
Bryan did that.
Yeah, Bryan did the top bar. He 3D printed that Varroa mite I showed you, that was 3D printed. This is a 3D printed pollen trap that he did.
Is that a real for nuke box, or is that real or what? Or is it just a model?
It's a model.
Okay.
But let me see, what else we got here? I got a little tiny one with the Swarm Lure logo on it.
Spanky, it would be cool to do one of Langstrot's original design. That'd be really neat, like historically, because his design is a little bit different than what we use now. But that'd be a cool kind of teaching piece. These are all really awesome.
So you can make me small again.
Okay. I'm learning.
I was about to say, look at that. He's learning it.
See, now this is another person's hive, and every time I take it off the shelf, everything falls out of it and falls off of it. But it's a nice hive, but it's just everything's in individual pieces. So.
Charlie, I wanted to go back to that rolling demery conversation piece.
Yeah.
You know, the first thing I thought of when you talked about that was, okay, how long do you have to do that for until that swarming season is over? And I bet that goes back to how hard do you cut them back? How much brood are you pulling up originally? If you're pulling up a lot, you don't have to roll it very often. If you're pulling just a couple, you're going to have to go back much more frequently to cut it back.
That's a good idea, because I never really thought it in those terms.
Well, I think
normally, if you only pull, let's say, part of the brood up, and I'm thinking, in my equalization, it was always the only cap brood. Now, and then like Donna says about using the older brood, you could pull up, let's say, a third of the frames. Instead of hitting them every 7 days, you might be able to do 2 weeks. Now, Donna does something that we've discussed here a little bit. I think maybe you, Bryan, brought it up. Yeah, it was you. Is that you're extracting honey pretty much through the summertime.
Yep.
Where Donna was pulling. Now I don't know what it was capped, or you just pulled it off that it was ready to harvest.
It was mostly capped. There might be a little bit, but yeah. Well, and I was doing that just this year because I was having back problems. I was getting ready to go in for back surgery, and so I was trying to get honey off before that happened. But it actually worked well with that demery, because you were constantly putting supers up, and as soon as I had frames that were capped, I just pull them off and bring them in and extract them.
And give them the frames back, right?
And give them the frames back.
Give them the frame back.
And
the biggest thing that I had problems with is that I didn't do that, and I got skyscrapers.
Right, and that's I couldn't
and
get
when
the
you're
real
up over top of your shoulders trying to lift a 50-pound box, it's killing my shoulders and my back.
Last year, my number one hive, I had 5 supers stacked on top of it.
Really?
This year, I had pulled off 5 supers this year, and I still got 3 full of honey on it right now. So that one hive ended up making 8 supers. Now it's medium supers, but.
And I don't know if it was for us, we just had a good flow, or it was the demery and constantly pulling honey and putting frames back on, or the lantern fly. But I ended up with about twice as much honey from 2 of those 8-frame hives as you would normally get from an 8-frame hive.
And those were the ones that you did the demeray on?
Yes.
Or you did them on all of them?
I did it. I was kind of doing it on my horizontals, but not as aggressively. But on these 8-frame hives, I'm the beekeeper for our community apiary, and they actually sell their honey as a way to sustain their green team and all their initiatives. But
Keep their homeowners association fees down. No, I'm just
What's-
kidding. I say keep the homeowners association fees down.
exactly. So anyway, I was doing that, and we just ended up with an incredible amount of honey this year for those size hives. But we also have lanternfly in our area this year, and that has played a big part in, there just never was a dearth.
Well, I didn't have any exposure to Demeray till I watched it on YouTube. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try that to see if I can keep them from swarming and build the population up. And then I just sabotage myself doing it. So this year when I do it, I'm not going to sabotage myself. I'm just going to go in there and follow the method and smash those queen cells. And what he said is the idea is she's down in the bottom laying up new combs. And then you've got the brood box up top that's hatching out, like that's backfilled. And then it just supercharges the amount of bees they have in there and the amount of work that's getting done. So,
well, that was what I was talking about the last night, where I had observed in my hives, especially when I had just had 1 or 2 supers on in the beginning, is that when you seen the brood, or not the brood, but the bee pattern in the honey super, where it was covering the top of the frames, let's say over 2/3, that was a hive that was strong enough to make lots of honey for you.
See, now my thing is getting the timing of when to do it. So it's like, do I wait for them to? I felt like they were running out of space because they were starting to backfill the brood space that she had when they hatched out. They would start backfilling it. So that's when I did it, to try to give them extra room and make them more comb.
With the equalization where you're only pulling 3 frames out, she normally is keeping up to the point where there's no space for them to do that.
Well,
I mean, except for maybe a little bit of nectar and a little bit of pollen in there to feed the the brood, the baby brood and stuff.
They sure were backfilling it here. Every time a new larva would hatch out, once they start putting that nectar in that cell, though, she's not going to lay in it.
No, she's not.
So if they beat her back to that cell and start putting nectar in it, then she ends up starting, her cluster might be a whole sheet at one spot, but then her outside of her cluster is starting to get down to like softball size space that's left because there's honey and pollen all the way around it. And as those hatch out, they just keep filling it in. And so
the method that I followed had a brood box and a queen excluder, and then a medium box that was mostly empty comb that they could fill, and then above that you had your second brood box, which is where you swap
the old brood box that you put on top.
So you had a buffer in between, so the bees always thought there was space there to put nectar, but that was honey that you didn't harvest right away. You just left that there unless it got really full, and then you put your supers up above that brood, the second brood box.
All right, so you only put 1 honey super in between the 2 brood boxes then.
Yes, and then I never let it get above 2 supers above the second brood box, and I would just, as those filled up, I just pulled them and harvested them. So I never had more than the 5 boxes.
Do you give the upper brood box an entrance?
No.
No.
See, I did last year because I had a ton of drones that were in that brood box, and then they would be stuck, and then I'd have a bunch of dead drones. So I just drilled a hole in it and put a disc on it to let the drones out, and they would come out and go back in the front anyway. So
I mean, as far as putting the honey super on top of that first brood box, I always found that, well, I didn't do the Demeray, of course, but I, of course, under-supered all the time. If they had nectar in there and it was full or 80% full, I was putting an empty underneath. and keep stacking up. But I don't. Would you put any more than, let's say, 2 honey supers in between the 2 brood boxes?
I just had the one, and I didn't use a second queen excluder.
Yeah, I don't see where that's necessary at all.
Well, the reason that
Nancy, you're mute.
Nancy, you're muted.
Yeah, Lawrence said that the reason he does it is
There you
because
go.
if he misses a queen cell in that top box,
Right.
it stops
Yeah.
him from being able to go down.
Yeah, and that happened
Oh.
once when I quit just moving eggs up.
Yeah,
What,
I
Nancy?
used a second queen excluder on top of the super on top of your first brood box. So box 1 was brood, box 2 was a medium super, then a queen excluder, and then I forget now. I did it a couple years ago. I grew too fast with that method. I went from 3 hives to 16. And I decided that probably wasn't something I wanted to continue to do.
Now, you need to
but-
ask her, Bob, what to do on that, because that's what you want to do.
Well, did you notice that the population in that colony really exploded when you did that?
Yes. Well, I did lots of splits. I mean, I split and split. Like I split at least 3. Well, from 3 to 16. What's that? 5 times maybe. But yeah, I mean, it just grew too quickly, and now But I did. I used 2 queen excluders.
So did I.
And then I used an upper entrance. I used the entrance for the upper hive, the second hive that was on top of the first hive. I used an upper entrance. Like I used the
so they could go down.
inner cover.
They could go up through the top.
Yeah, I used the inner cover as my entrance, so they went in the top. And that was funny because that hive, the second hive up top there, always wanted to use an upper entrance after that. That's how they wanted to continue on. So that was kind of weird, but
well, I'm gonna know.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to grow
in about a month, it'll be doggone. Well, a month from today, it'll be almost February 1st, right?
Mm-hmm.
So middle of February to March 1st is usually when people start doing splits around here. So I'm not going to split that colony. I'm going to demoray that colony around that time. And that way, when that first flow hits, she's just going to go crazy. And
I think that's where you messed up last time. You split way too early, and then you got caught with bad weather.
Yeah, that's not
And
good.
then I think you
split
need
into a
to-
lot of the 2-frame nukes also, so it wasn't enough population, I guess, to keep it warm.
Yeah, and I did the 2-frame nukes too late. So I'm going to wait till maybe middle of March, and then I'm just going to split out to the 2-framers and start generating queens.
See, I'm thinking we're going to have early splits and swarms down here in Louisiana because, I mean, here it is the end of December, and we're already starting to get some red maple pollen in.
And you're what, 70
Wow.
degrees down there right now?
Well, I was 71 today. I'm 61 right now at night.
Yeah, I'm 61.
Well, we had that happen last year here in Pennsylvania. We went in, our maples were blooming this time last year. Our maples were blooming this time last year, and we all got nervous and scared, and then we went into a really cold spell. So, we were afraid that the maples weren't gonna rejuvenate, but they came back just fine in March then and bloomed. But we had an early one last year, and I just wouldn't count that as, just from our experience, I wouldn't count that as.
I did the same thing this year. On New Year's Day, it was 79 degrees here in South Carolina. And that cold spell you're talking about. So like the beginning of February, I went ahead and I had 12 colonies that came through winter into spring last year. And I split out 10 3-frame nukes. And then it snowed. And then
that's too early.
Then it got hot again. On Wednesday, it was 75 degrees. Then it snowed again the following Saturday. And none of those first 10 nukes that I made it at all. So I basically
Yeah,
went from
way too early.
12 colonies down to 9 colonies, and then up to 60 colonies during the summer, and then back down. I'm in the 20s now, so we're gonna.
So where are you at again? Where are
I'm
you
in
at
South-
again?
I'm in the middle of South Carolina.
Columbia.
Yeah.
So I try to find somebody that's south of me, maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Mhm.
I kind of study that, and then when they do something, I know that 4 weeks later, you know, I'm gonna do that. So if I
Well,
don't
see-
know where, you know, who you would have down
Well, now
below
I've
you.
got Cutic, right? I've got Cutic that is an hour east of me, and I just talked to Octavio, and I'm like, hey, when are you going to have queen cells available? Because they're starting to generate their queens at that time for resale and their nukes and their packages, right? And they said
But
the first week in March. And
But east
they
of
do
you, sorry.
No, I'm saying they do thousands of nukes and queens. So I'm like, if they're doing it, it must be time to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, but
it's
east,
hard to
I
find.
wouldn't run anything east, you know, because the weather comes from the west. No matter where you're on the East Coast, it comes from the west. So I wouldn't use somebody from the east of me, because that would be like Jersey. I would use somebody from the southwest of me to give me that indicator or that calendar.
Well, we wouldn't use
You
anyone
know.
from Jersey anyway. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
What?
I said we wouldn't use anyone from Jersey anyway.
Well, no, because you're too.
No, I'm just poking about Jersey.
Because it's Jersey.
You better watch out. Galloway
got
Lights
it.
might
I
be
got
watching you.
Yeah, but I mean they're directly east of me, or I'm north of Philly, so they're east of me, but I wouldn't use their perimeters. I would use somebody that's like,
Our state
Southwest.
beekeeper association has on the calendar Valentine's Day is when people down here start splitting, which is a little early for everybody else, but and this year I'm not doing it that early. I'm going to give it a few more weeks, and I'm really trying to get my boxes this year slam full before I start doing splits.
Well, I'm getting some of that rocket fuel. I'm getting the global patties with the rocket fuel in them.
I am the East Coast distributor of rocket fuel, right? So yeah, I didn't buy the global.
You're not northeast enough for me.
No, but my website is. Charlie bought it from me.
Well, yeah, but I got the I'm gonna run down. I'm gonna run down get the delivery.
Did you get the 15% or the 4%, or which one did you buy?
I think the 15%. I didn't know either way to go, so I think I went 15. I thought I got a little bit of each, but then my invoice didn't really reflect that, so I just bought it, and I'll just get whatever it is I ordered. And then when I'm down there, I'd actually like to get some Hive Alive patties,
right.
Not pollen, but just the fondant.
I haven't tried.
Yeah, but I screwed up on that order.
I haven't tried that one.
What's that?
I haven't tried the Hive Alive.
Me either. But when
Brian from Flower Street that's got his back to us right now, he's been using the 4% global patties for a few years. He said, I think he can hear us, but he's
Charlie,
muted.
can't hear you. Did your microphone go off?
Now it's on, I guess.
There you go.
Yeah, I bought the 15%, and I just found where I didn't know what email address I used. I found my bill from Cayman. So when I found it. They had hit me 3 times. Well, where are you going to pay? When are you going to pay? So
I have different email addresses too, but anything that I do related to bee business or anything, that all goes to the bee email address. Anything else personal, I send a personal email.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been using the 4% global patties for the past 2 years, but I think for Hive Alive, they only had the 15% with Apis as the option. There wasn't the
No,
option.
there was 4 and 15%.
Oh, there was? Okay.
I went
Well,
ahead and I said, well, I'm going to try that 15%.
I thought there was 4. I thought there was 4%, but then my invoice only had the 15% because I wanted to get, I was going to do just a little bit of everything just to see how, see what I could do with it. And then the invoice only had the 15%. But I went and also ordered the Hive Alive, patties from Ireland, and I ended up with a $600 bill. And I'm like, no. So I just told the guy, I said, just cancel it all. And then he said, well, redo it. And I said, well, I don't know what I did the first time. I don't want to redo it wrong again. So I just told him, just forget it. I'll just pick it up when I'm down there. So I don't know if they're going to have enough extra, but I'd like to put some Hive Alive on some of the sections of my apiary and then some of the global patty on the other. But, to have some comparison, but I don't know if I'm going to get away with it. I don't know if I'm going to
pollen patty has this product in it, the bioactivator. That's specifically
the rocket fuel.
This is the liquid fuel, the biocontrol.
Yeah.
So when Ian says he's using rocket fuel on his liquid, he's using this one here, the biocontrol. This one pack will do 252 gallons of syrup of biocontrol, and this one pack will let you make 50 pounds of pollen sub. So not too bad.
Yeah. I just got that in the global patties. I didn't buy any individual. I figured I could pick it up when I'm down there. I mean, a lot of the pre-order for Hive, like, kind of, I was into it, and then I'm like, I just kind of figured I'd like to do more of the, buying of the product when I'm down there talking to the people. The pre-order, I get it. I mean, I get why they're doing that. It makes business sense, but if you don't know what you want, or, it's better just to go down to the trade show and figure it out. Because, the buying ahead and the pre-order kind of negates the whole trade show concept,
Well, with Apis there, the owner has told me that he's not bringing a whole lot of product down there. The actual global patty with the product in it it's just a Hive Life thing. It's not one of their actual products. So that was a Cayman Reynolds deal that they set up. And so don't know if it's going to continue or not, but that's the goal right now. But I've got
pre-order. The pre-order kind of turned me off a little bit to the whole trade show, because if I'm going to pre-order, I would just order anyway, because it's free shipping to begin with. So why bother doing the whole trade show thing?
Right.
I ordered it because, let's see, I guess it was Castle Hives. He used it, and the bees seemed to just gobble it up. And Bryan, I guess you can confirm that. And
the global?
The global.
Yeah, I use them in the spring. Here in Colorado, we get really fluctuating springs, so I like to use them just to kind of level out nutrition in the hive when they can't get out if it's going to be cold for a couple of days. Yeah, I like them.
But I had some, what's it called?
Run the engineer off.
But you bought the Apis from me. And how did the Apis do for you, Charlie? You were talking about that.
I put it in my 80 gallons worth of sugar water, and I mean, it really made them brood up. I mean, I thought they brooded up a lot longer later in the fall. Now, it was warm, but it just seemed like to me, I had one guy, a club member, and he's saying, yeah, it's been hard. If I can find 1 or 2 frames of brood in the hive, I'm lucky. And I was having 3 and 4 frames of brood in there or more when I was feeding Apis Biologic. But as far as the global patty versus what's Man Lake's brand?
Ultra B.
Ultra B. The last couple of years, I've had a 40-pound box of it, and I was using it and putting it in there in the springtime. And I don't know, just
Ultimately,
as soon as
zero real pollen too.
yeah, well, they just seem like, yeah, they kind of ate it, but they were just like, yeah, we might, like the, and then then you get down to the point where you're kind of throwing a little bit of it away because it's like they're done with it because the real stuff is coming in. And it just seemed like to me the global, boy, they just sucked it down. And that's why I went ahead and bought some just to try it. And I
It's
really
real pollen. That's what I like about it. It's real pollen in it.
Yeah, I just around here usually we really don't really need any pollen. We got plenty of pollen in our area.
We do.
And that's what I've kind of sort of learned that like we had, I guess it's been about 3 years ago, we had that super early warm spring, like in February, and we were putting pollen in. Shoot, they went as many as hives I got. They went through 40-pound box in no time flat, and they were gobbling it down. And that's why I started into it. But then the last couple of years come about, I'd say mid-March, maybe a little bit on the early side of March. The red maple started blooming, and as soon as that happens, they turn their nose up to everything except for the real deal.
Yeah.
Right.
And I said, well, shoot, why am I, and then in the meantime, Man Lake is jacking the price up of everything. And I'm like, you know what?
Bag for a 40-pound bag.
Yeah, I used the powder for my queen rearing. And so other than that, I don't do the powder out in the yard anymore. And I was going to completely go away. Well, as soon as I get up with the patties I got, I'm not going to buy them anymore. And I just figured, well, I got a chance to buy the global, and it's got 15% and it's got the apibiologic in it. I figured, well, why not go ahead and try it? And all. So that's why I bought it, just because it was an opportunity thing here.
Yeah.
So Charlie, what are you going to use on the nukes you're building up to sell? Like, what product are you going to use to build them up?
Well, I might take these. I haven't really thought about it. I mean, of course, I haven't been in them, but they look to be really, really, I don't know. They seem to build up real quick. And I'm like, man, I got to get rid of these darn things quick because they're going to swarm on me and all. So, I'm not sure. I mean, I might put a little bit of pollen. I might take those globals and, kind of cut them up a little bit, little teeny strips, just kind of give them a little, 2-inch or 3-inch wide, whatever the width of patty is, and just plop that in there and let them eat that. If it's early on,
I'm going to slap the apis on mine and let them roll in the beginning when I make the splits.
Well, I haven't, they're going to put the bee for sale stuff in our club members newsletter and all that stuff, I guess. And I'll start getting, I don't have a lot of nukes to sell. I think there's 15 or so out there right now. I had to use quite a few of them for myself and that kind of thing. I had to, I had queen issues. Go ahead, Nance.
I consider every hive I have out there, which is 36, a nuke to sell, because I run 8 frames. So there's 2 things that I can do is I can sell a 5-frame nuke, or what I started doing last year was a 2-frame queen. So someone wants to buy a queen, which is $40 in my area. My market runs $40. So what I do is I take 2 frames of deep with eggs, larva, and the queen, and a retina with her, and I sell that for $60. And that guarantees a queen acceptance. So instead of coming and buying a queen for $40 and not knowing if she's going to get accepted, and then you got that person coming back saying, oh, whatever, it didn't happen, and then you're feeling bad and giving them another queen, I give them a 2-frame queen with 2 frames for $60. And that has been working real nice because nobody has come back with, they plop that right down in the middle I tell them to, kind of try to squish it into a nuke to get them, but whatever they're doing. And,
take out a honey frame or something and make room to put them in the middle, right? Now,
well, yeah, because they're already telling me they're already telling me they're queenless. So whatever's going on, instead of just selling them a queen and trying to get that queen accepted back into that hive of whatever they have, I give them, for 60, I give them 2 frames, which is a guaranteed acceptance. There's not a hive that's not going to accept 2 frames with bees, larvae, eggs, and the queen in the middle of all of that.
Now, how are you boxing up your 2 frames to sell them? I mean, are they just bringing a box and you're dropping the 2 frames and the queen in there? How are you shipping that to them?
Yeah. Basically, or I forget how I did it last year. I forget exactly how I did it, but I guess they came with their own box, like they came with their own nuke, and I said, bring 3 frames, 3 of your own deep frames.
I think that's what you told me one time, that you bring your box, you bring your 3 frames, we'll drop this in here.
Yeah, because I'm done giving away nukes. I'm done, come back and bring them back, give me a $20 deposit or whatever, and giving all of those drawn comb, I don't want to do that. But yeah, so I said, you bring your nuke box or bring whatever box you want. You're getting 2 frames. If you bring a 10 frame box, you better bring 8, just to stabilize it for the ride home. And then they were plugging those 2.
You should tell them to bring 10 and give you 2, because $20 for 2 frames of drawn comb and brood, that's pretty cheap, reasonable. I'll say that.
I think that's a great deal. I would question your price there, Nancy. I would think about charging like 100, because that's a half of a nuke that you're selling right there. A queen plus 2 frames.
No, $60. So a queen goes for $40.
Right.
So I'm working out. No. So I'm working out my old, frames too, for 60 for the 2 frames.
So 40 plus 60, the 100 for the total?
No, $60.
You're only getting $10 a frame.
I think that's cheap.
Yeah, you're getting $10 a frame. No, I don't. My market bears that here in Philly. Like that's the market.
Sure.
They'll spend $40 on a nuke, or they'll spend $40 on a queen. They'll take that queen back, and their hive will already have a queen in it, or a virgin queen or whatever, and then they come back and they're like, you know what, my queen died, it didn't do this, didn't do that. I'm like, okay. Then you gotta make the deal again or whatever. So when I give them 2 frames with a queen for 60 and say you're gonna have guaranteed acceptance, they have guaranteed acceptance. They're not coming back.
I think I would give them 60 if they brought me 2 frames to swap out, like for the 2 frames you're giving them, like a frame exchange.
What kind of frame? A drawn comb? I don't want their comb. I don't want that crap. I don't want that.
Blank frame.
No, a
frame.
No, a frame with foundation and what's that? $3?
$5.
No, the drawn. Nah. I mean, you see what your market bears. You do what your market bears. So that's what my market will bear is $60.
Maybe I can be a little bit harsher here, because I'm like the only game in town when it comes to queens, it seems. I mean, I sold 100 queens last year. So,
yeah, I'm no way by far the only game in town here. Not even close. So,
hi y'all.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Figured I'd pop in. I'm tired. I've been working on bee stuff all day.
Yeah,
you've been on
Mark's out there and kind of northwest of Nashville,
Northwest Tennessee.
Yeah, northwest Tennessee, and he
north of Memphis.
North of Memphis, and does queens and has queen breeder stock, and a lot of good information there as far as queen rearing and stuff like that, as far as I'm concerned.
She was talking about her price. I thought she was too cheap. My opinion.
Yeah.
That's local.
Yeah, I might be for where you're at, but up here, I mean, there's a lot of nuke sellers. There's a lot of queen sellers.
A lot of competition. Yeah. What
A
does a
lot of
5-frame nuke go for up there? How much does a 5-frame nuke go for?
Anywhere between 175 and 250. Like, I mean, it varies. So what we're trying to do up here is educate the consumer to being overwintered queens, as opposed to the guy that runs down south and gets 500 packages and brings it up.
Yeah.
And then flips them into boxes and 4 weeks later has a nuke. So,
Jason, said he'll buy 20 of them for $60 a piece from you right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason, come on in.
That pulled cone. If a 5-frame nuke there in your area is drawing $200, then each one of them cones is worth $40, right? So you got 2 cones. That's 80.
I get what you're saying, but I'm wanting the queen acceptance. I want them to get my queen in there and accept it. Like so they'll pay $40 for just a queen in the box. They'll pay $40 for that.
They pay $120 for a 2-frame with a queen too.
It's what do they call it? A loss leader, where you're losing money intentionally.
Yeah. You figure 2 frames, that's $80 right there.
They return
two pulled frames with brood in it. That's $80 if a nuke's going for $200.
Down here we get a $200 for a nuke, and it's 3 frames of brood, right? 3
Right.
frames of brood and 2 food. So you're giving them 2 frames of brood with a queen. So you're only really 1 frame and 2 frames of honey difference between a nuke and that setup.
That brood is your most expensive part, though.
That's a great
So
idea,
the other
though.
problem up here, is that we have people selling 5-frame nukes, and they're usually new beekeepers, and those frames, those nukes will swarm on them early because we pack them too tight. We pack them like Charlie. You were talking. Charlie takes his so full.
Yeah,
he was cooking.
about 3 or 4 of them.
So that's the other thing that we fight.
Yeah. I want to say a shout out to Lora. She's another Westchester girl.
Hey, I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to go visit with the family.
Bring in the new year.
So
nice to meet you, Donna.
It was nice to meet you, Donna.
Yes, you too. Well, let me know when you're coming on again, Charlie.
Yeah, it won't be next week because we're all going to be down at Hive Life.
Right.
We're going to be on Tuesday night for at least an hour from 8 Eastern, 7 Central on my. I think I'm on my channel this week. Yeah, my channel, Walker Bee Ranch.
Okay.
And then we'll all be at Hive Life. So
that's right.
And then,
all right. Well, great. Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah. All right.
Happy New Year.
Thanks for coming in. But now Tuesday night that'll be travel day for me, and I don't know whether I'll get into the room by that time or whether. So
Bob, imagine if you could find.
Morning too.
Imagine
what'd you say, Frank?
Spanky, what'd you say, Spanky?
Imagine you could find a producer to make a 1 or 2 frame like those Jester Nuke boxes.
Well, I know I can buy them out of Canada, but they're 4-frame, not 2-frame. They're 4-frame Jester Nuke boxes.
Oh, no, but I'm saying imagine you could find somebody to produce 1 or 2 framers.
That's not a bad idea. If somebody's gone.
That's a great idea.
That's an awesome idea. And I never have thought about doing it that way at all. If somebody's like, hey, my queen in this honey production colony died. Well, hey, I'll sell you 2 queens of brood and a queen, and it's guaranteed acceptance.
Here's your micro nucleus.
So is that my idea that you're saying is a good thing?
Oh, hey, it's a great idea. We're just saying you're selling it too cheap. That's all we're saying.
That's all we're saying. It's too cheap.
Okay. So besides the market, besides what my market will bear up here in North Philly, north of Philly.
Yeah,
But that's a great idea, right?
that's a great
Yeah.
idea. Yeah.
Yes. That's what we're saying.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, but you need to be about
decide your
120 instead of
I'm
60.
trying to think.
You
might be
decide
up
your
there.
price point. Right.
Well,
You
yeah.
decide your price
Yep.
point where you're
That's
at
right.
for that.
Well, basically,
And then-
you're selling
and
a
then-
package. It's only coming on 2 frames.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah.
But you can get $60 of value out of that. So say the 2 frames on the outside. You
I'm
know,
gonna do it
you're
this
picking.
year and see how much I charge for it.
What's that?
So I'm gonna do it this year and tell you how much I charge for it. I'm gonna see
Yeah,
how
no,
much.
you do that. You tell me what your market bears, because I'm the only one. I mean, I don't know anybody else that even thought of it. So
What she's trying to say is, Bob, is that she tries to tell these ideas to her home club, which I also belong to.
They don't
and
listen.
They don't listen, and they all laugh at her. And
Yes.
now she finally had a group of people down here that are, I'll say, more pro beekeepers that have like, yeah, that's a great idea.
I mean, I can do it in 2 ways. I'm going to hit them in the head with a higher price. And if they scoff at it, I say, you know what? I'll give you $10 off of that if you bring me 2 brand new frames and foundation
Swap
that I can
out.
swap out.
And then,
You don't
and then they
you
bring
don't want
you
their
two
wrong
unassembled
cone. You don't-
frames.
No, I'm saying brand new. They got to be brand new frames.
They're brand new. They're just not assembled. And then you change
Yeah,
your wording.
yeah.
next
They
time.
got to be assembled. I don't care if they're plastic because I use plastic sometimes. So
Yeah.
And,
No,
and
no.
for me,
Right.
I don't want to mess around with anyone else's equipment, whatever it is. So I'm just putting the price of the equipment. If I'm including a box or frames in whatever I'm selling, that's included. I don't want anything else of anybody else's. I'll take my own
that's kinda
stuff and
right,
not deal with
too.
someone else's junk.
That's the biggest problem I have when I'm selling nukes and you got to buy them cardboard boxes, either from Man Lake or Jester. They are expensive for being cardboard.
Well,
Just part of the
Yeah,
cost of your price.
Well,
11, 12 bucks.
I just can't. I mean, as much. I don't know how you would say the speed of them being able to print boxes and stuff like that. You would think they'd be a lot cheaper, but they're not.
And those wax ones are garbage. They fall apart in like weeks, man. Don't even bother with those.
right.
Yeah, but
I
you're
like
not
the
keeping
Jester
a hive-
boxes.
You're not keeping a hive in there. They're only to transport from your house to their house. Like
Yep.
you're not expecting them to last more than 24 hours.
My mentor
So-
doesn't even do that. My mentor, when he sells his nukes, he says, "You bring
Yep.
the box, and I'm going to put your
Well-
nuke in your box, and you can carry
Yeah,
your box."
yeah.
That's
Mark,
a Jester
I had
there, I
those.
think.
I had
Yeah,
those.
and
I
they're
bought
like
them for
almost $20 now.
Yeah, they're expensive now.
But I would rather buy a pro nuke if I got to pay $20 for that.
Yeah.
I hate pro
Now
nukes.
that's another thing, Bob, is
I've
that
been getting them plywood nukes from Data Ant.
yeah.
Just put them in them.
Oh, I can't click on it.
Let
Jason
them bring
asked,
their own boxes. Let them bring their own boxes.
Yeah.
Whatever they have. Deeps,
What do you want to
mediums,
do,
whatever.
Bob?
Jason has a comment on there for Nancy, and I can't click on it because I'm not in my stream.
What?
When do you sell these queen frame setups? What time of year?
So
he's
it
not-
was fall. So it was fall. I was selling these for people that wanted a queen to go into winter. So I just came up with it at the end of the summer last year. So it was a fall time that I was selling these. So if I'm going to make this available, so most of the first year beekeepers and stuff, they're not going to understand that too. So, it's the consumer's knowledge as well. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to sell a 2-frame queen with bees in the spring to put in with 3 other, I don't know if that's going to go over, but it was the fall.
Right.
So now tell them your other idea that I don't know whether you actually did it or not.
It might
Is,
go over where Bob
Didn't
is.
you shake bees or something? What was that you were going to do?
Shook
get
is
queens
a shook package. It's called a shook package. So,
Yeah,
and
like a
it
package.
this was this wasn't exactly my idea, Charlie. This was from Ed Sharp, but you bring your box, and then I'll put in the queen, and I'll shake in, to your drawn comb. So it was not the first year beekeep, or not to say.
Got like
Okay,
dead out.
but you can buy 20. You come to my house and you can take 20. But yeah.
Well, he lives.
So
That was where the bee barbecue was.
Yeah, he needs to get on here.
I know. I didn't get to make it down. I wish I could have come down. It was just it wasn't a good day to drive an hour, 3-4 hours, turn it. I just couldn't do it. But yeah, so I got 37 of them because I just want to clean out the yard and start over every 2 years now. I've been doing that, just cleaning out the yard and just starting new. And
we can hook you. I ain't a problem, Jason. I got your number.
I'm on here right now, man.
Yeah, come on here, Jason.
He always says he's
come
tired
on
whenever
here.
he gets on a stream.
Miss Nancy, what kind of bees do you got?
Harleysville mutts.
Mutts. Yeah.
I got bees that sting you.
That sounds about like it.
Sounds like
my bees are very gentle, and I don't mean to cause offense to the men on the chat, but I find that women are much have calmer bees because we're not banging and slamming and dropping and because we can't. We don't have the strength to be doing that over and over again in the apiary. So I find that women are a lot more gentle and they have gentler bees. But I was down yesterday. Was it yesterday, Charlie? 2 days ago? And I didn't even have a veil on. No smoke, no veil. And I was in there, doing what I needed to do, changing out tops and inner covers and feeding. And I got stung in my kitchen at 9 o'clock at night by a stray that was in, but that's when I got stung. Yeah.
Well, Jason will be down at Hive Life, and he's got his table down there, so you can hook up down there.
And my swarm lure will be in his booth.
That's right, Jason's. Yeah.
So.
And then Nancy will be at the Dirt Rooster booth.
Yeah, some of the I don't have a schedule yet from Elizabeth on when I'm actually working for her, but I'll be in
Dirt Rooster's booth too. So you'll be selling my
Dirt Rooster.
So
I'll either be next to Elizabeth from Dirt Rooster's wife, or I'll be next to Charlie. So that's where you'll find me.
Charlie will be next to us because we're going to be streaming from Horizontal Bees.
And probably right, and they probably might be next door to Dirt Rooster. Who knows?
They are. Yeah, they are.
Right. So we're all going to be right there.
Right as you first come in the door.
Yeah.
Yep.
Apis is on the back wall. Hidden Hollows Honey is in the middle. And Horizontal Bees and Dirt Rooster are right by the front.
All right. Well, we're all going to be right there then.
Yeah.
And then we can all go out to dinner on Wednesday night. What time? When are you getting down there, Nancy? Was it Tuesday or Wednesday?
Well, I told my husband today that I'm committed to leaving here on Tuesday morning because there's a storm coming up, and I either want to be ahead of that storm or behind that storm. I don't want to run with it. So I don't know. I'm set to leave Tuesday morning at like 4:30.
There you go.
And then
you got your sales.
Yeah, Bill? Is that Jason?
Jason, yeah, Jason Crook.
What do you want my queens? Why are you so hot and heavy on my queens from up here?
Well, he's got a big pollination wagon, a trailer and stuff, and he's doing pollination and all. What the heck, one sale, that's the way to go. Only one person to deal with.
The rowdy.
Yeah, yeah. I could clean all
the rowdy corner of Hive Life.
I'm on
some of the Beast Mart.
corner.
I bought some of the Bee Smart lids from Bohemia's. He had 4 left for pre-sale, so I picked those up. I'm gonna try them out a little
Now,
bit.
are there actually going to be stuff that's not pre-sold that's going to be there? Because
Yeah, but
there
I
better
think you
be.
might not get you might not get the sale prices for some of the pre-sale
Well,
items. Yeah,
Bob, we
you
know
might
there's gonna
still,
be
but
stuff down
I
there.
don't know.
I
We
get-
better
I-
get those.
I get sales prices on everything I buy.
well, you're
Yeah.
Bob, of course.
Well, see, that's the beauty of having an online store. The stuff that I use that I have in the online store and I buy it as a distributor, I'm getting a distributor discount. So I usually get my own stuff. I'm getting a little bit of discount off of, right? So,
Right.
so that's kind of how my
So
thought process.
last year we got the deals and there was a pre-order last year, really. So I don't think that we should have to pre-order to get the deals. I think they should be coming down with their trucks full of
They don't want
stuff.
to do that,
And
though.
There you go,
Huh?
Nancy. I told you he's got them pollination trailers.
I need to build out 2 more pollination trailers in April. Don't want to fill them with packages if I can help it. April's going to be way too early for me up here in north. I'm north of Philly. I'm north of Philly. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to take 20 queens out of my operation in April up here. It's just not going to happen.
Jason,
Hey,
I could
Bob
probably
might
get
have
you
20.
queens. I could probably get you queen cells that early, but I'd have to put them in the incubator, and we'd have to meet somewhere along the way and bring them up there if you wanted to do queen cells.
I like those
I know I can
trailers.
get cells that early.
Hey, Bob, you can learn how to mail queens out if you have to be inspected.
So why do we have 2 Mark Millers there, Lee?
Undoubtedly, one of his links messed up, and sometimes they'll throw it in twice if he freezes. But usually I'll leave it in the bottom like that because if you kick the old one out, sometimes they'll kick the new one out too, and they'll have to come back in again.
Yeah, Nancy. He's over on the Eastern Shore over there, about an hour from my house.
Oh, yeah. Jason, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were just talking about Mark Miller there. I wasn't sure if you meant him or not, but yeah, I mean, that April, I'm north of you 2 hours, so northeast
Kind of
of
see how the
you.
weather goes too.
Yeah,
it
but
depends.
too,
Never know.
too early last year, and then I struggled because of the weather to get those queens. I can't do 20 queens in April here. It's just not. That's just not going to be feasible for me. That's not a wise business.
I could get you queens that early, Jason, from Cutic. Well, we'd have to meet somehow on a Saturday or something like that. Because I know they're starting queen cells in the first week of March. So getting mated queens wouldn't be hard to get them up there to you. It's just the cost, and they might be able to do what?
The rest of the bees.
And the rest of the bees, yeah. Well, I mean, he's got colonies. He might be able to split a couple frames off of his. But what I noticed when I split it too light this year is that it took them a long time to start building up.
Yeah. Yes.
So I just ended up taking a pro nuke and shaking a bunch of bees into a pro nuke and letting all the foragers fly back out. And I was doing it from multiple colonies, just like they do packages, right? Just shake bees, let the foragers fly back, and then you just got nurse bees. And I was just dumping nurse bees and splitting them up in colonies that way and making colonies. So.
Well, we got Woolly Bees in here from down in Tennessee.
Hey, Woolly Bees.
I watch his videos occasionally. He had a dead out down there the last video I watched.
He uses some license equipment as well.
Yeah, I'm looking to hey Grayson, nobody's gonna pay $150 for a nuke box in this chat, brother. I don't see it.
Not for the box.
I mean, not when I could buy 10 nuke boxes for $150, or at least 5 of them for $150.
Grayson, okay, let me give Grayson some advice here on some new ideas. So they got 3-pound shipment of packages. You've heard the idea here of a 2-frame nuke. Do a 2-frame package, nail those frames in place, and ship it off with feeder in between. Some kind of fondant feed. Design that up and build it, and see if you can get it through the postal service.
Yeah, I don't know what the postal service. I mean, it's so USPS is so. To give you an idea, on the Castle Hives or on the Stream Teams giveaway, I gave away Swarm Lure. Mark, you've had that Swarm Lure now for what, over a week?
Yeah.
And 2 other people won, and I sent 2 people got it. The third person hasn't got it yet. It's still in the mail. Oh, look at that!
I've got the original. I got the original, the collector's item.
That's worth a lot of money.
Well, you talk about the mail. I had to buy some computer parts. I'm going to say from Texas, I believe, for this Dell laptop because and I paid.
See that, Brian?
Extra money to get them through FedEx here
There
the
you
next
go.
day type thing.
Oh, nice.
And
on the slide.
It took them 4 days to get here. And it's like, okay, I got to call you up. You know, you got to pay me back some here. And I don't know what it was. It's all, what's the big deal about the storm? And I can understand the passenger problem, but what about the shipping? I mean, FedEx has their own airplanes.
Right.
You know, they don't have passengers. They just have packages. And
Now, Brian, I'll have to top you again.
Oh, yep. There you go. That's
got
nice.
The original shirt.
It's my new cologne.
OD Swarm Lure.
I don't
OD
know
Queen.
how you would ship drawn comb. Spanky, were you talking about shipping drawn comb?
Well, I mean, you gotta remember, if you're thinking of doing it, you can pick the most stable comb you can think of, and you can do it in a way where that comb has something in it that's going to make it
It's locked in the
less
bottom, locked in the top.
susceptible to being blown out, you know.
You, like I said earlier, you'd still have to check the laws for each state because some of them you can't sell used equipment unless it has bees in it. Some of
Well, it
them
would have
you
bees
can't.
in it. It would have bees in it. That's the thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Some
it has
people
bees
sell
in it.
any
And
used
there's nobody going to be checking that. Like, who's going to open that? I mean,
Another thing is in Maryland, if you're shipping comb, which could harbor American foul brood or whatever, those before you ship it, they have to have shipping papers with them from your local bee inspector and be inspected. Just
but
like you're
according
shipping
to the USPS, you supposedly have to be inspected before they'll even ship it, according to their online records.
Yeah,
Well,
Now,
like when I
whether
used
or
to
not
ship-
they actually do that.
That's like whenever you ship FedEx. I used to breed snakes and ship FedEx. You have to go through basically a class thing with FedEx, how to package the boxes. Then you have to package like a fake box or a box without a snake actually in it. You got to send it into FedEx. They have to inspect how you did everything before they certify you to ship snakes.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's not an insect. That's a reptile. So reptiles are different than insects when you're shipping, and mammals and things like that. It's all different regulation. But I don't know about the comb part. It's not allowed drawn comb to be brought. Yeah.
So
It's the
obviously,
comb.
the shipping of bees can be a pretty complicated thing. You know, Man Lake fails at it every single year, right? And they're one of the big people. So I guess for Grayson, my recommendation for Grayson is this. There is not much money to be made in woodenware. Take those nukes that you're building and build your apiary, put bees in them, get better at your beekeeping, and sell things like honey and beeswax products. You're not going to make much money selling boxes. but you might make money selling bees and honey, and the skills that you're going to make with those new bees in those boxes are going to help you. Trust me, man, you've got business skills, but keep building your apiary. Don't worry about selling boxes. Use them. Use that. That's my advice, Grayson.
Like if he's wanting to sell bees, like Miss Nancy said, hey, you bring me the box, I'll drop bees in it for this amount, and you got your bees in your box. And then
that's
you're
something.
not having to do the work of building the box too.
Well, Christopher, there are certain plants that are banned in certain states, and they just list on the websites that they can't ship to those states. It'd be the same thing.
Because I know a lot of your bigger companies, they'll ship packages all day long, but the majority of them will tell you we don't ship nukes. Just for that reason, because the legalities of each state, they're not going to try to keep up with every state's law.
Right.
The thing of it is with Grayson's mom's got a store. She they already know how to sell, as far as across the internet or whatever. And it's just like Phil said, is that build your hive up and sell honey and maybe value, like you say, the what do you call it? The other stuff we were just talking about, the other kind of honey, crystallized honey, honey spread.
Woodenware, I mean, these companies that sell boxes in bulk, they're equipped. They've already paid for their equipment, right? They're doing dovetails and everything. They knock them out very, very quickly. And when it comes down to it, is how much you're getting paid for your time and the amount of time you have to do for boxes and stuff like that. It just doesn't make it where you can be profitable and still stay in competitive with the market, right?
Yeah.
So
it's like I think it's my friend was getting these boxes out of the West Coast, Shasta or Shastang or something like that. It was a big box builder, and they're bringing, well, they did, as far as I know, they would buy in a tractor and trailer load of lumber a week, and they have these machines, and what they do is they cut the boxes, like let's say the end part, they cut it up a certain length and width, and they stack them in a automatic thing that keeps shoving them through the machine, cartridge type of holder thing, and it's putting the end grains in, it's coming up with the other thing automatically that digs out the handhold, and then on down the line, and they have lines. They're completely computerized, I guess you would say, and they're just whipping them out. Thousands of boxes an hour. You can't compete with that.
You see Bohemia's comment?
Huh?
So Brian
you
is
see Bohemia's
right.
comment?
Yeah. There we go.
I bought Dollar's box cutter years ago and planned to make and sell my own boxes. Now I buy equipment from an Amish guy at wholesale because the margins are not there. It's true.
Yeah.
There's got to be somebody who's the Amish guy, or who are you going to buy it off of?
Yeah, you got to drive to their house too.
So
go to the AmishGuy.com.
There's got to be somebody on the low end, or you can't be on the high end.
He's probably going up there and seeing Forest
Ike. Yeah, he's going up to Ike, I think. I think I heard that before, and we're all running to Ike. All Chester County's running to Ike. All Montgomery County's running to Ike. And then we also have a distributor that's selling Ike. Ike has a couple distributors along the East Coast.
And they make money on quantity they can turn out, right? And so I mean, you just got to be, no matter what it is, if it's honey, like you said with the two frames, it's what your market will stand. And the beekeeping market is not going to stand $150 nuke box.
If you price yourself out of the market, you're not going to sell anything.
Right.
So you have
to find
what that
Chester
price.
County? What was that nuke box that they were selling? They bought 100 of them for the club. Were they $20? I think they were.
No, I don't want to tell you because I want to buy the last 16 they have, and I'm not going to tell you what they're going for.
So Charlie's
You
going
don't
to
want
get
it
that
to.
live lifting tool.
No, I don't like them because they're now. I buy my nukes. All my nukes are all from Ike's, but I buy the upscale model where it's got a bottom board and all that. And the ones that Chester County do, they're more of they're kind of like the cardboard box as far as solid bottom, migratory lid, and I think it's all put together. Kind of like my two frame.
No, I built them. I built them. I put them together. So they're $28 and it had a solid bottom, it had a deep, and then it had a migratory cover. Or you could get 2 mediums with it.
Right. I mean, there you go.
2 mediums. $28. Yeah, and I'm trying to buy the last couple. They have like, I think they 11 left now. And I want to get the rest of them because I don't think I'm going to touch a nuke like that down at Hive Life for $28. I just don't think that's going to happen.
No.
Well, I bought 32 frame mating nukes, wooden ones, right, for deep frames. They came with a bottom board and a top board, and they were $29.95. And then I got a military discount off of that. And then I used my points because I buy at the same place, right? So I ended up getting cheaper. And they were already assembled. All I had to do was paint them and get them ready to go. So
that's like the 5-frame nukes that I buy from Better Bee. I mean, they $43.95 a piece. That's with a migratory lid, the front spindle to lock on in, everything.
Mm-hmm.
I use those as swarm traps also.
Yeah.
How much you pay for those?
$43.95.
Ooh.
They come with frames or no?
No frames.
He's a crane operator though.
Oh, there you go.
Well,
yeah, that doesn't even have a bottom board to it. I mean, that's just a solid piece of wood.
That's like a solid bottom that's built onto it.
Yeah, $43. Whew, wee.
They were a little cheaper than that last year, but they went up. And actually, I'm looking at the site now saying this product has been discontinued. So
I got some for $35.
I don't remember what I paid for them when I bought them originally.
5-frame boxes are very small for primary swarms. Yep.
Yeah, they are. But I mean, I did catch some swarms in them. Like I said, the cafe down the road where Renee works, I put a box there and I caught 3 swarms in 3 weeks in the exact same box in the same place.
I was
catch a swarm, bring it home, put it into a 10-frame, bring it right back. Next week I had another swarm.
I've been using pro nukes
and a super added space.
Yeah, I was about to say if I'd put a medium super on top and then drop a deep frame in it and leave that little extra space on the bottom, it would be better.
I'm going to sign out of this part. I might just go in and watch, but I'm going to sign out from this part, guys.
Well, thanks,
Nancy. Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
bye, Miss Nancy.
You too. I'll see you in less than a week.
Yeah.
Forget what those other Bee Club members say. That's a great idea.
I know.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. See ya.
All right, Nancy. Good to see you. I'll see you next week.
Bye-bye.
And hopefully, are we still trying to all get together on Wednesday evening?
Hive Life,
I'll talk to Nancy or whatever, and we all can get together and go to lunch or dinner or whatever.
Yeah, we'll see how many people we can drag in. Dirt Rooster, maybe they don't have anything planned that night.
So I wanted to say about nukes. I use the Jester boxes. I usually buy them in like 15 packs. I like them way better than the Pro nukes. I don't like them at all. I sell them.
About it?
What do I like about it? I like the easy.
What don't you like about the Pro nuke?
Those entrances are garbage.
Yeah, they don't keep the bees in very well even when you got them locked down.
I've had them die in the sun too.
I don't like the trapezoidal shape of them. You know how it's like thinner on the bottom than it is on the top? I think that's a pain. I think they're hard to feed. Yeah, and if you buy them by the 15 pack, they come to about $15 each.
Right.
And I sell my nukes to people in them, and they try to return the box to me. And I try to tell them, keep this box. It is a tool for you. It can do this, 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 and this in your apiary. And I give them all the different things they can do with it. And sometimes they look at me and go, here, and then I just take the box back and use it again.
I've used them for splits. When I made split out of my number 1 yard, I'd put a split in there, bring it to one of my out yards.
Great,
So,
mate.
you
You can catch swarms in them.
Yeah, if you've got off a bush.
Yep.
Yeah, sometimes I'll use it for a quiet box. If I find a frame with the queen on it, I'll just put it in that box, close it up, and then I can do the rest of my inspection really quickly. You can catch small swarms in them really easily. They're so light. I think it's such a great tool. I use it as a mite monitoring kit. I have one Jester nuke box, and it's got all my mite monitoring stuff in there. It's got a gallon jug of my water plus my soap in it, right? The Dawn dish soap. It's got my little Varroa check in it. So when I'm going through a hive to do a mite check, I'll take the frame out that I want and I'll put it in there and I'll close it up. And it's just got that frame of bees in there, right? And then 2 minutes later, after I'm done going through the rest of the hive, I'll open up that box. All the foragers fly right back to the colony. And all I've got left in that box is nurse bees on that frame. So I shake the bees from that frame into the Jester nuke box, and I use that box to scoop the bees up out of. So that box is my whole kit. It holds everything right there, and it's the tub that I'm using to shake bees in as well. Yeah. Keeps everything nice and in place. It's in my truck. It's labeled, mite testing kit. And that's what I try to tell people. Like, you're not just buying 5 frames of bees and a queen. You're buying this box too, and this is a tool, and it can do all these things. So I think those are valuable lessons that newer beekeepers need to learn. And this is something I've tried to do too. If I buy a piece of equipment, I want it to either have multiple uses or to be in use 365, right? I don't want stuff sitting in my shed if it doesn't have to be. So I've got stacks of equipment right now that's like honey supers, because of course you're going to be storing that. But I want to have flexibility in my equipment so I can be using it for different reasons and all the time.
Yeah, all my Jester nukes, I bought 8 nukes this year, and I bought 8 nukes last year. And once I put them into the 10-frame hive, I put those nukes into storage. That way I have them for anything that I need.
I was lucky last year. I had one guy up the road here that had a storage room full of these Jester nuke boxes. He says, "You want them?" I says, "Yeah, I'll take them." Where he had bought all these different, stuff. I reused them, resold them back out the door. That saved me a lot of money.
I know Jason, some people that like them, some people don't.
Yeah, I'm curious. What does Jason like about the pro? Why does Jason prefer the pro nukes to the Jesters? That's my question.
I don't have, personally, I don't have experience with, I don't have I guess I have a preference just because it's what I've used, right? It's just what I've had was the Pro Nuke. So I do have a Jester nuke box outside, but it was like a leftover from their nuke sale that had died out because somebody didn't pick it up, and then I cleaned it out, and so I haven't really used it.
And the big pain in the ass about them is putting them together. But I got a teenage son who used to do origami as a kid, and it's basically a giant origami project. Yeah. So
about that, after you fold 2 of them together,
get
it right, you can almost do it without even looking at them then.
And there's videos on YouTube that you can just follow along with. So it's really not that hard.
That first one you try to fold up, oh yeah, you have fun with that.
Yeah.
I know that I have gotten these here Man Lake boxes, and they, compared to a Jester, they're junk. They're not made sure. They're like about a 1/2 inch too long, and if you put a deep frame in there, the other end will fall off, and all that.
If you go to Day-Dant, they have them plywood nukes, and they're not that high. They're a little higher than the Easy Nuke, but they're not much. And people are impressed when they pick them up because it's a wood box.
They feel like they're getting something.
Thanks, Bohemia.
Is it a plywood box, Mark?
Yeah, from Day Dan. I don't remember the price on them, but I've bought a bunch of them. People like them.
Another benefit of the Pro Nukes is when you're storing them, they stack into each other. So there is that benefit too. You're saving space, whereas Pro Nukes, you can't do that. And that is part of the point of the trapezoid. Yeah. And then for the Jester Nukes, Jason's talking like he likes the trapezoidal shape because you won't roll bees. You can actually pull the side of the Jester Nuke out to give you a little more space as you're pulling out frames. There is that flexibility in the side walls to help you with preventing from rolling bees. And I haven't had much success with the Coke bottles or the soda bottles upside down. Just doesn't seem like my bees have taken any food when I've tried to feed them. So I wonder if I'm doing something wrong because it looks like Jason really likes feeding them that way.
It looks like the wood deep boxes, nuke boxes, are $28.95 on Daydant.
That's not bad.
That's for the plywood nuke with a lid.
But it's got a hole cut out in the lid. So does it come with a plug, Mark?
You have to make it.
You have to make the plug?
Yeah.
But
for $28, that's not bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and I saw Dry Cut say he likes the boxes he built. Yeah, we like the boxes we build too. But again, these are for selling to other people, nukes to other people. Right. So you want to keep the price down as low as you can when you're doing it.
Yep.
And
I offer some in wood and some in the easies. Bring your own box, whatever.
And now they got Daydant's got Jester Easy Nuke feeders that go on top for $10.95.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them.
Okay, it says Jester Easy Nuke on Daydant as low as $15.05. So I wonder how many you got to buy to get that.
Probably 300.
Yeah, 300.
300 of them
to get them for 15. So.
And there's usually shipping on those because they come in a big flat, right? So they're like strapped together in a big flat thing. So it is a big package as they send you a 15 pack.
It's almost like a 4 foot by 4 foot square with them folded out.
And don't they come on a pallet if you get that many of them?
For 15, they won't come in a pallet.
No, I'm talking about like 300.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it'd be
probably yeah.
For $15, so that's $450 plus shipping. So are you saving at that point? I wonder.
I mean, if you live close to them and pick it up, yeah, you'd be saving. But with shipping, it's high.
Where are they at anyway?
I think they're in Florida.
Are they?
Chester's in Florida.
They've got a couple different locations. Daydant has some in the south and some north too. Because when I ordered my 20 frame Daydant extractor, it come out of Texas, but I've ordered other stuff from Daydant, and I don't remember if it was Illinois or Idaho or somewhere else it come from. Let me see if I remember.
Daydant. Maybe it's in the contact.
Contact us. They got
Illinois.
They got Florida, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Kentucky, Texas, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, California, and California.
So one in Florida, where High Springs, Florida, I'm not sure where that's at, but it's probably still way far away from me.
No, I don't think so. That's where Bob Benning went there, I believe, and did that video. Probably in the upper end of the state.
Let me zoom out. Alachua, Gainesville. It's in the center part of the state, in between Jacksonville and Tallahassee. It's like north of Orlando, but that's still like 7-8 hour drive for me to get there. That way. So.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to go back to Demarie and ask a question about that. We talked a lot about setup. One question I had left hanging was, when do you tear it down? When do you put it back together? like when in relation to the honey flow, does it make sense to do that?
I would say, I mean, for me, our honey flow is April, May, and June.
Yeah.
So come July, I think you're going to.
Well,
Yeah.
once
So
Once
post
the
honey
brood-
flow.
once the brood hatches out in the top, you've got a deep box that should be drawn. I mean, it's already drawn comb, so it's probably going to be capped. It'll be a deep box of honey. And then what I do is I usually take that box off, and either I'll start over again and flip it again and you repeat the process, you know. And I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know a lot about it. I just know what I watched on his video. And he said the problem is, and it's like what everybody else says, it just gets really tall. So unless you're harvesting those combs out,
about to pull them out,
and keeping it short, then you know, it could be a issue with being too tall. And those guys, like Black Mountain Honey, they have them on pallets, right? Where a lot of us have ours on hive stands, you know, a foot off the ground already. And then you start stacking boxes on it and everything.
Well, that was one of the things that because of that in past years' experience, where I used to have, you know, your normal, 10-inch cinder block or cement block, you know, underneath the hive stand. I got rid of all those and went and got those cap blocks, which are like 3.5 inches thick.
Right.
And I put 4 of them down, and that dropped that high. A hive stand is 5.5 inches on mine, and
all right,
it dropped it down. I'm gonna say a good super.
Make me big. We'll watch this together. I just got a text from the Dirt Rooster. He sent me one of those crazy videos. I haven't watched it yet. We'll watch it together. Maybe if I can get it.
My question is, how many songs did he go through before he settled on that one to send to you?
Oh man, he sends me all kinds of stuff. And then it said, "Happy New Year's, Bob." And I'm gonna say, I just shared this with our lot.
It'd be fun this year, like if each one of us tries like 1 or 2 different hives to do demo ray on, and we can just talk about our different experiences. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
and you guys will be doing it earlier, Bob and Lee, so we can learn from all your mistakes.
There you go.
You'll
learn from my mess up.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, that's like tonight with Donna there. I didn't realize that she put her honey supers on top, the full ones on top of the top brew box. I just kept figuring you're gonna.
That's the first time I've heard that being done.
Right? Keep stacking them in the middle and then keep putting the brood box on top.
Well, once that actually hatch out of the top, the whole idea is that they're going to go back down to the queen, right? And just pack that. So you have all these extra workers now in that colony, and they've averted swarming because they have room and new cone. And you're basically doing a brood box reset, right? So they have to reconstruct that brood chamber in the bottom because she doesn't have that much room to lay. In the meanwhile, your bee force up top is hatching out, and then they know they've got that space in between. So now they start to put the honey and nectar and draw the comb out in between. So,
but as soon as they hatch out, they're gonna fill it up with honey.
Well, in the original brood box, that's the case. That's the reason why you're swapping it and giving them that room in the bottom. Where the video that I watched and the way that I did it was I only took 1 frame with comb and brood and the queen on it and sequestered her in that new brood box on the bottom with 9 empty frames of foundation and a queen excluder. And then I put 2 honey supers with boxes. Mine didn't have drawn comb. This year I'll probably put drawn comb there, and then put the queen excluder, the second one, on top of that And then that original brood box, you took the queen and the one frame of brood out, goes back on top. And then you just put that one frame, empty frame to replace in the middle up top so they can fill that up. So it was confusing when I watched it the first time, and I watched it several times. Even after I did it, I watched it again to make sure I wasn't going to screw it up. But I ended up screwing it up anyway because I took the brood and queen cells out of it instead of smashing them like he said to do. Just
I have to agree with direct cut. I think I do have drawn comb, and I believe that is a key.
Well,
but the thing of it is, if you do that rolling demery where you're constantly moving it up to the top and from the top back down, where she gives her to lay.
Right. Well, that's what Black Mountain Honey did. He just did all undrawn foundation to make them have to construct. And then as they're constructing, we've all seen it where she'll start laying in the cells before they're drawn all the way out. And so she's dropping eggs. They're not going to put nectar and stuff in there. Maybe pollen, but no nectar. And then
that was what I found with the single brood chamber management is you kept the population under control by pulling out half of your cap brood and putting in wax frames, drawn foundation. And she would keep laying that up. And the bee, you made it so you forced the bees to put the honey upstairs because there wasn't any place for them to really put anything downstairs. But then I also made sure that if I went in there and I had 80% of the frames full of nectar, I put another empty box on, and it was drawn wax, of course. But then last year, like you keep doing that, and it's like I'm running out of frames of drawn wax. But that's where Bryan says, I think that the key to all that is you got to set that extractor up and be willing to extract for like mine's an 18 frame, gather 18 frames, extract, and then put that darn stuff right back on the hive.
Well, what he was doing is as she laid that out, right, the top would be empty now, right? All that brood would have been hatched by the time that the new brood that she's laying is in the bottom. And then you basically do the same thing. Now you have to downstack all the boxes, which is a pain in the ass.
Yep.
And do the same thing over again. You're going to take her in one frame in the bottom, and you're going to put all those boxes in the middle, and then that brood box is going to go back on top, and you're just going to keep recycling. And it's supposed to just keep her constantly laying in there and not give them no chance to plug up. Plus, you've got all the bees, more bees drawing comb and storing nectar, and it's just supposed to explode them. Now, that's for honey production, right? You're specifically doing that to keep them from swarming, maximize the population in the colony to keep them drawing comb and keep them, storing honey away. But
so dry cut, I think drawn comb in that bottom box is helpful because you're giving that queen an immediate spot to lay eggs in.
Yes,
so
and
you can give them foundation, but if it's go ahead, Bob.
I'm going to say yes and no. It does give her a place to lay, but if you have a lot of foragers that are packing honey and nectar and pollen in that bottom box, in the brood box, then you're running into the same situation you had before where they're plugging it up faster than she can lay out the comb, and then it's an issue. So that's what we're trying to avoid, is them backfilling all the box and limiting her laying capability.
But weren't you putting in foundation in the bottom, a lot of it?
I did exactly like Black Mountain Honey. I put one drawn frame with her and brood and stuff on there, bees, and 9 frames of foundation. And then their brood box, that other 9 frames is going on top. So all the bee population.
Yeah, but they didn't draw out that foundation, did they? That much?
Yeah, they were drawing it out. But again, I was reducing my instead of doing it and smashing it and keeping my population in there.
He was
I was
abducting the
stealing,
population.
and I was abducting the population. So I was working against the whole process. This year, I'm going to follow the process 100% on the colony and just keep dispatching those queen cells in that colony.
Maybe
But that's one of the cool
graphic
things I
frame
like about it. You can do this process. You can bring brood up top, and then you can cycle it back down, or you can pull it out and make splits. You have options of what you can do with the brood up there once it's gone hopelessly queenless.
Yeah, because that was the problem I had was when I was doing the equalization through the honey season, I'd get all this brood out and I'd put it in a box and I'm like, okay, where am I going to put all this stuff? Because I might not have, I don't know whether the other hives down the row are weaker hives or whatever. And then also with a weaker hive, it's like, well, why are they weak? You know, you got an issue here, you know, so.
Well, at least with the Demeray, Charlie, if you've got the brood, well.
Check that phone, Bob.
Huh?
Check your phone, Bob.
Jason sent me a video. Oh my gosh. Turn sideways to watch.
Uh-oh.
Jason made us all sing, probably. It won't let me turn it. Will it? Turn.
Shake it a few more times. It'll work.
Oh my gosh.
I hear Queen.
Oh, you gotta watch that. That's gonna come back to haunt you, Charlie.
He's got us all. It won't let me turn it. Even Mark Mills is singing.
I see Mark singing.
What's it say? What's it say?
That's Queen Bohemian Rhapsody.
We're all singing Bohemian Rhapsody. It won't let me turn it.
You have to send that one to me so I can see it.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about getting demonetized. You know how everybody calls Lee Freddie Mercury, right?
Freddie Mercury. Well, it depends on who's on there. It's either Freddie Mercury or Barry White.
So I did that. Here you go. Here's one of Lee doing that song.
Always something, huh?
I like the eyebrows movement. And then I did a Barry White of the same picture. I think it's Barry. Yeah, it's Barry White. So technology. That's enjoyment for your viewing pleasure. But the Demeray, I'm gonna try to, I saw, gosh, the best video I found on it is on at least for me, was on Black Mountain Honey's site.
Isn't that the guy over in Ireland or someplace?
That's
Lawrence.
He's in UK.
Yeah, Lawrence. He actually agreed to come on our live stream, but the time difference is what's the killer, right?
Yeah, I just watched that video that Jason sent you, and you know how in the song they got the two different pitches when they sing in Galileo. They got the high pitch and the low pitch.
Right.
Charlie's singing the high pitch, Mark's singing the low one.
Does it allow you to turn it sideways?
Yep, mine turned.
Mine didn't turn. Let me see if I can find this. It might be a playlist that he's got.
I think we still got Steve in the chat here. I am enjoying your brew tonight. Daisy's honey.
Nice.
Oh my
Spanky,
God.
those candies looked awesome.
Dude, he's giving me, Bob has 27 candy bars. What does Bob have? Diabetes is what Bob's got if he eats all that candy.
Well, take it with you to the Hive off parking lot.
It'll never make it, dude. The 5-hour trip to Hive Life, that'll
Speaking
be
of that,
gone.
Nice.
blow me up there, Charlie.
Little shooters. Little mead shooter.
Cool.
Still focus.
He needs to buy some ammo belts across his chest that it's got mead bottles in it.
So you ate the spicy one, huh?
Yeah, I did. It was good though. I was like, yeah, that's got a little kick to it.
What was that one? What was the one that you sent Bob? I don't know. You ate them in about an hour. What was
I
that?
ate all of them.
Yeah, but it was about a week ago or so. You got some, or a couple weeks ago.
There was a variety of them. I just torched them. There were a lot of moonshine-filled cherries and stuff like that, and chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing. We need to go to Old Smoky Moonshine while we're up there.
Hey, Jason, meet me outside of Hive Life. These are 2-ounce bottles. I got a 5-gallon batch made, so you figure 128 ounces per gallon. So that's 640 ounces. So it gives me what? About 300 of these bottles, 320. I'm bringing a few with me.
He's bringing 315. 5 are for the ride.
Let me see. I don't forgot. I've got 4 boxes of 72 bottles, so that's 288 bottles that I'll be able to bring of the samples.
Let's see.
Plus, I got some bottles that I got to bring Steve from Daisy's Honey.
Yeah, I figured that peanut butter would help calm down that honey a little bit.
Let me see. I can't find the doggone playlist, man.
I got a buddy who made a peanut butter creamed honey. He said that was a really good seller for him.
That sounds good.
That sounds like a good thing. I like peanut butter.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
I
me
like
too.
peanut butter. Put that over some graham crackers. Oh, yeah.
All right, so he did a video called Biggest Hive You've Ever Seen. Demaray Split. 7-foot high stack of bees in swarm cells. That was one that he did.
The only thing with that is, you're looking at him and you don't know his environment or, that kind of a thing, flow. And I'll be back.
You can't leave. You're the.
He got to go get some popcorn. He's going through withdrawals.
Man, where is that?
I see Daisy's Honey down there still. These two are for you. Got the traditional with oak and the hibiscus.
I can see you getting stopped on the way to Hive Life, and they're going to be like, "Boy, you're transporting alcohol over the state line."
That's why everything's going in.
That's why you put it in candies. They'll never know.
That's why everything's going in boxes, getting taped up, and getting thermal labels that says honey.
You say, "Officer, you want a candy?"
Let me see. I wish. Where in the heck? Oh, so we're going to be in red year tomorrow. We'll have to switch all our pins to red ink tomorrow for Queens. I mean, for you that mark Queens.
The new advanced pen markers or whatever that they're using that's supposed to last longer. Last year, this year that we're still in, I bought the yellow and the red, so I was already ready for next year.
So red's the color next year.
It is the color.
I ain't even thought about it.
Will you raise good bees?
Red is the color in an hour for me. Where is it?
I need to get me one of them pens.
Yeah, man, now I can't find it.
Yeah, Jason, the only thing I got to worry about, I've got to go through parts of Mississippi, and some of them have dry counties. If you get caught with it in it, they sit there on the side of the road and basically make you pour everything out, then give you a good ticket too.
Just bring its own suitcase. Have it in a suitcase.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'm putting it in boxes, taping on sealed shut, and putting honey on it. Because I will have a little honey with me too.
That's one thing. He's got so many videos, it's hard to find the video you're looking for on his channel.
You can go to his channel and then to the top right of his videos, they got the search bar.
Yeah, I did that, but he doesn't like it may not be named Demaray. It might be named how to keep your colony from swarming, and then you got to look in 50 videos on how to keep your colony from swarming.
Is Bob going to share, or is Bob going to eat 3.5 pounds of candy?
Oh, it's in there with my wife now. It might be 1.5 pounds by the time.
Bob, go to his channel, click on videos, do a search for Demaray. It's going to be the first one. It says biggest hive you've ever seen. Demaray split, 7-foot high stack of bees.
Yeah, that's the one I just said, but it's
Yeah, DC, you right. It is kind of honey. It's got a lot of honey in it.
Let me see. It's liquid honey. It's like super liquid honey. Biggest hive you've ever seen.
Bob, while you're looking for that, I'll tell you about my favorite Black Mountain video. Is where he teaches about the heft test. It's a great way to kind of informally get a sense of the weight of your hive. You basically pick up your hive with your fingers. You pick it up with 4 fingers. Right. And then if you can do that, pick it up with 3 fingers. Then if you can do that, pick it up with 2 fingers, and then pick it up with 1 finger. And then you're giving yourself basically a numeric value of the weight, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's a great kind of informal way to get a sense of the weight of your colonies throughout the winter. So
I've seen that walk around behind them and put your fingers under it. You talking about?
Yeah.
Just it up. Yeah.
And using different amounts of fingers will help you get a sense of, okay, I can pick it up with 3, but I can't pick it up with 2 fingers. That helps you kind of give you an objective value to a subjective experience.
Now, about that, I feed my stuff sugar water in the fall, and I really pour it to them to the point where they just stop eating.
Yeah.
Because they can't take no more. And I was watching Duck River Honey, Nathan out there, and I mean, I could tell the way he was lifting them up. I mean, he stuck, this one hive was like super empty. And I'm like, what did you do? Didn't you prep them hives any better than that? I mean, it's like they're going out there now. Here it is January. And I'm like, well, I'm not even worried about it because I won't even think about doing anything like that until, I don't know, February maybe. Just to kind of check, and I've never really had those issues where then there's another train of thought where they pour a little bit of sugar water into them in the fall. And then they like the sugar brick, or they like the mountain camp, or they like the fondant patty. And I'm like, why are you wanting to mess with your hives throughout the winter? Why don't you just feed them and be done with it?
Well, like I was out at Sam's, yesterday or day before, and he does mountain camp method, and there's nothing wrong with it, but they're bringing a lot of those granules out of the front of the hive, so it's like just wasted.
He didn't put any vinegar in it. That's why.
And then you got sugar. You got sugar at the front of the hive now, and I'm thinking, could that induce robbing? Yeah, probably could. A little bit. I don't know. I mean, I do sugar bricks too, but they're bricks. They're hard cakes, right? Like a sugar cube. And very little of it actually comes out of the bottom.
I do sugar bricks too, and they never pull stuff out. My problem is I'm just getting to the point where I have too many hives to do sugar bricks for every single hive at this point. It's just too much work at this point.
So now it's like just leave enough honey on there, and make sure it's over the brood frame.
Now, who's Sam? Is that Sam?
South Carolina Happy Bees on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Hey, add this screen share in and look at that colony that he's standing next to. He does the
this?
Yeah, that one right there. So let me go full screen on it and hide that. and you probably won't be able to hear the sound because I got it muted. But look, he doesn't even trim around his or anything. He just puts them in there and lets everything grow around him. He might clear the entrance a little bit, but I guess he figures those are flowers they're foraging off of and stuff, right? They're just in the. Of course, they probably don't have small hive beetles, I would imagine, over there. But that's a super tall colony. Let's see if I could forward to where he's actually in the colony. And
Well, it looks like to me where his hands are, that's a queen excluder or something in there.
Yeah, he's
Yep.
2 queen excluders. There's one on the bottom over the brood box too. It's just darker in color.
It looks like a deep, a medium, and a shallow for honey.
And
looks like.
And those colonies are just slam packed full of bees.
But that's what I'm talking about. When you see a honey super like that, that hive's going to put the honey away for you. When you don't see that.
That was the very top box.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I don't know. The national deeps are probably, I think they're smaller than a Langstroth.
They're square.
They're deeper, right?
So what was the purpose of that upper box? The box he was holding in his hands that would go above the top brood box. What was the purpose of that?
Okay, so the one he just took off of the top, that was the original brood box. But he's got bees are slammed through the whole thing. So I definitely recommend, if you want to do Demarays, to look at him. He does a much better explanation of it than I do. And you can actually see him doing it. So he's explaining what he's doing as he's doing it. But like he wasn't taking splits from those colonies. He was only trying to build them up for honey production. So to keep them from swarming, he just gives them a lot of extra space and resets the brood box. And then they draw the comb out and start pumping it full. And he just keeps repeating it, just keeping those numbers constantly growing. And I mean, this video is 10 minutes long, this one, but it's every box is just slam full.
Hey, Charlie, scroll your back room down. You got somebody down there.
And but yeah, definitely look. He's got a whole series on how to do it. And
hey, Laura.
And I will. Let me.
I wonder how this would work with Charlie's strategy of like compressing the brood chamber down to a single chamber in the spring. Like imagine you had a double deep, right? And you pulled so much brood out that you could drop that bottom brood chamber down to one box and have that be a single brood chamber. Like how would that change the Demaray effect by combining those two management techniques?
What you're doing is you're taking that brood box and you're turning the brood box into a honey super once that brood hatches out, right? So all of those bees are going to start working those other combs. They're going to come back down to where the new brood is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, Laura, don't you do Demery?
Yeah.
Laura's from
I was listening.
Westchester, where Nancy is, and
Hey, Laura.
And also,
Hello.
and she does. Westchester's a big Demery club, I'll say. So, tell us how you do it, then, Laura.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm entering my 5th year. I'm still new, but I think I have done really well because I have a fabulous mentor. And I would say feed, treat, and Demery. So even on Bee Chat on Friday, I said I only had swarms the first year, and I don't think people really believed me. But I really only had swarms the first year.
I heard you say that, and I think the thing of it is you have a lot of new people on Bee Chat that don't even know what you're talking about.
So I
want you to explain exactly how you manipulate your hives, because that's what we've been kind of talking about here.
So I get the gist. I don't have the exact steps down exactly, but when I'm in my hives, I get the point. So I have 2 brood boxes on the bottom. Then I have a queen excluder, and then I have supers on top. So what I do is I go down into the 2 brood boxes.
Now, is this mediums or deeps?
I have 2 deep brood boxes,
Okay.
and then I
10
have
frame?
medium supers.
Is this 10 frame, Laura?
I use 8 frame.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do
yeah. And you know what? As I get older, I just might start with 5 frame hives.
Sure.
Because, you know, I can carry 35 pounds, not 50. But as I get older, I might just go to the nukes. But anyway, what I wind up doing is I like to keep the queen down in the bottom deep box.
Yeah.
And as the queen lays her eggs, and sometimes, like, if they're ready to mature, I get the gist when I'm in there, but if they're ready to mature, I'll put them into the top brood box and I'll let them hatch. And when those bees emerge, now those cells are open and available. So what I'll do is every week I go in and I'll take those empty cells that have hatched and I put them down into the bottom box. And this way the queen sees she's got room to lay. And she's not going anywhere. She's got room to lay, room to lay, room to lay. So she drops her eggs and they turn into larvae. And as they mature the next week, when they're ready to mature and nearly ready to be hatched, I bring them up to the top brood box. And as they emerge, I bring those empty cells right back down to the bottom. And she continues to lay. And she's always laying.
Now, are you bringing older larvae and cap brood up to the top box? Or do you
I'm learning so much, and I only did my 4th year. When I'm in the hives, I get the point and I get the gist. So it's hard for me to actually recap what I'm actually doing.
You're doing like a rolling demarray.
It's called a rolling demarray. So
Now,
I'm always putting empty cells back into the bottom box for her to lay. And then I have the queen excluder on top of the second deep box. And then on top of that, I have a on top of that.
Well, no, you do have a honey super. You have deep, queen excluder, honey super, and then deep.
I have 2 deeps and a queen excluder. You know what? I'm sorry, but I'm so new at this. Yeah. So I got
something in between the 2 brood boxes.
I have the queen excluder. Somewhere along the line, I have like where do I have the super? I have like a separating
in between the 2
super
deeps?
in between. I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Laura, I have a question for you. When you go in to pull brood and move it up, how do you decide how many frames to pull up and how many you leave behind?
Well,
just tell us about your experience.
Yeah, my mentor has 10, I have 8. So I try to do 3 to 4. I try to move
consistently
3 to 4. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think I'm more at 3 than 4, but yeah, I try to do 3. And then I extract every week.
Nice.
Yeah. So
take it easy, Jason.
Well, so I mean, I definitely understand that principle. Basically, Charlie, if you're doing 2 mediums as your brood box,
right,
then you just treat that the same as a deep, right? I mean,
that's what I do. I go in. Right now, the hive's right behind me there. I have 3 mediums. When I go in there in March, the bottom was going to be completely empty, but it's got brood comb in it.
Right.
And I used to put that in the freezer. So this year, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop those 2 top mediums down on the bottom board, queen excluder, honey super, and instead of putting that other 3rd brood box on in the freezer just for storage, I'm going to put it right on top. And now I've got 10 frames of open brood comb. And when I go in my 2 bottom boxes, I'll pull, let's say if I got 6 frames of cat brood, I'll take half of that out. And then maybe with this, like after tonight, I've learned, go ahead and pull some older larvae, that's about ready to be capped, and put that up there, and then take the open brood comb and put that downstairs and put it all back together. And I think what I will do is probably put 2 honey supers in between the 2 brood chambers. I'll put 1 to start out with until they build up and stuff like that.
Let me see if. And
then I'll do like Donna said earlier. I don't know what Laura. I seen you were on here earlier, Laura, but Donna says she puts the honey supers on top of the top brood chamber, which sounds really good too.
The way Black Mountain Honey does it, and I'm short 1 deep, okay? But this is your first brood box, right? So, Charlie, when you get to your colony, it's going to be 1 brood box, right? And queen excluder on top of it. And let's say that's full, totally full of brood larvae. They're getting packed out.
Right.
You're going to take we're going to do this simulated, right? So you're going to take your 1 frame. This is the way he does it, with the brood and your queen on it. And let's say this is the new brood box that you just brought a new box and foundation or comb, whatever you're doing. And he puts that right back in the middle, puts the queen excluder on. Now, this is a brand new brood box with queen, 1 frame.
And that's it.
And that's it. And then he takes 2.
Now, I say to that, that's not enough bees down there for that queen.
Right. Well, you got to hold on. Be patient, young squire. And then he's going to take the 2. He uses 2 honey supers. I guess from what you guys are saying, you guys have been using 1. But then
I build them up. That's what I do.
All right. So then he's got that brood box that he just made. He's got his 2 supers, and I'm going to throw this everywhere. He's got the next queen excluder on there, right? So now he's got 2 queen excluders. And now you've got, take this off. This is your original brood box now. And he's putting that back on top, right? So now you've got all of the bees and brood that were in here that were on the bottom are now on top. Charlie, these bees aren't going to stay up in the top. These bees are going to come back down, with the exception of the nurse bees that need to keep that brood warm.
Right.
All the bees are going to come back down to the original brood box in the bottom. So all of these bees are going to start hatching out over the next 21 days. They're all going to hatch out, right? And so in a week, when you come back, you don't really need to go into the bottom. You can go in the top and check every frame and make sure there's no queen cells and crush them, right? Now all this brood and bees are hatching out, and she's been in her new brood box in the bottom, laying up these frames and resetting this brood chamber. Okay, so after 21 days, you can simply repeat the process and take that original box that was on top. It's probably got honey in it now, right? Packed out. So you just bring another brood box, bring the one she just laid up back to the top with her in the 1 frame in the bottom, and just keep recycling that. And she's just continuously laying the whole time.
Now you're saying you're going to have honey in the brood box, you say? So
well,
I don't want
the one you brought up to the top that they've hatched out of, they're probably going to store nectar and honey.
I don't want that. I don't want any of that to happen.
Right. But remember, This was the original brood box. The new brood box that she's been laying up, right? Once they've hatched out, they could store in there. So you're going to take that out. You could spin it out if you wanted to, and then put it back on the bottom. Or you could just recycle, put a new box in the bottom, and start the whole process over again.
Yeah.
But when you start this out, there's going to be no forager bees in that top box to be storing nectar. So if you go back 7 days later, those frames are going to be hatched out, but not full of nectar. So if you keep on top of it, I think that's what Charlie's saying. If you keep on top of it, you'll be able to cycle them back before there's any nectar in there. Is that right, Charlie?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I think Laura would agree with me there that we're doing a rolling demarine. And see, that's like, I don't really agree with tearing down the Mark, you going?
Yeah, I'm losing you. I'm out of power.
All right.
All right. Good to see you,
Good night,
buddy.
Mark.
Y'all have a
See
happy
ya.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year too. What I'm getting at is, and I think this is how Laura does it, is that instead of ripping that bottom box apart like that and only giving that queen just those 1 or 2 frames, is to keep pulling brood out, put it upstairs to that top brood box, and make sure your honey supers, there's always open comb for them to store. And I always say, make sure the bottom box that's next to the box that's on top of the bottom brood chamber is always empty.
So right above the queen excluder.
Right above the queen excluder. Is that right, Laura? Is that what you do, or make sure you do?
You know what? Early spring is a little different from later spring.
Yeah.
So I am a little confused on that, I have to say, because I'm still new and learning a lot.
Well, it's like I had a quote master beekeeper tell me, "Oh, read the paper that was written 75 years ago and to put 4 or 5 honey supers on and then walk away and don't have to think about it." And I'm like, you're too much space, number one. Number two, it isn't 75 years ago. Our honey production went from 75 years ago, might have been 150 pounds from around here where we live. You might get 50 pounds, in a year, maybe 100 at the most. And now Lee, we talked about this before. Lee lives down in Louisiana, right?
Louisiana, however.
Louisiana. I always say Louisiana. But anyway, he has tallow trees. And he can have a brand new first year beehive, and it'll make 100 pounds of honey because of the terrific flow that they have down there.
It's short, but fierce.
It's fierce flow. But we used to have stuff like that up here from what the old beekeepers taught me. And because of people and everything else and farming practices, it's gone. It's just not there anymore. And, my thing is, it's going to be a rolling demaree where I keep pulling brood up, put it into the top brood chamber, take the empties that were hatched out, put them back down. She keeps laying, but she's not laying. I guess what I'm saying is, like Bob was talking about, she can't keep up laying enough eggs, and they're going to backfill that chamber. Well, that's the problem. You don't want that to happen. So you want to keep more than 1 frame, and I'll say 6 or 8. Well, let's say 6 frames, 6 out of 10 down there that are filled with brood at different stages, or eggs, let's say, and let her lay up the rest of it in that week's time so they can't fill it. And you force the worker bee to put the honey upstairs. You make sure that top super right above the chamber is empty, so they have a place to put it. And then you have your brood on top of that. Now, I think my plans would be to keep 2 supers running in between the 2 brood chambers once you get the population up. Because
I think I
also,
did. I
Yeah.
think I had 1 super in between the 2 broods. Yeah.
Did you actually have
I
2?
think in the early spring I had the 2 brood boxes. And then as time went on, I had the brood box, a buffer, and another brood box. And I did the rolling demery with that.
Okay.
So I had the brood box, the buffer, the brood box, and then the queen excluder. And then I think I had 2 supers on top of that. You know what? When I'm thinking about it, as we're on this chat right now, in 6 weeks, I got 60 pounds of honey out of each hive average. Because in the middle of July, I put on Apivar, so I didn't take anything after that,
Yeah.
which was a learning mistake for me. I could have continued through August and September because we had a long flow.
You did have a long flow.
You know what? Out of 4 boxes, 60 pounds of honey is average. But that was only 6 weeks. That was kind of good, wasn't it?
Yeah, you probably could have got another 60 pounds out of them.
I'm sure I could have, but I didn't know better.
Well, and that's the good thing about this format that we do on these chats. We don't care if you've been one year, no years, 1 hive, 1,000 hives. It doesn't matter.
Got bees, don't got bees.
Got bees, don't got bees.
Yep.
It doesn't matter.
Because Ms. Lora, you said you've been doing it 5 years.
I finished my 4th year. I'm starting my 5th.
So like me and Bob, this was our 3rd year.
Yeah, this was our 3rd year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll tell you.
I'm probably the one that's got the most years here. I got about 14 years in.
There you go.
But you know, I got people on this chat that have got 4 years in and are doing what it took me 10 years to learn. It seems like, you know.
Well, we're learning from good people.
Well, and you got to keep an open mind, you know. I mean, there's things that I do here that people have been on the chats and been like, why are you still open feeding them in November? Because it's 70 degrees here and they're out foraging. If I wait like everybody else, it's winter solstice or whatever, and it's winter, we close them up for the winter, and I don't, then I get that temperature change where they're flying out and burning more resources than they do in an area where, you know, it snows and they're all balled up in a cluster for the winter, then they're going to starve out come spring. They're going to be out of food. So I just kept them brooding as long as I could. And, you know, it works for me. I'm not saying, you know, other things don't work, but now that I'm thinking about it, Charlie, I'm probably going to try to do a demoray on a 5-frame nuke and see how that works this year.
Mm.
It's the same principle, right? You're taking, if you got a slam nuke box and you're rolling it up to the top and putting a 5-frame nuke in between it with 2 queen excluders, and the queen and, you know, her bees, that 1 frame of bees in the bottom, it's the same thing. They're going to do the same thing.
Right.
So I'll just try it for an experiment. I mean, I can make more bees, you know, that's not a problem. So, yeah, I'm going to try that and just see.
Now, just remember, any demoray you're going to do, you're going to need extra equipment for, you know, that extra deep box for that brood chamber on top. Something I often forget about until it's that day to do it, right? And I'm like, oh, where's that deep box?
I used it also to help me draw comb out last year in that new brood box. They really are supercharged because they're looking for a place. They have to do it because she has nowhere to lay. Mm-hmm. So they immediately start drawing the foundations out next to the to her frame. And then as she starts laying that up, they have to draw the outside, and they just really do it. Well, yeah, making splits is great. I mean, but the end of the day, you got the same problem. I mean, if you're trying to supercharge your colonies for honey production, that's one thing. If you're trying to build more colonies and make splits, that's like a whole different thing. So it just depends on what your goal is, right? If your goal is to make a bunch more colonies, then yeah, split them out, no problem. If your goal is to have really strong honey production colonies, then you may want to consider doing the demoray to boost those numbers up. At least do a cycle of it, get the numbers up, and then make splits if you want to do it, or wait till after the honey flow and then make your splits.
So my understanding is the Demarest is it has two purposes. One is to manage the swarm impulse, and two is to maximize your honey production.
Exactly.
So if that's what you're looking for, that might be a management strategy for you. If that doesn't work for you, maybe pulling splits off is right for you.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on your goals, number one. And number two, let's see what I was going to say about it, is that if you're trying to increase your yard, the amount of bee boxes you get out there, you can do that. But the main thing is you're managing the population, and that it also increases your honey production. And the downside is that you have to be a beekeeper instead of a beehiver. You have to be there every week.
Right.
To work this thing. And it's like you, Bryan, said, and Lora said, and that's something that I'm probably going to have to learn, do, is set up your extractor come spring, come, let's say, May, and you're going to start extracting honey.
And give them the frames back.
Throughout the season. And that way you reduce the requirements of more honey supers, because you're not, and then you're also reducing the stack size so it doesn't hurt your back and shoulders and stuff like that.
Well, so I've got, like, where my honey production boxes are, my deep 10 frames, right, are on that center row next to the house. And then I've got my nucleus row on that side, right, that has some 10 frames on it. My splits are going to come off of those 10 frame or the 5 and 10 frame colonies I have on nucleus row. That's going to be my splitting, my renewal of bees, if you will. And my honey production yard is just that. It's to get me as much honey as I can get. So I'm trying to maximize the bees and workforce in those colonies to produce as much honey as I can. Yes, my nukes and stuff will produce honey, but I'm not diminishing the numbers that I have in my honey production colonies until after the honey flow, and I go to start reducing my box size back. Then maybe I make some splits off of those, right, to get ready for next year. And I'm not hindering that production. That's just kind of my thought on it. I mean, I'm tired of making weak splits.
You talking about as far as time, and if I was to do that, like early season, start making the Demarest and extracting honey, I'd be extracting honey the middle of April, because we got a lot of clover and privet at that time.
And what's the problem? There's no problem in that other than the time it takes you to do the extraction, right? And then you're giving them empty frames to catch the next flow that's coming along.
Yeah. And the other thing you were talking about, using the 5 frame or trying it with 5 frame nukes. Well, you're either going to have to remember to buy 5 frame queen excluders or cut down some old 10
I'm
frame.
buying all them at Hive Life.
Well, see, you guys overthink things, Lee. You know what? I'll take a plastic queen excluder in a nuke box, and
leave it hanging out the sides.
I'll just leave it hanging off the side, bro. They don't care. They don't care what's on the outside.
Can they get out? Can they get out that way, Bob?
They should be able to. I mean, you just have the thickness of the queen excluder there with the box. So I mean, it wouldn't be that much.
You put something on like that. I mean, it's still technically you could put 2 nukes side by side and have one 10 frame queen excluder on them.
It'd probably give it a little airflow in there, a little gap for air to flow through and maybe dehydrate your honey down. But I don't think a bee would fit.
No, I mean, why I said that is that I tried to call Rossman and they're closed, to pick up stuff at Hive Life. I had thought about, wanting more queen excluders, and I have about 8 of those 5 frame wooden bound queen excluders. And the technique that I finally learned this year, and that's just like I was saying, why did it take me 10 years or more to learn this, is that my nuke boxes are 5/5. So when you're selling a nuke, all right, I cooked 4 boxes. I had too many bees in there. And then when are you going to have time enough to transfer into paper boxes and stuff? So what I learned was I went in there, let's say the day before or that day, during the day, in the morning, whatever, doesn't matter now. I went in, I found the queen, I took the top box off. Let's say she happened to be in the top box, and I made that top box up as far as the frames and the brood and all that, what I wanted to sell. Then I put a 5-frame queen excluder on and put that top box on. Now the bees are able to equalize themselves between the top and the bottom box. You've quarantined the queen up in the top box so she can't get away. And then let's say you tell the buyer to be there at 6:30 in the evening after work. And I just go out there, set my, he'll be there at 6:30. I go out there 10 minutes ahead of time and I pull that top box off, and the bees are equalized out naturally by the bees. So I just put all 5 frames in there. I usually try to eyeball the queen, say, hey, I seen her. She is in there. That just settles my nerves as far as that goes.
So the nuke you're selling is prepped in the top box already.
Yeah, it's already prepped. And what I'm getting at is the you're not stressing that hive out during the daytime when it's 95 degrees.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're not going to kill anything that way. And then you don't stress the beekeeper out as I get, I get real, fuzzy or uptight about things like that. And because I put a lot of, work into my bees and stuff. And then it's like, okay, everything works out just right, and I'm like, why did it take me that long time to figure that out? But, whereas down in South, most guys, especially like Bob and Lee, if you got a nuke, you ain't going to do a 5/5. You're going to just do a 5 because you got the heat all the time, and they'll survive the winter down there.
Yeah, I think I've got 3 5-frame nukes right now that are out there overwintering right now
but they're just 5 frames.
Yeah, they're just 5 frames.
I gotta have 5/5.
Now, see, as long as the weather stays mild like this, I have no doubts she's in there laying that thing up right now. And, come the end of next month, 30 days from now,
she'll be slammed.
It'll be slammed. And then I can what I've typically been doing, as soon as I start seeing drones, I'll start splitting those nukes, right? I'll use those and split them into other nukes and let them continue to bring a queen in and try to make a queen or something like that.
Right.
So will you build them up first? Will you stack a 5? Like, will you double it up?
I haven't in the past because what I did last year is at the end of the season, after the flow, anything that was in a 5/5 at that time, I just moved it to a 10-frame box and then overwintered it in a 10-frame. And now those boxes are slammed with a super on top of them, right? And now now at the end of next month, when I start seeing those little red buds on the tree, on the maples, that's when I'm going to start doing some manipulations, even if it's add another brood box on it or do a demarray or something like that to give her room, because it won't be long before they're starting to slam the pollen in there and the nectar and give them, just let them build up where I can start splitting.
I can't really say I'm going to wait until I see the red bloom starting out to do anything, because we're already seeing them here. So, I'll still have to wait because we still got a little temperature left. Usually the end of January, beginning of February is our coldest time here.
Well, and see, last year I did it too soon, so I'm a little bit paranoid in wanting to hold off a little bit longer and let those boxes really be boxes of bees, and I'm going to definitely by the end of January, I'm going to start pulling those supers of extra stores off, and, 1st of February, January, maybe middle of February, Valentine's Day, all those medium supers will be off of there and all that honey will be spun out, and get ready for them to start packing it in and just be ready for them this year.
Now, Ms. Lora, are you going to Hive Life?
No, I really don't know anything about it, but I like Bob Benny, and he was talking about Hive Life. He's making all these boxes for Hive Life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's easy to get along with.
I like
He
his YouTube. I like Charlie's and I like Bob Benny.
Bob was at our state bee conference for Louisiana. I think it was back in August. I met him there. He's easy to get along with, him and his wife.
He's in it because he loves it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of money tied up in it now, so he kind of has to stay with it.
And he's employed a lot of people, and I think he has a responsibility to the people that he's employing.
Yep.
I think he's just genuine.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, luckily, it's been my experience that beekeepers are some of the nicest people out there. Now, there's always the exception, but not
even names, but we know.
Not even any names, but there's some exceptions out there. But most of us, if you ask them a question, they'll answer it if they can, and
good people. Yep.
It's just
good and bad and all kinds, but basically good people. Yep.
And Hive Life's going to have what, Charlie? 1,800 people at 1,800 beekeepers.
But more like, by the time you put the vendors in, at least a couple thousand.
Yeah.
I don't know. Cayman said 2,000. Then he said total, maybe maybe the security and all that. You might have like 3,000 people in there. At least.
Dang.
Where is it?
It's in Sevierville, Tennessee. Pigeon Forge, right outside of Knoxville. And
I think it's south of Knoxville, 4 miles north of Pigeon Forge, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, what it amounts to is like Pigeon Forge, Sevierville, Pigeon Forge,
Gatlinburg.
It all kind of blended together. And then once you get outside of Pigeon Forge and you hit the base of the mountain, it's 4 lanes, but there's like a stream running in the middle between the 2 lanes, like a gorge. And then you get up in the Gatlinburg, which is actually in the mountains.
Yeah.
And it's just it's very densely populated as far as motels, and it's like Ocean City, Maryland, in the
mountains.
In the mountains without the ocean.
I was about to say, you better bring some money with you though for anything in that area, because it's all tourist stuff mainly.
Dollywood, all that's right there.
Dollywood's is the amusement park, which originally it was called Silver Dollar City, and then Dolly bought it and rebranded it and all that kind of stuff. And it's as far as people saying, oh, where are we going to stay? Well, there's dozens and dozens of places to stay, all different levels and stuff. And I don't know, we went down there and that last Dolly Parton, not the last one, but the next last one, little show she put on where they were performing and they were inside this like diner area. I ate in that diner. I know exactly. But you go in there and they want you to pay $8 for a vanilla milkshake, and I'm like, yeah, right. And, but you go down to, Mel's Diner, which is down the road, 4 or 5 miles and back in behind a gas station. It's a, just a common, old style silver diner look, and burger and fries and your basic food for like $10. It's decent, normal prices, but you kind of have to find all of them places out.
Well, my wife's going. That's kind of the caveat. She's got to eat good when we're there.
Oh, it all eats good. It just, I'm not paying an exorbitant amount of prices for that. Just something that costs you $15. They want $35.
Just remember, Bob's getting that thing in, so he said he's taking everybody to dinner, wouldn't he?
I never said that. It's not paying me for at least 45 days. It said on there within the next 45 days. So hopefully, I wish it would paid me now. I'd have had a truckload. I'd have been renting Brian's U-Haul and my U-Haul and been like, hey, why don't you stop in here and we'll change your ticket to fly out of my hometown.
I got one guy, let's say James McNally. He's out of Canada. He's flying from Canada down to Atlanta, and then he's going to drive from Atlanta all the way up there to see the country. He was seeing some beekeepers down in Atlanta. He's a good good sized sideliner. He's got over 75 hives or something up there, and all. And he said to hook up with him because he's got one of them hive lifters from up there. But
got to be a better drive than I've got from here.
Yeah, I don't know why he would want to drive that. I would fly in and be done with it, because that was what Richard Knowles said, that he was flying in from Brittany, France to Atlanta and then getting on I guess a puddle, like a little small jet, and going from Atlanta all the way up to Knoxville to their airport that they have there, which I don't think it's very big.
I think it's more like just a regional airport instead of a major.
They'll probably put like a Learjet and bring him in that way, something of that nature. About 16. I've seen a couple gunshots outside. That's what I heard.
They're firing fireworks here.
Yeah, I've got fireworks going off everywhere outside.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's almost 12 for you guys, huh?
16 minutes for me.
11:44.
And
I got an 11:16.
We'll be in the red dot year.
We'll make it.
And
We'll get there.
You're what, 2 hours, Brian?
Yeah, 9:45. Just changed on my computer.
All right,
Yep, 2
so
hours behind.
let's see. If we start here at 8 Eastern Standard Time, then that means
It's 6 for us.
it's 6 o'clock for you.
That
Yep,
means it
so
was
all the
5 o'clock
streams.
for DC.
Yeah.
So you're in Denver. So that's
Yep.
what is that called, Pacific time or
Mountain.
So I often, I always had questions about that, because it used to be Central or Eastern, Central, Mountain, and Pacific.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of places they don't have the mountain time. Is it just in a certain area of the country? It doesn't go all the way across the country, is what I'm saying. Or maybe I'm wrong.
It goes all the way from north to south. Now, some places don't do the daylight savings time no more.
Right.
Yeah,
But
I know.
DC's Blessed Bees, he's Pacific time all the way on the West Coast.
Is
okay.
Phil 33 Miles Bees in the chat? He sent me a email, and it was a Facebook link.
Yep, he's still in the chat.
For his area, and somebody, a Michigan beekeeper, is sending bees out to the almonds, but after the almonds, when they return from the almonds in maybe March, they come back.
Yeah, I think so.
That they got 480 hives for sale in his local area of double deeps, and it says double deeps, half or 1.5 deeps for $175 a piece. Yeah, it's a good deal if they're in good shape. You just don't know when they come back what kind of condition they're in. But I would say for $175, and you're getting the boxes probably as well. Yeah, they're probably in pretty good shape.
Just don't eat.
I often see on commercial Facebook pages advertisements for people selling colonies after almonds. Like right after they're pulling them from almonds, they'll sell them.
Well,
that's not uncommon.
I think a lot of it is due to shipping.
Yeah,
shipping back to the East Coast.
They're actually coming back to Michigan. So, I mean, I think that's a lot of those guys are cycling out their older equipment, older frames and everything, and maybe even older queens. But if you learn how to raise,
I don't know, they spray so much out there in them orchards,
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bruce sends his out every year. I mean, I don't know. For me, for $175 personally, I'm taking the risk if I can get a few of them, and try it.
I'll tell you, the best person would talk to is Dirt Rooster, because he's around all them guys all the time in his area. Yeah. He could tell you more about what's going on with that.
And I mean, for me, I'd probably buy a couple if I had the money.
That's why I like watching Bruce. I have no intentions of doing anything commercial or being at that size, but it's interesting to see what it would be like to go to that level, and that's kind of where he's at, like double or triple of where I'm at, and just playing, like dipping his toes in that pond.
I
So
wouldn't
it's
mind.
cool to see.
I wouldn't mind getting to 100 or 150 hives eventually, but I'm not looking to do the pollination and send stuff here or there and all that. I'm just looking for honey and maybe some nukes or queens here and there.
Now, I love Jason at Bohemia's idea of putting bees on trailers and doing like local pollination and moving bees around like that, like right around where you're at. But I'm with you, Lee. I wouldn't want to do like big cross country traveling.
Yeah, because where Jason lives is on the eastern shore of Maryland, and that is a big vegetable. They do corn and beans, but they also do pumpkins and peas and all those types of field crops for the vegetable market or whatever. And the trailer he bought, actually, when I first started, there was a guy that came to the club, and he was the guy that actually made them trailers. And he talked about that with us. And he says, I don't really make any honey, because he said, you put them bees on a pumpkin patch, you better feed them, because they're going to starve. There's not enough nectar there. They only pollinate.
Right.
And I think Jason said that pollinating, I'll say string beans, there is a nectar source there, or some type of bean, string beans or lima beans or something of that nature. And it's a real thin looking honey. And but the old guy that he bought that, or originally had those trailers, he was saying when he was giving his talk to the club that for so many months, two or 3 months, everything is at nighttime. He closes the entrance down, because the trailers, they have, I'm going to say they had 15 hives down one side and 15 down the other. And he hooks them up with a truck. And let's say he has a field where the bees will only go so far for saturation purposes. And he would take that trailer that's sitting in this one field. He knows he has to move it over in the same field, these are big 500-acre fields over there, a quarter mile away or whatever. And he would have to take that trailer to wherever this other field was, so many miles up the road, put it in the next location that he needed for that field, and then take that trailer from there, bring it back to where he just come from, and stick it over into that field so many feet over. And I'm like, he said that's all you did all night long was haul bees around. And what a drag, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
That is not for me.
I mean, the only I say so-called pollination I do, my number 4 yard, they got 20 acres and they got fruit trees on it. And I mean, that's the main reason I put them there.
Yeah, but it's stationary, that's not so bad. I mean, I had a couple hives down the road. They were only 2 or 3 miles down. Well, I were probably 4 miles down the road. And that was a pain, because you would either forget something, or you needed something that you didn't think you need when you got there, because something changed on you. And I'm like, man, this is a pain. And then the man passed away here a year or so ago. And so that's what I did with these hives behind me. I had 10 honey hives, he had 2 hives. That was a dozen hives. So I said, I'll downsize my nuke operation a little bit and put the 12 honey hives here. And then instead of, I had my original plans were to grow, let's say 30 nukes and sell 20 out of them and keep 10 for my own use. And, I don't know, I had gotten down around 25, and it's so much work. I mean, that's what me and Bryan are always talking about, is the maintenance and management of those hives, and then trying to do it more efficiently and everything. And sometimes I feel like maybe I am, well, maybe if somebody who's got 50 years experience and says, well, you're doing just fine. Well, I like to have somebody tell me that, because I feel like, can I do it any quicker and faster? I'm not, That's, it kind of depends on what you're trying to do. I understand, like if you're going to put apivar, yeah, you're going to go walking down through there and you're dropping your strips and then you're done. That's an easy process. It's just, I just like a system, I guess, is what it amounts to. And that's like the Demery. The Demery is kind of like a system.
It is a system. It is. But you know what, Charlie? I have a feeling, like I'm only starting my 5th year, but I have a feeling every season there's always going to be a little change. I think you just have to work with the time you're living in.
Yeah, weather has a big part of it. Like last year, I didn't raise but about 60 cells, as far as queen cells, but I used most of them for myself. I sold some, and people, I'm like, well, it rained every weekend, it seemed like, or I just ran out of time, or I was tired. I'm like, forget it, can't do it all.
And Charlie, part of it might be scaling down too. If you feel like you can't keep up with everything, maybe.
Well, see, that's what I did. That's why I did 12. I increased my. I was getting back to where I get stressed and everything.
Yeah.
And I get it wears on me, I'll say. And I said, you know what? I can make honey. I can bottle honey on my schedule, I'll say, and I can sell honey. All I got to do is go into the office where I have it and say, here's your 2 pound, give me your $20. I'm done. And I got the equipment now with the bottling tank and all. It works great. And I said, that's less stress than selling nukes. So I said, well, maybe I need to back off on the nuke sales. And then like this coming year, when it comes to queen sales, I got to thinking about what Mark was talking about putting in, and I also had some experience this past year of putting a virgin queen, walking her in to my mating boxes that are queenless. And I had great success when I did all that. And I'm like, okay, if I put a cell in there, then I got tinkeritis, where I want to go in there in 2 or 3 days and check to see whether all those queens hatched. Well, now if I hatch my queens in the incubator and I walk my virgins into those boxes, I don't have to, I know there's a queen in there, or at least there was one that went in there. And I just come back in 2 weeks and see whether or not she's laid up some frames. And then that was another thing where I'm selling to the beekeeper. Here's your virgin queen in a cage. See you later. Give me my $20. Or here's your mated queen for 40 in a cage. And instead of having like where you sell, like one guy this past year, I sold him 5 queen cells for $50. Well, there 3 of them were duds, and I backed my stuff up. You can't prove whether or not he messed up, but I can say, well, here's your queens. They're alive. When you walk out of here, they're your queens. I'm not going to replace them if you mess them up. So, that's
Galloway.
Huh?
Galloway's in the chat.
Oh, okay. Frank.
Oh, we got 3 minutes till New Year's.
Bob can't talk about New Jersey no more now. Frank's here.
Frank's in there.
Yeah, hop on in, Frank. Bob's talking about New Jersey.
Come on.
My wife and I grew up in New Jersey. We went to school at Rutgers. That's where we met.
Oh, there he is.
I graduated college and we left as soon as we could.
out of New Jersey?
Yeah. I'm not talking bad about New Jersey. I'm just telling you about the history of my life.
The 2 minute.
Come on in, Frank. Got to have Frank on my beach chat.
Frank, Sawmill Charlie is going to outlast you.
I don't know the way it's going. Sawmill Charlie can outlast me and Bob tonight.
Yeah, he might beat our record.
I told you.
What's
he's
our
gonna
record?
have to
5.5
get
hours?
them off.
That's it's almost 4 hours.
Yeah, I think mine and Bob's record was 5.5 hour stream.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been doing this, Charlie? I just like fell into it tonight.
This is my maiden stream tonight.
This is so cool.
And
I put it
But
on.
he goes on other ones all the time.
He's been on ours every week.
Yeah, Bob and Lee have one on Tuesday nights at 8:00 Eastern Standard Time. What you do if you'll sub to those two channels, then you'll get a notification that they're having, a bee chat.
I'll drop the links in the comments for Bob's channel. We alternate weeks. 1 week's on Bob's channel, 1 week's on my channel.
And the cool thing is each stream has a different personality, right? There's the Tuesday nights, and there's a personality of that show. There's the stream team on Wednesday nights, and there's that personality, and then the Hillbillies has their own.
Yeah. Stream team.
So Charlie, what's your personality going to be like for your show?
Free popcorn for everyone.
Hey,
it's 12:00. Happy New Year.
12 o'clock.
Hey.
Happy New Year.
Yay.
Happy New Year for y'all. I'm still
I
at
just
11.
heard noise outside. Now I know why.
Yeah, they're
How
booming
does
and
it feel
banging
being
here.
in the past?
We're officially Red Queen marking in the East Coast.
Happy New Year, everyone, from Sharon.
Now I got to take my yellow pen out and go mark all my 2022 queens, so I know them.
Happy New Year, everyone. There we
Yeah.
go.
Look at that! Got the banner going.
Yeah. I think, we wrote. Now, how did you go to the up here on the right hand side? That's where you do the banner.
So how do I find these other streams? I'm a little
fireworks here.
So you subscribe to Walker Bee Ranch YouTube or Kodiak Farms Bees.
I'm gonna have to write it down because I can't
write it
figure
down,
it out
Laura.
on YouTube. Yeah.
And then
Kodiak, Kodiak.
Yes, look at Lee's screen. You can read
Kodiak Farm Bees.
it's under
Okay.
and then it's Walker Bee Ranch.
and we'll be on mine Tuesday night for only about an hour because we're getting up early on Wednesday to go to Hive Life. So we just didn't want to break our streak. We've been going
Usually on Tuesday nights, they last from 8 to 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
Okay.
we normally go 2 hours on Tuesday, and if we do one on Friday, every now and then we do a no life beekeeper talk. It might last an hour. It might last 6 hours.
Yeah, just when people stop wanting to talk about bees.
That's why you see me leave, Laura, is like I get tired of bee chat on Friday night with all the bull crap.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, all right, I'm out of here 8 o'clock, and I'll get a notification from these two guys that they're going to do as they call it, the no life beekeeper chat. And I jump on their stream. And then we talk about stuff like just, intense talking about real beekeeping information.
Yeah, right.
And I don't have to listen to like it Friday night to where it's like, well, we're going to talk about mites, or we're going to talk about hive beetles forever and ever and ever, or we're going to start being a tree, a tree hugger / bee hugger, like I blew up not last Friday night, but the other week before. I said, can we get back to talking bees? You know,
right.
Remember that?
I think I do. Yes.
And, because what's her name was, running her thing about her, invasive species of everything. And then, I just get, I want to talk bees.
Exactly.
And I want to talk about, like tonight with Demery, where, Brian's doing something with it. You're doing something with it. I want to do something with it. Bob was working with it, and we're all kind of comparing notes and everything.
I got a question on that.
Go ahead, Spanky.
You all talked about pulling the frames off and spinning them.
Yeah.
And then putting the frames back on.
Right.
So you've already got queen excluders on there. Would it be feasible in the peak season, the peak honey season,
Right.
to possibly switch over to comb honey harvesting on that? Since you've already got,
let Bryan talk about that. I think he's done that.
Because you've already got the queen excluders,
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I haven't done full boxes, but typically what I'll do is I'll throw a foundationless frame or two in between drawn comb already within a box. So Spanky, I'll have each box is going to make one or two full frames of comb honey. And you want to put it on when your honey flow is hard, not right at the beginning, when it's hitting hard, and they're gonna draw it out. That's right. Yep. So I'm not doing full boxes. I don't live in an area where we get that strong of a honey flow, but I have had good success doing individual frames or sometimes two frames.
What about these Ross rounds? Or is that just too much stuff?
Never done them.
Well, I've got that Ross round kit, right?
You got the frame.
So I'm going to use the frame, and that could be something I add to that Demaray colony in that box when I flip it. Put that.
And if you're doing a nuke, that's a smaller area.
Yeah, you could put it in the top of a nuke.
Yeah, like if I do comb honey or anything, I go through Better Bee and I buy the comb honey foundation. It's like a super thin wax foundation. And I do the shallows, and I'll do a full box of that.
And I just use foundationless because it's cheaper.
It's cheaper. Just the thing I liked about the cut comb foundation, they just seem to draw it out pretty fast because the wax is already there, and it gives them something to work on versus the new box.
Won't they eat a hole through it too?
What's that?
Won't they eat a hole through that foundation?
I didn't find that they did. But I found you want to put that on early when the flow just starts hitting pretty hard. You don't want to wait till it gets real hot, because if it's hot outside, as thin as those foundations are, they'll start warping real bad. So I use the pins.
You're about 105 degrees down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at
I use the pins through the end of the frames though to hold that foundation in place. But still, if it gets too hot when you put it in there, it'll start warping.
Well, what I was doing last year, a little bit of cut comb that I did do, I just used my ones with the fishing line in them, right? And then I cut the fishing line out of the frame on the end because it loops around well, this don't have a hole in it.
You can pull out the fishing line.
Yeah, where it's got the holes on the sides, the fishing line strung through it all the way. I'll cut it on one side and just pull the line out from in between it. And then cut the comb, and that worked pretty well as well. So
I got the little pins in it for this one.
And now I sell my comb honey. I sell my comb honey only in 2x4s, and I sell them for $15 each. And I've sold out both years, this year and last year. I've sold out of all my comb honey at that price.
What kind of box are you putting those in, Bryan?
Got pins there.
Yeah, I got a bag of them in my little cabinet in the back there.
2x4. Now this is a label that was all messed up. That's why we still have this one. But I've gone to a clear label with black writing on it, and the label goes across and it seals it. It's got kind of like the hives that Spanky makes with the little nubs. Right. It's got little nubs here, so they actually sit on top of each other pretty nicely. So 2x4, $15 all day long.
Now, what's the one that's usually square? Is that a quarter pound
is that
thing
or half cones? Is that what they're called?
No, well, yeah, it'd be like hog half cones. Which is that like at Pierce hot knife that cuts cut comb? It's square.
Yeah. There's a 2x4 and a 4x4.
Okay, it was a 4x4, like a true pound.
I don't know the weight.
Do you know weigh your 2x?
The weight is really dependent on the thickness of the comb. It'll vary.
Okay.
How much does one of those little boxes cost, if you remember?
I don't, but I usually get them at either on Better Bee or Blue Sky are the two places that have them.
And those comb cutters ain't cheap. The 2x, let me bring this up here for you.
They're nice though. They work
they
really
nice.
well. Yeah, those
Do you
I
freeze
have the
your
Pierce.
frames before you cut them?
You can freeze them before or after. It doesn't matter. Sometimes I'll freeze them before if I pull them and I'm storing them and I'm not ready to cut them. Yeah, I have the 2x4.
The 2x4 is 172. The 4x4 is 197.
Yeah.
Now
So
let's
I like toys too. So that's one of the toys that I bought for
Well,
myself.
you say it's a lot of money. Let's say it's $200, but if that 4x4, I think those usually go for what, $20 a piece? You would say?
I can sell a 4x4 for 25.
Yeah, I was about to say it would depend on your area, but
so you're gonna sell 8 boxes of honey and pay for that tool in a heartbeat.
That's right.
That's what I always tell people. I said, they'll say, "Oh, it costs $200." I said, "You don't sell 21-pound bottles of honey for $10 a piece?" Well, yeah. Well, there's your product, whatever it is, for $200. It's paid for.
And I've got the 4x4 little metal thing where you push it through,
right.
But I've broken the comb and damaged so many times that I've messed up pieces that it was worth it for me to buy the other one because it never does that. Now, sometimes you have to be careful of when you do it. When you pick it up, sometimes it'll drip honey. So you have to adjust the temperature of it so it doesn't get you have to turn the temperature down a little bit. Or sometimes what I'll do is I'll press it down. And when I pick it up, I'll just throw something underneath really quick to catch any of the drips, like a cutting board or something.
Yeah, what is the big deal about, you don't want any liquid in your combed honey box? I don't understand.
It's just a matter of presentation. Like I let mine drain out on a rack first. Some people will just put it right in the container and let it sit in a pool. But for me, it's about presentation. Like, look how pretty this is. You want to see it. And if it's sitting in a pool, for me, that kind of takes away the ability to see how beautiful the comb is.
My mentor, he let it sit in the pool, but he did the bigger, kind of like a bigger square.
The 4x4?
And for him, it was more of a case of people wouldn't buy it if it wasn't sitting in a pool because they felt they was getting ripped off.
Yeah, some like the customers, they want that extra liquid honey. So it's a matter of, responding to your market. You're absolutely right, Spanky.
See, like all mine that I'd cut before out of the shallow frames, I just cut the 2-inch blocks sideways, and then I drop them into the jar. Once they're in the jar, I'll put them in the freezer. Once I take them out, then they'll kind of come back to room temperature. Then I'll finish filling them up with honey, and it basically just chunk honey in a jar.
Yeah. It's pretty, man. I mean, we all love bees, and looking at honey in that form, I mean, it's so great to be able to talk to customers about your product when you can see it like that. I get really excited.
I feel so bad about
it. Charlie pre-ordering it. Look at him over there. He's already pre-ordering it.
Hey, Charlie, you was talking earlier about how many bees you see in a box and on the top of the bars. They got a few bees in that box.
Yeah.
That's yours?
Yeah. That was my number one hive that always just made outrageous honey. Like I said, this year I ended up with 8 supers off of that, or on that hive. I pulled 5 supers and left 3.
That's yeah. So I mean, there's all kinds of ways. I mean, to extend that dollar right outside of just honey, and I get more people wanting cut comb honey, but man, I feel so bad. What I feel like now is I'm always struggling to build comb. It seems like I'm always behind. They're always drawing out new foundations. And I feel like if I get a full frame of comb and then I wreck it by cutting it, that I'm just like in that never ending cycle.
I'll usually dedicate 1 colony to comb for my comb honey, and I'll put 1, maybe 2 shallow boxes on it, and that's all I sell.
So Bryan, you've put it in the freezer for how long? 2 days or 3 days?
Yeah, a couple days. That's it.
just to make sure if there's any hive beetle eggs or
Any
anything else
eggs, yeah.
that the eggs are frozen kills.
Right. I understand that. I was just wondering about it. I mean, I have thought about it. I've, like you say, there's been a lot of people, hey, they are looking for chunk honey where they're, just putting a strip in and then they're pouring liquid in there. And I'm like, yeah, that's another bottle you have to buy, most likely glass.
Mason jar, baby.
And all that.
See, for me, I've tried chunk honey, and our customers don't know what it is. They've looked at it and they've ignored it. And our honey crystallizes pretty quickly as well. So imagine that chunk crystallizing. What's that product going to look like? So that's the reason that we haven't used that.
See, I won't do it on our privet flow down here because privet, it crystallizes fast. But once our tallow comes in before it gets real hot, that's whenever I do it.
There's your cream honey selection right there, Lee.
That's right.
Privet.
Oh, the privet. It's
honey that'll crystallize.
Let's see. I can show you a picture of the difference between our privet honey and our tallow honey.
Right.
Let's see.
So, Laura, do you think we ought to have Charlie's beekeeping chat on Friday nights, or compete with Westchester, or leave it on Saturday nights?
Oh, good question.
We're not really competing. It's just, I mean, like Donna was on here, you were on here, Nancy was on here, and I'm sure they kind of like to stick with, Chester, I guess, for a certain portion of.
I really like this. It's more meaty, and I don't even know how I fell into it. I don't.
Well, did you see it on Westchester's? I put it on a lot of Facebook pages. What Chester County's Facebook page.
I don't even bother with.
Now,
Facebook
you're sub to me? That's right.
YouTube.
You're a
sub.
YouTube.
And it just,
you're a sub to my channel. So when I posted that I'm gonna have a chat tonight, it came directly to you because you're one of my subs. Right now, works, Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why you got it, because you are a subscriber to my channel.
Which is also how we.
And then if you go in there and there's a little box that says notify me, it'll ding you on your phone or whatever, and computer 30 minutes prior to the thing.
Yep.
All right. And maybe Donna was subscribed to, and maybe Nancy is too.
Yeah, they all subscribe, I believe. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That's like George. He said, I watch you. I said, well, then why don't you subscribe? I don't know. He doesn't like YouTubers. He think we're all stupid.
I love YouTube.
Well, that's what I say. I mean, see, that's the thing about Hive Life, which you don't know much about, is that Hive Life is YouTuber driven. And there's Lee's camera there.
We just walk around with cameras and stuff everywhere.
Yeah. And the whole Hive Life thing is all about YouTube. And that's what, and it's.
Put that out, Bob.
People are coming from everywhere there.
Yeah, no, I like this. And you know what? I think the more people that find out about this, the more you're going to get more subscribers or people watching, because you're really talking bees. You're not going off on tangents.
Well, the other thing is that I think people that are in more local bee clubs, and Charlie, I'm not even a member. This is my bee club. I'm in the YouTube Bee Association, is basically what you can call it, and the local bee clubs, I think they're on almost like a schedule where they talk about this at this time of year. And, right now they're probably talking about prepping for the spring.
That's in a couple months.
How to put a package in a box, and, and how to introduce a nucleus colony, or maybe how to make a split. And once you've done one or two splits, I don't need to listen to it every single week. Or, you know what I'm saying? So this gives us a little bit of variety, I guess.
Yeah. But like the comment that I put last night, the thing I like about it, the way we've been doing it and the way that Charlie is seeming to do it, to me, the stream is more viewer driven. It's not something we pre-script. Hey, this is the only topics we talking about. if somebody comes in and they want to talk about something, we end up talking about it. If it's somebody over in the comments says something we see, hey, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cajun, the chat that I'm talking about is a chat that's a club that I belong to that has it on Friday nights. It was started back in COVID time, and
Yeah.
and all, and it's still going, but you have to be a member and stuff. So that's what it is about, and it's to let everybody know on the chat here that it's more beginner driven, and some of the folks who are in charge of it are, I know one person I think that has 10 years of beekeeping, and I think the person acts like a 1-year beekeeper sometimes, some of the stupid questions.
Well, I mean, you act what you hang around.
Yeah, well,
It got us through COVID very well, is what.
yeah, that's the big thing. It was a way of
still meeting during COVID.
Yeah, well, it wasn't. It was just a chit chat that hey, we can socialize together.
That's what it's turned into, yeah. But it started out as a good way for the club to stay solidified through COVID when we couldn't meet in person. But it became a chit chat, yeah.
Well, I mean, we talk about stuff on here, but now, Charlie, it's been almost a year since we met on a live stream, right?
What happened was I was bored out of my mind.
Oh, that's the reason Charlie met us.
I was surfing the YouTube, and I don't even know what night it was. It was because you guys did not have a Pacific night. It was pretty much 5 days a week at that time. And I seen Hive Life was over, and it was March. And I seen Bryan on your channel of Castle Hives. He lives in Ohio, Lora. And he had talked to me at Hive Life on what kind of cameras and stuff to buy and get started as a YouTube content creator. And so I got on the stream, and I was over here on the right, and I said, "Hi, Bryan." It's, introduced myself. He remembered me from Hive. Oh, yeah. And then Lee put the link out. Well, I didn't know what that link was for. And he says, "You want to come on?" I says, "Yeah." And then I had to ask him, what do you do? Click this link that you drop. Yeah. And then I went through the back screen like you did and got on that night and introduced myself and years experience. And I just kept coming on. And since then it's been less than a year. And I had my experience, and like Lee and Bob, they had 3 to 4 years, and they were talking about, let's say, honey bottles. I said, well, you go up here to Pennsylvania, to Lancaster, and about that up there at Gamber. Mm-hmm. I said, that you don't buy it off Amazon, you buy it by the cases. I don't know what, and they, of course, they have to pay shipping because we can drive there. And it just kept on like that. And I had been thinking about doing a live stream. It's just commitment and of doing it on a regular basis, and all. Huh?
It is a commitment.
It is a commitment. I mean, you have a following, and so I'm trying to become monetized, which this will help me, get my watch hours in and stuff. And
you want to talk about YouTube?
Huh?
You want to talk about YouTube?
Yeah, well, that's it's part of it, but I mean, for me, it's YouTube and like my channel and all that stuff. It's a new adventure for me. And, I like my beekeepers, and I've met everybody here on this chat, along with the ones on the right-hand side that are not actually on screen. And they're all my new friends. And see, that's the thing, Lora. I got Bryan here. He's out in Denver, Colorado. I'm going to see him next week because he's flying into Hive Life. None of us have ever seen each other in person. Bob and Lee have been doing their chat for, well, just
Almost a year.
almost a year, and they have never met each other in person. And we're all converging on the mecca of beekeepers at Hive Life, and we're all going to finally get together and actually meet each other in person.
It's fun to do.
And that is what kind of like what Hive Life has brought this huge worldwide community together. Now, we haven't seen Phil. Phil has had some issues, I think. Mm-hmm. And Phil lives, guess where? But in Northern Ireland. And and he comes, you know, and where he lives, it's what, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when he comes on at 8 o'clock at night.
It's a 6-hour difference.
Mm-hmm. And he would get on there and say, "Hey, Sawmill Charlie," you know, or not Sawmill, but Chainsaw Charlie. That's you know, and yeah, because he actually works at a sawmill over in Ireland. He gave us he had a little video clip of that sawmill that he worked at. You know, a great big factory mill. Mm-hmm. But I mean, here we got. It's like I was just saying. There's a guy up in Canada. He once told me to look him up at Hive Life, you know, because he's got some tooling that I like to, you know, get some advice on. And it's fabulous as far as I can say.
How long has Hive Life been around?
This is
3 years.
This is the 3rd year, yeah.
Yeah, it went from the first year was right in the middle of COVID, and he was close to Nashville. 230 people showed up, and 3 vendors. And then this past January, that was my first year going there, and he moved it to Sevierville or close to Knoxville, and 900 people showed up and 35 vendors.
Wow.
And he put it in a convention hall, and he only rented 1 room. Now, this coming week, he rented the whole entire complex. So now he sold, what was it, 1,600 tickets, Lee?
I think it was.
That was his number to start with. He said, "Well, I'll sell 1,500." And then it was like, "Well, we'll boost it to 1,600, but that's the cutoff."
Yeah, he cuts it off.
It's almost like a 300% increase every year.
Because and the thing of it is, he's never ever advertised in any of the trade magazines. Everything is YouTube. He's got 52. He's got 52 Cayman Rentals. He's got 52,000 subscribers. You want to subscribe to Cayman. He's
he's Tennessee Bees or something like that, or Cayman Rental Tennessee Bees.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear him? Conventions, hasn't he? With the club's convention.
Yeah, he was up. Well, Nancy, because of Nancy, she went to Hive Life this past January, and she brought in all these different people. It was like Bee Chat. We had Ian Stepler on there. We had the Dirt Rooster on there, and the people in that chat that we belonged to, they hadn't got a clue who these people were. And I kind of got my, you know, once I got this, what's her name, out of the way and stopped her blabbling. And I said, "Ian," I says, "you know, why are you using a hive lifter?" You know, they didn't know who this guy was, and they didn't know he had 2,000 beehives, and he's a commercial guy, and he lives in Canada. And then Tarl's on there. "Well, you put him in a barn?" You know, I'm like, "Where you people been at? This guy is like the premier.
He's got 100,000 YouTube subs.
Yeah.
He puts back 1,200 colonies in that one building.
He makes, I think, 3 or 4 tractor and trailer loads of honey every year.
Over 300,000 pounds of honey last year.
Wow. And he's in Canada.
Mm-hmm. He's in Canada. Yeah.
Miami, Manitoba, Canada.
I got my live chat tonight.
Yeah, I saw him on YouTube too. He had a horrible
but these people
water problem.
Yeah, the flood. Yeah.
Yeah, right. He flooded. And a lot of people say, "Well, you know, I said, "Yes, he's commercial." And yes, he lives in Canada where it's cold and all that. But if you'll listen to what he says on his management of his hives, you can pick out things that you can use from that, some small, things. And that's where most people they don't seem to understand that or something. But Cayman's got this thing going, and it has just blew up. And as far as I know, it's the biggest convention in the United States now. Within 3 years, it's become the biggest
It would
one.
be even bigger if he didn't put a limiter on it.
Oh yeah, there's 500 people that couldn't get tickets that are.
He limits it.
List of over 500 right now.
It's over 500. He's got to find a bigger venue if he can do it. But the thing of it is, Laura, it's because of YouTube, and it's like there's a lot of folks, in our club that you don't want to lose, the bad information and that same attitude. I said, well, it used to be that way, but now I think the quality information has floated to the top, and all those bad guys have kind of went by the wayside. People know what they're listening for. And YouTube is, it's like I had to work on my car, to put a light bulb in a tail light, and I had to go on there and find out how to do it, because you had to take the liner out of the hatch. It's a minivan, and take the liner out of the back of the hatch in order to get into where the light bulbs are, and stuff like that. And that's the way YouTube is. Our generation, or not all the new generation people, the first thing they go to is YouTube. They don't go to a club or wherever.
Right.
Did you guys hear Cayman Reynolds' interview on Beekeeping Today with Kim Flodham and Jeff Ott? Did anybody listen to that?
No.
It was really interesting because it was like a convergence of these two worlds, right? You have the YouTube world kind of led by Cayman, and then you have like the
old guard.
Yeah, the old guard, right?
That's what it was described to me as.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cayman did a really nice job of going in and being super being the really friendly, funny guy that he was. But slowly throughout the interview, he would kind of push the envelope and kind of make his points a little bit. You know how he's always been big about pushing that status quo and, not letting things happen just because they've been happening that way for years and years. Like he gradually throughout that interview would kind of lead into some of his points. And it was really cool that people like Kim Flodham finally recognized him, first of all.
Yeah.
Because I think there was a lot of this that they were doing. Like, we're going to pretend that world's not happening. And, I got to say something about research and gathering information. It doesn't matter what your source is, whether it's YouTube or a magazine or a book. It's your job to always consider the validity of that source and how it applies to you. And that's true for YouTube. That's true for books. And there's a lot of crappy books written about beekeeping out there as well. There's thousands of 101 beekeeping books out there, right? So it's your job as a researcher to filter out the crap and really find the good, reliable voices in whatever way you decide to gather information.
Yeah, it's like, that's my goal in my channel, is to be very detailed in my information when I'm talking about a subject. And there's a lot of things like you'll hear not so much Cayman, but let's say Ian, let's say a grafting frame, but they got shoulders on them because they're a normal shoulder frame. And he says, you got to make them things narrow. And
Charlie,
watched,
David Burns just did a video about queen rearing.
Yeah.
He's drawing, and then there's a picture, and he shows the queen rearing frame, and it's got those shoulders. And the first thing I thought of was you talking about sanding down them shoulders.
That's right. You got to cut them down because that cuts the burr comb out. And like Bryan said there, you can read all the books you want, but there's a lot of detailed information that is never written in a book and everything.
And you know what, Charlie? That detail is actually in the Laidlaw and Page queen rearing book, but it's the last sentence in a paragraph. And it's one of those things that you're not going to notice, and it's not going to highlight it in the way that our conversations have highlighted it. You know what I mean?
Now, what
It's
kind
just
of what
like an
book
app.
was that, Brian?
It was it's Late Law and Page. Let me look it up so I can give you the exact name.
You
of
say
it.
Late Law?
Yeah, those are the authors, Laidlaw and Page.
Oh, okay. But you know, and that's something also with me is like tonight we talked about the Demery, and I'm more of a visual learner.
Mm-hmm.
If I can go out there and do it, then I understand it way better. If I can see somebody make a video about it, and then if that person, and this is where I think I come in, is that I make sure that I don't leave any of the process out as I'm videotaping.
Right.
You know, people that are visual learners can say, oh, okay, make sure of that, make sure of this type of thing.
I do find you're thorough. Yeah.
Well, you know, I see Rick's comment over there. It says, I liked it better in the olden days before YouTube. Before
There's James.
We had YouTube Beekeepers Know It All. Yeah.
Yeah, but you just had newspaper article know-it-alls and book know-it-alls.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't
read my book, read my newspaper article.
That's one reason why we have these chats, because we can come on these chats and I can say, hey, I was thinking about doing it this way. And Charlie, how would you do this? Or Brian, how would you do this? What's your thoughts on it?
Well, like last night, what was it? Somebody here asked me about them fancy $60 grafting tools.
That was me.
That was you, Brian. Yeah, and I said, you're just wasting your money as far as I'm concerned. You know, and I'm repeating what Ket Williams, and if Ket Williams, who does thousands of queens for a living, he uses a darn old Chinese. I'm going with that man. Hey, James McNally, how about you come on, if you can, come on the chat tonight.
Look at the top of the comments. They got the link pinned to the top.
Yeah, look at the top of the comments. James is from Canada. He does about, I think he said his last video, he's got at least 75 colonies, and he's going bigger. He also has one of them hive lifters that I want to pick his brain about.
Now,
and we want to meet up at Hive Life.
Now, like if you look at Rick's comment right there, and I agree with that. But then if you look at Jeff's comment, he takes bits from different beekeepers and filters it into how he does his colonies.
That's it. If I see somebody that does something that I think would be helpful for me, then I try to apply it to my apiary at the time of year that it applies to my apiary. Yeah. Right. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong or different. I mean, it's just different than what I'm doing, right? Just trying to expand my.
Cajun, I had my popcorn right here. I already ate it.
And like we always say all the time, location, location, location. What I do in the South in Louisiana, Ian probably won't be able to do up in Canada.
Nope.
Right.
But and vice versa. I won't be able to do certain things he does, but there might be little things that he does that might help me, or vice versa. So you got to kind of filter your location and then what the experience is of the other person.
Well, and that's
Hey, Charlie.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, I put the link for that book in the comments, Charlie, if you want to take a look at it.
Hey, Charlie, I got you beat tonight.
Fried pork rinds.
Pork rinds.
All right, where's it at?
That's why I've been muting my mic over here when I'm chewing.
You say you put it in where? In the comments?
No, in the live chat.
I didn't see it pop up myself.
I hadn't seen it yet.
All right, I'll look again.
But the as far as knowing and all, that's what's good about these chats. I mean, we don't care if you've got no hives, one hive, 1,000 hives. It's just people bouncing ideas and saying how they would do it and what they found has worked for them, and just expanding that knowledge yourself. It doesn't mean you have to do it. Doesn't mean you have to listen to it. Just because Charlie says, well, I'm doing I'm doing single brood chamber management.
How would I join you? All right, James, go up on top of the live feed and there's a link up there and click on that. The main thing is, but before you click on that, turn your volume off, then click on the link and then sign in for your name in the bottom and all that, and it'll come in. I think I'm somehow lost my way into the live chat. Yeah, Laura, you
clicked out.
You clicked out. You need to click back in.
Hey, Lee, can you pull up the YouTube stream and show them how to click on the StreamYard link?
I should be able to. Yeah, James, if you're looking at the live feed, you got your chat over here at the top where it's highlighted blue in Sawmill Charlie. Click that link on the side of it.
Yeah, but before you click it, go over to the left here and turn the volume off.
Yeah, mute the volume.
You'll get feedback.
Mute the volume right there on your YouTube channel.
I like, DC, how you put us at the bottom from University to Bob and Lee. That's where your knowledge came from. From A to Z, we're Z.
All right, there he is.
There you go.
All right, Laura. Good night, Laura.
Well, Happy New Year. Happy Red Queen changeover day.
Hey, Bob, my buddy Ty Kent you was talking about the other day just texted me.
I did.
New Year's.
So, James, where are you at? Are you home or are you down in getting ready to fly out?
No, I'm getting ready to fly out. So I'm still sitting in my living room.
Okay. Well, I mean, I followed your channel some and looked a lot of your videos. Tell everybody here about yourself and your bee operation and all that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, I'm a hobbyist turned sideline here about 2 years ago, focusing on my own genetics and growing my apiary that way. So I started about 6 years ago with, well, of course, like most beekeepers, 1 hive became 3, became 10. And yes, I put 78 hives into the shed this fall.
He's got his own bee shed, just like Ian.
Well, the last week it was minus 48 degrees Celsius up here for about 12 days. So the shed sure comes in handy up here in the Canadian North.
And then
you said that was negative 48
minus
Celsius.
Minus 48 degrees Celsius. Yeah,
so that's negative 54 Fahrenheit.
Jesus.
It's
you're kind of you're in the western end of the country, aren't you?
Correct. Yeah, I'm in northern Alberta, so kind of the northwest, you could say.
Well, just explain it. You know, you got Alberta, and then there's Manitoba. Are they states or are they?
They're provinces. So our provinces up here in Canada are a lot like states down there in the U.S. So starting at the far west coast, we have British Columbia. Then there's the province of Alberta, and then in between Manitoba, where Ian is. So then there's Saskatchewan, and then we go over into Manitoba.
Okay. And all because I was watching your trip to get your hive. I think it was a hive lifter, wasn't it?
It was a hive lifter. Actually, I think you've had a few questions, so I really look forward to
I had a
with you.
ton of questions, you know. I mean, I seen you out there working your bees on the one video in the snow and all that kind of stuff. And is it when you get a couple supers or whatever on that thing, is it top heavy or does it is it kind of wobbly or?
You know what? He's done a lot of research and he's done a lot of experiments on that. So that lifter that I've got, it'll lift 4 full supers, and those are deep supers.
Deep, so four deep boxes.
Four deep boxes. It'll lift quite easy, and it's balanced really well. So there's pros and cons with any tool.
Right.
But one of the things that I've been doing as I've been getting a little bit older, I've been trying to work a little smarter than harder.
Yeah.
So
That's where I'm at.
I broke my back in 2000. So, beekeeping is something I want to do. So I've got to make sure that I've got the tools to do it. So the Hive lifter is one of them that was affordable for me. I'd love to have an easy loader like Ian's got, but right now it's just what is that? I think it's about 40,000 Canadian. That's probably like 1,000 US. But
No,
no, just kidding. I mean, our dollar's not that good, but in fact, just as you had mentioned, I'm on my way down to the Hive Life conference. So I went in and got a bunch of US cash yesterday, and yeah, our exchange rate isn't very good. But anyways, the lifter, it's really answered the question for me. So. And it's a tool that I use not only out in the yards, but I actually bring it back to the honey house as well. And it works really well to lift the supers on
Yeah.
and off the trailer and onto the equipment there for the honey house.
Well, you're running, I guess, all deeps, right? Everything's
yeah.
deeps. So, like, we raise a honey box up, and we either use a fume board and then back it up with a leaf blower to blow the bees out of it.
Yep.
And I was talking to Mike Berry that has one down in the south here, and we were talking about where the box is kind of up in the air because you got to kind of raise the arms up in order to get it to set down on them back legs or those back wheels.
Yep.
And all. And we've been talking about Demery, where we're going in and pulling up, let's say 3 boxes. I'm going to try to use one of these hive lifters like you got there, raise it up out of the way so you can go in there, check the brood, and move it out of the bottom brood box, and then put it upstairs and all that stuff, and then to be able to put that box down there, the honey supers back on without breaking our backs and stuff like that. But that also, my question is management here. It's just you, from what I gather, as far as you and 75 hives.
Yep.
And you do have a day job, from what I gather.
I do. I have a full-time job at the local mill here as well. So.
Okay. What kind of mill?
Pulp mill, actually.
Okay.
I work for
a paper mill.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So it's like, okay, let's say you got Saturdays and Sundays it off, from work. And it's like, how do you get it all done?
Time management. And actually, that's one of the.
Is it management skills in the hive? I guess is what I mean. I'm looking. I look at myself like I've told these guys. Am I doing it right, or am I spending too much time in each hive, or am I like the Demery is a swarm management and honey production technique, which I'm sure you're not going to be doing. So it's like, how do you manage swarms and a honey production time for you? I don't know what time of year that is.
Yeah, so maybe I can answer that. So I spent the first let's call it 5 years of beekeeping trying to learn the bees, if you will. And I found the more I learned, the more I have to learn, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But what I tried to do is through a lot of research, working with some mentors up here as well, and a lot of YouTube videos, I learned how to quickly assess what's going on in the hive. You hear from time to time how some of the big commercial beekeepers and stuff like this can do it really quickly. And when I first got into the beekeeping, I didn't understand that. But just recognizing, the minute you take the top cover off, just the tone of the bees, the hum of the bees, you start to recognize very, very quickly some of the key things that you look for to assess a hive quickly, and then move on. So you're right. I mean, just myself going through the 78 hives, and I'm actually hoping, this past year was a lot of learning for me, I'll be honest. I actually didn't have a whole bunch of swarms. I had 3 swarms, all of which I managed to catch. And I'm fairly confident that that's all I had swarm, because I mark all of my queens, and those are the only ones that kind of got away on me, if you would. So I managed to track all my queens and stuff like that. So just recognizing what's going on in the hive, I think that's really important to be able to quickly assess.
Well, I mean, I recognize where you get in a hive, and if they're calm and they have just let's say I don't really smoke mine much, and you open it up and they're calm and they are let's say a slight hum.
Yeah, just a low hum.
And just a low hum. I already know I got a queen in here. I'm 95% sure.
Exactly.
Now, if you go in there and they're running around like the chicken head with their head cut off, and they got this queenless, and you got the queenless roar, all right, I'm 95% sure I got a queen issue here.
Exactly. And it's just things like that you can't
teach.
You can't teach. It's something that you just have to learn. And unfortunately, sometimes the best lessons that you've learned always seem to be the ones that you learn the hard way.
Yeah. But and then I guess you're with the 75 hives, it's basically honey production you're looking for.
Well, this year I didn't get a whole lot of honey. I ended up only with about 3,800 pounds out of those hives. But
I mean, if my goal is about 1,000 pounds a year to get from one year to the next,
Well, and I say that because I had a couple hives that I kept right off to the side, just simply for honey production, and those ones easily averaged, I'm going to say 110 to 125 pounds a hive. So those are good hives. And part of the reason I didn't get a whole bunch of honey is obviously to grow like I did. I spent a lot of time dividing, a lot of time splitting, and of course a lot of time building equipment, if you would. So
yeah, guys, he's got a good wood shop. He's making. I haven't seen the actual finished product that you have a grafting stand, I believe it is, a fancy grafting stand.
Actually, I did. So about 3 years ago, I guess, I got tired of trying to graft my queens by standing up a frame up against a lid or a box or something. And,
yeah.
I seem to have more of them that would slip and fall, and of course that frame's no good. So I literally, I think it was a January day 3 years ago or something like this, I thought there's got to be a better way. So after about, 12, 14 versions in the wood shop, I came up with a grafting table. And actually Cayman's, I sent a couple down to Cayman, specially made for his Hive Life conference. So they'll be, I do believe he's going to put them into the silent auction down there.
The silent auction.
So you will see some of my handiwork, if you will, down there now. They've really caught on, actually. So I
heard you had like 50 of them ordered or something.
Yeah, I just sent out the last of 54 here that I had ordered, but that is that's really amazing to see that something like that took off like it did.
Yeah, you talk about bringing in that much honey. What's your main flow up there?
Well, unlike a lot of the I guess the big commercial operators up here, I try to keep my bees away from the canola. Now the canola up here obviously is one of the major honey sources, but I've tried to keep them away mainly into the hay fields. So canola or alfalfa and clover is what I really kind of strive to keep my bees in. And I do that for a couple reasons. One is I'm not a big commercial operator, so I'm working closely with some of the local retailers here, if you would. So I absolutely sell some of my honey, but a lot of my honey is going to In fact, just last night I met with one of the orchard gentlemen up here. He has Haskell berries. I don't know if you've heard of Haskells, but he makes syrup and jam and things like this with his Haskell berries. But up until now, he's been using sugar. He's trying to keep it all natural. So we just struck a deal here the other day where he's going to be sweetening all of his jams and all of his syrups and stuff like that now naturally with my honey. So, and it's actually taking right off. Also working with a mead, I don't know, what do you call it, brewery?
Meadery.
Meadery.
Okay, a meadery. So she makes, and in fact, that's what I'm having here tonight. I like it. There we go. Looks good, Lee.
That's my homemade.
What's James? What is your YouTube? It's James McNally. What?
It's just James McNally. If you look
James
up
McNally.
YouTube, just look up James McNally.
Yeah, drop that link in there, Lee, if you can find it.
You got the little honeybee with the red hat.
You got her. That's I'm Irish, so I had my bee had to have my colors, right?
I'll drop the link in there, but I mean somebody have to copy it out. Me and you'll have to get together later, Charlie, as far as moderators to be able to put a full link in your comments.
I just subscribed.
Excellent.
So yeah, now one thing I gotta ask is, like, you got yourself a 12 frame extractor.
That
right?
was a mistake.
And I'm like, what is this guy thinking?
Actually, it was one of these. How do I put this? So I had ordered one earlier in the year. Call it COVID, call it shipping. Anyways, long story short, that was about the only thing I could get my hands on last year. So yeah, it was a long extraction period.
Yeah, I mean, you need a 30 frame. Well, you need an extraction line is what you need.
Well, and that's exactly what I did. So working with the company that I got that extractor from last year.
Isn't that a license? And that's a license, isn't it?
It was a license, yeah. So it's more or less on loan, if you would, because well, I'm hoping to talk to some of the dealers down at the Hive Life conference here, next week.
Yeah, I happened to hit a link, and it was a guy up in New York State who had a Cowan, and it was a 32 frame extractor line where it had a queen and capper, went right in, and it had a horizontal, two basket thing, horizontal, spinner, and then he had one rack out the end, where all the frames would come out and stuff, and then he would debox and stuff. I don't know what that thing cost, but but he was saying if you had 300 hives to 400 hives, this is just it was their smallest unit they have, and all that, and and Cowan will be at Hive Life too.
Excellent.
So,
well, like I said, he's willing to well, like I said, more or less just gave it to me on loan. That came from actually Worker and Hive down in Calgary, but keep in mind last year was really my first big year as a sideliner, if you would. If you watch my YouTube videos, I started at the beginning of the year. I gave myself a budget, so I gave myself
you didn't make it.
actually way better. So I gave myself a $10,000 budget, and I was hoping to go into winter this year with 25 hives. I stuck to the budget, and everything that I took out of the business, if you would, I put back in. And rather than going into winter with 25 hives, I went into winter with 78. Actually, I have 78 hives that I put away, and I'm in the black. So everything that I purchased is paid for. Plus, I still have my honey that I'm selling. So it actually worked out extremely well for the first year as a sideline. Way better than I ever expected. But most of you that watch me, quite often I'm accused of researching stuff to death, but I like to know. I like to know what I'm going into.
Exactly.
I like to know what I'm up against, and I make a plan and I try to stick to it.
Well, I think, I mean, I'm a big researcher. It's like, all right, I talked to these guys in the United States about Boris's lifter at Hive Life, and it's been a year. And I'm like, you're spending, I don't know, the things cost, I'll say a couple $1,000s in American, I guess, somewhere's close to it. Time you get shipping involved.
Yep.
And it's like, it's like whether or not you get the arms up and it teeter totters. I mean, there's my hives behind me there, and I'm on a good flat ground area. And, I like to kick the tires, to be quite honest with you, and make sure that's exactly what I want.
Well, as far as the lifter, I'm happy with the lifter. Now, I did get Boris to do a few things for me. So I use
well, that
the
was
same.
like there's a guy down here in the U.S. and he had an issue with the battery, and there wasn't a cutoff switch, and he had to cut the wires. And
I haven't had any of those issues at all, actually. I had
another
him.
sub, James. Jad, there's another one for you. We're gonna kick you up here tonight. more subs.
That's excellent. But
almost New Year's, Lee.
Yeah, almost New Year's for who? Central. For you, Lee.
Yep.
Lee's in the central time zone.
Yeah,
And
1
I'm
minute.
1 minute.
Or
I was
less.
I've been an hour ago was Eastern Standard. His is Central time.
No, you guys are an hour ahead of me.
Well, I'm probably 2 hours ahead of you. You're in what mountain
I'm
time?
in Mountain Standard Time. Yeah.
All right. Well,
You're
Brian over here at Flower Street, he's in mountain time.
There we go.
All right, there you go. Happy New Year's, Lee.
Years. Thank you.
Okay. But
you got to celebrate with one of those shooters.
Huh?
Lee's got to celebrate with one of those shooters.
Oh.
None
there
of them
you
filled
go.
up
Yeah.
yet.
There you go.
Come on.
They're not filled. I got like 300 of them got to be filled.
He'll have them for everybody down at Hive Life.
Yeah.
There we
I
go.
got I've got a 5-gallon Carboy brewing, and it's all going in 2-ounce sample bottles.
Nice.
But anyway, I've been researching for a year, and then I've seen you had one, and Nathan out there at Duck River Honey's had one. He was the one that had an issue with it a little bit here recently.
Got her.
And as far as the battery, and I think it was an on and off switch for the battery. You could disconnect the battery to the unit, I guess is what it was. So is Boris still making? He says they're sold out. Is it a custom made thing?
It is. So he's a one-man operation. Very smart.
I
man,
wish he would
actually.
come to Hive Life and bring one. I'd have the stuff right there ready for him to take it home.
Well, come on up here. I wouldn't. I'd give it a few months, but you're welcome up here anytime. But no, the lifter works really good. Like I said, I had Boris widen the tires for me.
Okay. That you don't have, you got more stability there.
That's what I was looking at. I'd like either a wider base on the bottom or wider tires.
Yeah, I think the one that Nathan's got there is it's a standard one. So being as Boris is over in Winnipeg, he's not far from Brad with Faith Apiaries or Ian. Really,
Yeah, I tried to.
Right in the middle.
I tried to connect with you as I told you my messages that your email address doesn't seem to work for me. I don't know why.
Usually, it's everybody forgets the S. It's old McNally's. Everybody seems to forget the S, and they just go old McNally. But I'll put it down there. But
I thought I
caught it. Charlie adds an extra S in there. He put Kodiak Farms and tried to send me something earlier.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you know what? Actually, I looked at my contacts and had two for you, and I had one which is your normal address and one with an S on it, and I said, okay, delete. Yep. So. But so you had him. All right, tell us about that as far as what you had customized on it.
Yeah, so I had him because I use the same pallets. So I use the same pallet design that Ian and Brad use. I actually got it from Brad with Faith.
Which is the 2 Hive pallet.
Correct. Yeah. So a side by side to a Hive pallet. So
So you
because
must
of
have
that,
the lifter arms too.
I do. So I got the lifter arms as well. Now I have both. So not only have I got the pallet arms, but I also got the regular ones as well.
Right.
I just use the regular ones that come down and hook onto the boxes themselves.
Yeah.
So I use that when I'm harvesting the honey, um, or I use that, let's say a little bit later on in the season, if I suspect there's something going on in the brood chamber, I can actually hook onto all the honey boxes, lift them off, and then I have access to the brood chamber really quickly with it. So it does work really well for that. You you are correct. It does tip the boxes back a little bit, so he's put some arms on there for me so that the arms kind of guide the honey supers, if you will, so that they don't fall apart. I mean, they're pretty much propolis
You talking
together.
about the ones that are going straight up to kind of support them, holding them like that?
Correct.
Yeah, that seems to be. Isn't that a standard thing?
I think it is, but I had to make mine just a little bit longer, if you would.
Longer. Okay.
And then so that's pretty much it. And it works well. The one thing that I caution everybody on, with the standard, if you just get a standard high lifter, or actually even the one with the wider tires, so he widens it out, you have to be careful. So if I wanted to take the honey supers off of the box, I got to come into it from the side. So I'm taking the longer part of the box, if you will, so the depth of it, not the width of it.
Yeah.
And what happens is you can't set those boxes down on the ground, because what happens is the bars come down and they hit the tires. So that is something to kind of watch. So what I ended up doing to get around all that is I'd always have an empty super, just drop the empty super down, and then I can always
so you can't drop them onto the ground on any of on that model at all, the regular model too?
The regular model as well. Yeah, they don't kind of stick out far enough. And I've got that. So as I'd mentioned to you, Charlie, I have started a video, just been well, once again, there's just myself, but I do have a whole review, if you would, on that video. Just need some time to edit it and get it out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I thought about that. I was talking to with Mike Berry down there. I said, like you say, you could put a box down, or you could put like a stand or something to have a stand so you can rest your box, so you can run over here and do something different, so it doesn't go down to the ground. Now, what about when you go in there? Of course, they're all glued up, and I've seen Boris. He had some special metal tools in there and jam them things in there to break the boxes and stuff like that, and all that stuff. Did you have any problems with that, or how do you do it?
No, so I'll come up, I'll hook onto the boxes and just use my Hive tool and give it a bit of a crack. I'm missing something somewhere.
They're ragging on me because I found out I'm going to be a grandpa today, so now they're giving me all the grandpa jokes.
He's not just a grandpa; he's a double grandpa.
Yeah, 2 of my kids told me today they're pregnant. So.
Pregnant.
So congrats, I guess.
Yeah, they're just ragging me because I'm sitting back listening. Usually I'm the one talking, and they're like, "Wake up, Bob." Oh, he's a grandpa now. He's falling asleep, I'm just being courteous.
I was going to say, now that you're a grandpa, you're not going to have time for bees. Either that, or you know what? You have extra help. You've got 2 ways to look at it.
Yeah, they're going to be born right after the flow, so maybe they'll give me some help winterizing this year. Yeah.
Look, guys, he got the diabetes. It's not his fault he's sleeping.
Yeah, it's all that candy.
It's all that candy.
That's right.
Well, Spanky sent him a whole big box of candy, some specialized candy that Spanky makes.
Liquor filled candy.
Yeah,
oh, there you go.
I'm doing chocolate shots is what I'm doing.
All right, so you can't put the boxes down, so that's a downturn right there. Now, let me ask you this, and that's why I wanted to get a hold of, what's the guy's name up there that you...
that makes it?
Huh?
That makes it? So Boris makes it?
No, not Boris, but the other beekeeper that's Ian's buddy and yours.
Oh, Brad with Faith
Brad.
Apiaries.
Now, he's got the other style. It's more like a dolly.
Correct.
And I watched him, and that thing was leaking down on him there. That the lifter or the gearing part, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah.
And it looked like to me that you could go into the hive, pick it up, and then you could bring it back. And I think it would sit back on its back haunches, as I'll call it, and just stay there by itself, if that's correct or not. I wanted to get a hold of him and talk to him too.
Well, and yeah, his channel is Faith Apiary. So if you wanted to get a hold of him there,
I've subscribed. He's talking about running a table saw here lately.
he's trying to fix up his wood shop there. I think he's
Yeah.
a radial arm saw. Actually, I don't think he's doing too much of anything. He just had some surgery on one of his eyes there. So
Okay, I had heard something about that.
So his style actually, when I went over to pick mine up. So to give you an idea, I drove over to Winnipeg and to see Brad and Ian this spring. Unfortunately, Ian was tied right up with the horrible weather and the floods that they had. But I did manage to get up and see Brad. So
Yeah.
in talking with Brad, now he would be the best one, but I actually had the chance or the opportunity to talk to him before I bought mine, and he was the one who actually convinced me to go with this style. So the style he's
Really?
got, that it works good, but it takes how did he put it? I think he said it takes a big man to move that around. Now, Brad is probably 1.5 feet above me. He's a rather
You look
large,
like a pretty good
individual.
sized guy to me.
Yeah, he's a large individual, so he has no problem with it. But I wanted something once again that I could use myself. My apiaries around here aren't on nice level ground like yours look like in the back there, Charlie. So I needed something.
I've seen the ones I've seen were like nice and flat.
Cameras do wonderful things.
Well, that one there, it was kind of off the side of the road or something. You had about 35 or 40 highs, and you were complaining about them pro nukes and all that.
Well, actually, I don't mind the pro nukes. I was complaining about, I had a customer that brought me those cardboard boxes, those cardboard nukes.
Yeah.
And I never ever did like those things. But he was adamant. He was adamant that's what he wanted. He didn't want to pay the $20 for a pro nuke. And so I went out and I did. I put his nuke in those cardboard boxes, and lo and behold, it rained the night before I had to deliver those things. And it ended up killing all the bees in both of those cardboard nukes. Even though they were waxed, they collapsed on themselves and suffocated the bees. And it just, of course, you know how that works. Now, even after talking with the customer, he wanted those in those boxes. Well, you can imagine how it was when there was no money transferred, I guess, because he didn't want to have to pay for the bees that were dead. So I just come to the conclusion that I'll never use those cardboard boxes again myself. But that's just my personal opinion on them.
Yeah, you just have to say this is it. You take it or leave it.
That's where it is. And I mean, it's getting harder and harder to find bees up here. So yeah, I've pretty much went all to the pro nuke boxes, to be honest with you. In fact, I ordered, what did I order? I think I ordered 100 of them for my nukes this year.
Right. So anyway, you got the wider tires. The thing doesn't lift all the way down to the ground, but you have to have a box or something to sit on your thing, which that's not a problem.
Nope.
And I wonder if can you put a medium super down that would work or not?
Oh, yeah, no, that would work. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So if you saw, I put all my bees into the barn with a full-size deep brood chamber with a medium on top of it. So I plugged that medium out with sugar water before I put them into the barn.
Yeah.
I
didn't see the barn. I think you were building on it or working on it, putting the whatever in it and all that stuff. But any other issues with the lifter?
No, in fact, I quite like it. He put a solar panel on there for me as well. So I
think that's pretty much standard. I think on that.
And it kept it charged. So I mean, not once did I ever end up with a dead battery. Even lifting them, to do all the honey and everything like that. It never died at all. And I haven't had the problem with the battery or anything like that either. Now, I like the idea of a battery disconnect. the box that he uses, it's a watertight liquid box, if you would. It's got a nice O-ring seal and stuff like that around it. But then he drilled the holes in the box to put the switch and the voltmeter and stuff in. Now, what I did with mine when I first got it is I opened that box back up. I popped those switches out and a little bit of silicone to seal that box back up, if you would. Kind of defeated having a nice liquid tight box that wasn't liquid tight anymore. But that was a quick, easy, simple fix, really.
Hey.
Hey, Ed.
Hey guys.
Hey,
I'm
Ed.
just gonna bring this here up real quick. Y'all talking about Bob and the new bee helpers? Check out my little helper. I got him in my
A little bit of extra help never hurt anything.
Yeah, I texted his dad that picture and I said, well, me and Buddy's about to go work.
Just set him out there and know he's safe.
Yep.
I got a question for James. I
Go
don't
ahead.
know much about the pallets, but so where do you move your bees to on those?
On the pallets?
Yeah.
So they basically they come out of there, the nukes right into the pallets, and I pick the pallets up in the spring. Usually early April, get them out into the field. Try to keep my apiaries like most people, 40, 45 hives per apiary type thing. And in the fall, I literally pick them right back up, and I have a shop that I moved them all into. And like Charlie was saying, I've got one of the videos there that I spent the time to put the exhaust fans in there correctly. I've got a mixing box, and I've got a ventilation system. And I can actually access it remotely with my phone to turn the heaters on and off. They'll turn on and off automatically too, but I can turn the exhaust fans on and off, and I can monitor it pretty much from anywhere as long as I've got my cell phone. So
Is your barn off site of your house?
It is. Yep. Yeah, it is. So it's about a 15-20 minute drive from my house. So it's nice to be able to know exactly where they're at, and I can set alarms up on it too. So if the power or something was to go out, it's going to give me an alarm long before I reach any temperatures or anything like that.
Right. So are you trying to keep it like Ian, where you keep it at 4 degrees Celsius?
Exactly. Yep.
Which is 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what I calculated out to be.
So how far is the field from the shed?
Well, there's last year I had 2 fields. I've actually worked with some of the farmers up here, so I'll have 4 this year. 20. Everything's probably within about I was going to say 20 to 30 minutes from the shed. The first, the first apiary is probably only about 10 minutes from the shed, and then the farthest one is probably 35 minutes type thing.
So you got a flatbed like Ian does?
I wish. No, no, I'm still the sideliner. So I've got a car hauling trailer that I put them all on with the car hauler, and it works good with my lift too, because my lift just kind of goes right up. It'll hit them onto the hauler. Now, when I picked them all up this fall, I was fortunate enough to borrow a little John Deere tractor from basically one of my friends. And that worked really well because I could pick up 4 hives at a time or 2 pallets and load them right onto the trailer. And of course, when I did that, it was I guess it was about -8 degrees Celsius up here, so a little bit cold to do all of that. And simply because, once again, a sideliner with a full-time job and living in Alberta, the weather can change really quickly. So unfortunately,
all right. So you got on a pallet, you got 2 hives.
Correct.
Are they just one single deep box on there, or 2 deep boxes?
When I put them
per
into
hive
winter, or like when
in
I put
winter.
them into winter, so they have a single deep brood chamber, and on top of that, they have a medium super as well.
Okay.
And that's what I plug out. So a lot of the big beekeepers up here were giving me a hard time. They were saying, keep your equipment standard, which there's a lot of benefits to that. but I had a bunch of the medium supers, and like Ian, he puts everything to bed in a single super. He's got more experience than I do. I figured that medium super was cheap insurance to plug out with sugar water to ensure that I
Yeah,
didn't
because
run in.
yeah,
Yeah,
when it comes to Ian, it's like, how do you have all them bees in there and then chock it full of honey on top of all that, and they have enough room for everything?
well, and he ran into problems. If you watch some of Ian's videos I guess this spring, um, last spring, I guess for you that already
Yeah,
hit,
he had all those
you know,
floods and everything.
well, he had all the floods, but he actually saw some of his bees. The temperature in his bee barn started to drop drastically, and what he ended up having is he had a whole pile of bees that starved out really quickly. So he had no choice but to get them out and get buckets on them right away. Um, that's where I decided by watching, and I try to learn from other people's mistakes, but that's where I thought, you know what, that medium super, plug that out with sugar water is cheap insurance for me because, as a small sideliner, if I was to lose, 50% of my bees because they starved to death, well, that would be devastating. I mean, I probably wouldn't recover from that very quickly and would probably find myself purchasing bees again.
All right, so with the hive lifter, you got a deep and a medium,
Mm-hmm.
2 hives per pallet.
Yep.
And you got the one that's a hydraulic piston on there.
Correct. The electric hydraulics. Yep.
Electric hydraulic, and it's strong enough to lift all that weight because you plugged them in good, I'm sure.
Yeah, each one went to probably about 100 and I'm going to say between 125 and 145 pounds
Per
and
hive.
Per hive, and it picked that up no problem.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is you got, let's say 300
pounds.
Yeah, at least 300 pounds. Yeah.
And the lifter I think is rated for 425, and it does. It'll actually lift more than that. I just didn't because I don't want to break it,
right.
so that I don't break my back.
Now your entrance is on the pallets. Do you got them both facing the same direction or opposite directions?
No, they both face the same direction. What I did do, so they both face out the same side. But what I did is my entrance reducers. So I did put them, later on in the fall, I put the entrance reducers, or when I'm putting a nuke in there, I'll put my entrance reducers together in the center. So I force the entrances to the outside, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So Charlie, what are you trying to decide? You know you want one. You just got to pull the trigger.
It's not that, Brian. Is the main thing is all right. He's modified the wheel width, which sounds good to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Not so much for the pallets, just for general
stability.
Well, if you quit keeping bees drunk, man, you wouldn't have to worry about falling over as you're going down the aisle.
Wouldn't be given.
You're trying to figure out how to individualize it to make it work for you. Is that what you're trying to figure out?
No, I just want to make sure that I'm buying a product and like, man, I wish I shouldn't have bought this thing.
Well, now's the time to buy it, so you have the whole season. Don't wait till August when you're all tired and say, "Now I'm going to buy it." Buy it now if you're going to buy it.
If you ask me if I was knowing what I know now and had it as long as I have, would I buy another one? In a heartbeat. If that helps you at all. I do believe, especially like I said, because I'm a one-man operation, and it absolutely has made it so that I can do it all with one person.
Yeah, I just like you say, a hive lifter, that like Ian has, that's just not something that I don't need that. I got a dozen honey hives, and a lot of people say, well, you don't even need the hive lifter. Well, it's like having a bottling tank. I bought a Max Ant bottling tank this year. I finally got it after 11 months, and I did get a grant for it. And I'll tell you, it's the best investment I ever made, because I don't have to drag honey up the stairs out of a hot box. And then it's only in a 5-gallon bucket with a a gate on the bottom and all that stuff. Now I can put 20. I got a medium size one. I got put 25 gallons in there, and we're up to 300 pounds, I think it is, and I can bottle for a month, depending on how much I'm selling too. And it's got a one drip valve, as they say, or not a no drip valve.
Yeah.
And
But
and
like
it's
some of our bee equipment, yes, some of it we do need, but I ain't gonna lie, some of it we just won't.
Hey, my pneumatic valve is what I wanted, right? I could have went cheaper.
Yeah.
You know what? I use the Charlie principle. Well, if you can afford it and it's going to make it faster for you, then you need to go ahead.
Well, now, James, Bob here, he was on the fence. He was either going to buy a 20 frame or a 30 frame license extractor. And I'm like, it's true. The first buy is always the cheapest. If you buy a 20 frame and then you want to sell the 20 frame to buy the 30 frame 3 years down the road, because he wants to get up, what do you want, Bob? 30 to 40 hives?
Yeah. Well,
you want 1,000 pounds or more of honey so you can sell and not run out.
My state law is I can sell 4,900 pounds of honey before having to be inspected by the restaurant people for your honey processing and everything. So if I can do 4,900 pounds by James's standards, I only need about 100 colonies to do that.
Yeah, down where you're at.
But only to make 4,900 pounds.
Yeah. But what I was getting at is, how much was the difference there? About $400 difference or so? $300 difference?
It was about $600, I think. $600.
How much? $600 difference.
Mm-hmm.
So he went ahead and got the 30 frame, like I recommended, because he's gonna.
Yeah, but it was like crack at that point, because then it's like, but now I need this uncapping table and the uncapper and the steam uncapper. And if I've got all this honey, well, now I need a bottling tank. And well, if I'm getting the bottling tank, then
he bought it all.
And then I can get the one drip valve, but if I'm going to do that, Lyson has this new pneumatic valve that you can just step on a foot pedal and it opens it up. So now I've got all that.
Sounds like beekeeping.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, but I haven't made enough money to pay all that crap back yet. So
like they say, when you're buying something, buy once, cry once.
Yep. Well, that's the plan. So
go ahead, bite the bullet and get what you want.
Of course, then you buy the pneumatic valve and you're like, well, I'll just use my old compressor, and you go out there and get it. Well, the old compressor doesn't work anymore, so now I have to go buy a new compressor.
And where do you hook the compressor up at?
Oh, it's hooked up right in my kitchen. So, hey, it works, and sometimes it'll even get my wife to hurry up and help me bottle, because it'll the noise reduction in there.
So I'm going to have to ask the question, because when I start extracting honey and bottling honey, it doesn't matter how many buckets of water I've got to wash your hands and fingers and everything like that. I seem to get the whole house covered with honey. I mean, my wife just shoots me because somehow I've got doorknobs that I've never even walked through covered with honey.
Now, do you have I'm sure you have a bottling tank, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Well, with my bottling tank, I've got the Lyson bottling tank. I've got the 18-gallon Lyson tank, and that's one of the reasons why I went from a 5-gallon bucket with the gate valve to an 18-gallon bottling tank with the pneumatic valve on it. So for me, it allowed me to have both hands free, right? So I could step on it, fill it, let off of course, scrape it, and turn it, and it really limited that. And then I put a empty 5-gallon pail under the valve, so if it drips, it just drips into the bucket. And
I do almost that, but I put a 5-gallon bucket with the lid on it, and I put one of the blue paper towels on top. That way, when I move my bottle, if I get a drip, it just drops on the paper towel, and I don't even have to wipe it up later. I just grab the paper towel, throw it away.
And so, I mean, it has. I mean, I do all mine by myself as well, and nobody's out there helping me lift boxes and load them in the back of my pickup truck, to back them up to my honey house, to unload them and uncap them and spin them and strain them and all that. Nobody's doing that.
Yep.
So it's for me, yeah. I mean, these chats with, that insight. Yeah, I joke about it, but yeah, I'm glad I did it. Because I went from an 8/4 frame electric, and with deep boxes, then you got to flip the frames over. So it was taking forever to do a few boxes. And now I can go out there and throw 30 frames in the extractor and do 3 boxes at a time. And, it makes a huge difference in time.
Yeah.
Do you have a clarifier, Bob?
I don't have a clarifier. I've got the licensed 1500 millimeter uncapping tank that's got the strainers in it.
Yep.
And then when I run it out of my extractor, I just run it through a double strainer into the 5-gallon bucket. And a lot of times I'll clean that out, and then I'll put that strainer back on top of my bottling tank, and then pour it back through it a second time, just to make sure I'm catching everything.
Got it.
Yeah. And Lee and I have the same thing with the tabletop steam uncapper with the dual blades on it. So you do have to manually cut the frames, but it makes it pretty fast.
Yeah, I made the mistake. So I did all of my extraction this year with a hot knife. Not again. No, that was a long time going. And how come nobody makes a hot knife for a deep frame? What's up with that?
Well, hey, Lee, show that video of your uncapper, because I've got the same one, and it's so much faster.
I got a regular knife that's for a deep frame, and I wish they made one for a shallow frame, because that's what I run.
The problem with the uncapping knife for me was just the numbers, right? When you start thinking numbers, if you buy the uncapping, that's $200, right? The tabletop uncapper.
Mine was $5.
Well, you got a bread knife or something, right? I'm talking about the nice heated.
Well, Jim Ayer's got that brand new Pierce job he was checking out,
and it's like $200, right? So this is what we got set up, right? And you just slide it across, you pull it back,
and I didn't have the 3 points adjusted yet, so it did miss a little bit on the edges there.
Then you just run it again. And Lee's being very careful, but you can do it much faster.
Yeah, I'm OCD on some things.
But you know what? That tabletop steam uncapper was what, $400, Lee? $425 or something like that.
I think it was something like that.
But that Simple Harmony Farms one where they put it down, that thing was $400. So I'm like
$300 or $400, something like that.
Yeah, so that's what we got right there, and it sits right. It's made for that uncapping tank, and it just works well. And then you can just take the frame and hang it over there, and the cappings are, strain out. And
so are you gonna go ahead, James?
Oh, I was going to say, I think I've got the same table as what you guys have there, but yeah, I made the mistake of. Once again, the best lessons you learn are the hard way, right? But I bought a couple different decapping knives before I finally got that. The one with the variable temperature from Pierce, which works great, but it's too short for a deep super. I mean, it absolutely works wonderful for the mediums. But
so, what are you going to have a licensed Queen automatic uncapper?
I'm looking actually at that license line, the whole line there with the uncapper, the clarifier on the bottom. I think it is a.
What about the
$30,000 or something like that?
Yeah.
Exactly. What about the screw underneath the wax screw
with the wax press and everything as well? Yeah, I was looking at that one.
You know who's got a nice video on that is Black Mountain Honey.
Okay.
He's over in the UK, but he's got that license line, and he's got it in a very small honey house. And I mean, he just drops them in there, and the frames are just coming down and getting cut and moving over, and he just loads them in his extractor.
Well, and that's what I got to look for. I got to look for something like that. I mean, my end goal here is when I originally set up my business plan, my end goal was to be between 100 and 150 hives within 3 years. I think that's quite doable here within the next year, and to try and do it with my 12 frame extractor and a hot knife.
Seen that.
It just isn't going to happen.
What is this guy doing? You know,
you use what you get a hold of, right?
Right.
But no, I mean, that line is where you have the uncapping, the wax press, and then you have a horizontal spinner.
Correct.
What's it hold? 25 or 30 frames or something like that, or
I think it's 30. Yep.
I think it was at least 30. I seen it up at New York. They were setting it up, and I didn't really get into it that quick. But yeah, that for the amount of honey that you're doing, absolutely, you want that size.
Well, Dancing Bee up in Canada is a licensed distributor. Do they not carry that one?
So they do. So is Worker and Hive out of Calgary, which is a whole lot closer to me. In fact, I've been working with one of the local companies here in Grand Prairie. Bee Natural is who they're called. And I think he's looking at trying to bring a bunch of that stuff. The problem we have here where I'm at up in Grand Prairie, I mean, the next closest city is Edmonton, which is about a 4.5, 5 hour drive away, which is a big city. So Grand Prairie's a city, but it's a smaller one. Right. And there's really no support for the beekeepers up here. And I mean, we've got a few big commercial or keepers up here, but they're tied right up. They're so busy that it's hard to get those guys cornered down to to ask questions, learn, or mentor. So guys that put videos up like Ian and Brad and I do a lot of chatting back and forth. In fact, just while I was on here, I see he sent me a few things that popped down on my screen here. But being able to access guys like that and access that knowledge it's absolutely it's priceless. I mean, right. I got a question, I can reach out really quickly, and that's really what I guess somebody like myself starting out and trying to learn this stuff really needs to kind of know. But I really did have a lot of baptism by fire here in the last let's call it 5 years.
Well, Dancing Bee, as you can see by my shirt, I created a swarm lure, and Dancing Bee is agreed to carry my swarm lure for Canada. They're going to distribute it for Canada. So I don't know how big they are for. From what I understand, they've got like 70 different stores in Canada that actually.
Well, and that's where I was going. I think they're working with Bee Natural. I think they're opening an outlet here in Grand Prairie as well. So I think that I've heard rumors of it. I don't know for sure, but I sure hope something like that does come here, because it would sure be nice.
Well, shipping kills you.
Absolutely. I was going to say, with the cost of fuel going through the roof and everything like it is up here, and being 5 hours away, that's part of the reason I have my wood shop like I do. Is I build most of my own stuff simply because to get it shipped in, I'd be paying $25, $28 a box if I didn't build it myself, and of course that's just not sustainable.
Right. Well, yeah, that is a great resource. I mean, Ian's been on our live stream on Tuesday night live stream a couple times. Well, once really that he's hung out with us, but he's shown up in the chat several times. And so it's going to be nice to meet everybody at Hive Life next week and hang out for a little while and just, I mean, hell, we've been going 5 hours and 32 minutes on this live stream tonight.
That's what I was about to ask, is what's our record?
I don't know. His inaugural voyage here on live stream, and Charlie's about.
That's right, baby.
We're going to have to step up our game. 24 hours stream.
Congrats, Charlie.
I can't remember if our longest was 5.5.
Right, Ed, we're doing it.
So
there you go.
Well, yeah, I beat you by 2 minutes.
I was going to say, everybody keeps asking why I'm why I'm coming from northern Alberta down to Hive Life, and I mean part of it is Well, a lot of my viewers, a lot of the people around here, things like
Yeah.
that. They're like, "Why are you going all the way to Tennessee?" Let's see, it's 40 below up here.
It's only 10
It's
UC.
gonna be like 55 degrees Fahrenheit.
Exactly. So let me see. The weather's going to be nice.
You'll
I'm
be
actually
in
going
shorts and flip flops.
I was telling my wife that today. It's like I'm looking at the weather. I think I'm just going to take a raincoat.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it looks like it might rain on us.
Yeah,
but,
I'm sure it'll rain.
yeah, and really, I want to come down. I want to see the vendors. I want to see what's out there. I don't have access to that up here, but really, I want to come down and I want to meet everybody. Like I say, talk with Charlie and a bunch of guys like that. I want to meet people in person. I want to I want to pick their brains. I want to see how much I can learn and I want to contribute wherever I can contribute as well. Which is like I say, I sent a couple of my grafting tables down for the silent auction there, and I think Cayman's putting all that towards the juniors program, which I'm happy to hear too. So that's great.
Yep, the children.
Spanky's got something in the silent auction as well.
One of our guys that's normally in our live streams, Hell Hives, Mr. Paul, he got with Ricky Rourke of Horizontal Bees, and they're going to be doing auction type thing on one of the horizontal hives, and the money's going towards the youth.
Excellent.
And then Spanky made a model of that hive,
Mm-hmm.
a 3D printed model of that hive that's also up for auction. So
perfect.
I'd like to win that one.
You'll have to spend some money. You're going to be fighting against Ricky.
I've got about 500 bottles of swarm lure coming down there. And
Well, yeah, I've already got one of Ricky's hives in my backyard too.
So we're trying to get it out there.
I probably won't be able to put it in my suitcase to get it home.
He'll probably drive it to you.
There you go. Actually, I've got a table that's in my grafting table in my suitcase. Ricky asked for one to come down, so I just finished it today. In fact, so I'm bringing that down for Ricky.
If you coming by Ricky's booth, I'll be there. I'm going to be in the booth with him this year.
I'll be there.
Technically, you could fit a miniature one.
Oh, Ricky will be there, and then the Dirt Rooster will be right next door.
Yep.
And then Nancy, who was on here earlier, I don't think you met her. She'll be at Roosters working some and all that stuff. And we'll all have our cameras out. We'll all take videos, or at least
we'll be doing a live from Ricky's booth.
Yeah. Lee's taking a bunch of cameras, microphones, computers.
I got mics all back here.
Everything.
Boards.
We're gonna have a full-on studio right there.
He's even taking Bob.
He's taking me.
I'm taking Bob.
Well, hey, to be honest with you, I was supposed to go with Swarm Commander, and then Swarm Commander drugged their feet and didn't commit to buying the booth, and left me out to dry. And by the time it came to fruition that they weren't going, all the tickets were sold out. So it was like, okay, so I guess I'm not going. And Lee's like, well, you know what? I just happen to have this extra ticket here that Renee's not using. So I'm like, I'm going.
So you're his plus one.
I'm his plus one.
He's going to be Lee for the night or the weekend.
I think Don wants to buy one of your tables.
I told him I even printed him a tag to put over my name. So it says Bob.
Donnie says, James, do you have a website where you sell your tables?
I don't, but if you want, send me a message there, and absolutely, I'll get you out a table. So if anybody's good with woodworking, the video is there too, kind of as I went through to try and make it. So
what kind of price do you sell those for, if you don't mind us asking?
Well, I've honored what I did is I honored my price of $135 a table Canadian up until here. So our price of lumber up here has gone through the roof.
So it's like $10.50 US.
Exactly. Yeah. Shake out your couch cushion and you can get one.
James, do you mind if I drop your email in the comments here so that he can send you a message?
Absolutely. Yep. Go right ahead. So, and there's I made actually, if you take a look at my my YouTube channel, so there's a YouTube. Actually, I did it in two different videos, if you would. So one was my top secret project, and then the other one was the other half of that, which is access granted, if you will. But I made a couple for Jose with California Bees.
Yeah, we know Jose.
Yeah, so Kelly phoned me up and basically said, you know what, we like these. So I actually sent, I guess when I first did them, I made 3 tables. So I kind of came across Jose's California Beekeeper channel there. And I was impressed with them simply because they keep it family. So family to me is pretty big. So when I made my first one for myself, I actually made 3 of them. I sent one down to California Bees, and I sent another one down to the Bug Farmer. I don't know if you guys watch his channel at all. Yep. But from that, they basically liked the table. I worked with Jose and Kelly down there and made some modifications that they asked for. And you guys will see those modifications kind of on the ones that I sent down to Cayman, but you can see that all on my YouTube channel there with the access granted video, and they really turned out quite well. So I work with a company up here too called Redline Engraving. So she does a lot of laser engraving. So we actually engraved Jose's logo and his name and everything like that right onto the tables, and they really turned out well.
Well, guys, it's 1:45. I'm going to have to jump off.
Yeah, I think it's time, I think.
Yeah, now that you beat our record.
You still got more.
Well, let's make it an even 5. Let's stay on here for another 10 seconds there. Make it 5.
You got to go to YouTube channel.
We got 5.
Now that you've gotten your
5 hours. All right, I got 5 hours and 40 minutes on you.
I'm still curious. Charlie still hasn't said whether he's going to buy one of those lifts or not.
Yeah, I'm interested. I really am. I just want to. I just wish.
I tried to sell him on it, James.
You're gonna have
I was
to
like, come on, man, you just got to do it.
You're gonna have blind faith that you're.
Well, I mean, we're talking about Faith Apiary, where he said that he told James here to go with this other model versus the other style and everything. So that's all those types of recommendations I like to hear about and everything. So
this is what I think, Charlie. You'll get a chance to maybe talk to a couple more people at Hive Life, gather a little bit more information, and that'll allow you to make a decision from there. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I actually told Nathan from Duck River he had one, and he had some slight issues with it.
So buy his if you don't like it.
He got it, and then he said at his ladder, he was like, early on he wasn't using it, and I said, well, why aren't you using it? And so then he was doing his honey pool, and he started using it, and that he was just using it to move hives around. I want it more than just that. And I know I want. So anyway, he said I guess he got used to it, I guess is what it amounted to, and learned how to use it more efficiently.
I think that's every piece of equipment, though. I mean, I won't lie. When I first got it, I had a few struggles, but you very quickly learn how to handle it, how to use it. And yeah.
Did you find that the clips that go into the handholds, they were at the right width and everything, or do you adjust them or what?
They're adjustable, actually. When you get it from Boris, he's got some set screws where you can adjust it.
Okay.
Now, I work hard to make sure that all my boxes are identical. So what I did is I wasn't a big fan of that adjustment. So what I did is I actually removed that adjustment and I dropped pins in. So I have a couple different pinholes, whether I'm going the long way or the short way on my boxes. But because all my boxes with the pallets and stuff, they're all identical. So rather than have it adjustable, I did find that those T screws would loosen up, and now you'd muck with that a little bit. So I got rid of that, and I actually just drilled a hole through it, and I dropped in pins that I can
What you
can
were
walk
saying,
through
you're
it.
lifting up your honey boxes, which are deep boxes, and you're lifting up on the long side way.
Correct.
You can still lift them up on the normal way, I would say, and be
Absolutely.
good.
You just adjust it. And actually, if you did that with the wide tires, you could probably drop it right to the ground.
Okay. Okay. And all I have to do is say, I want one like James McNally had.
Yeah, I drove out, met with Boris. He's quite the character. Like I say, pretty smart man. But he's quite the character. He was interesting to spend the afternoon with.
I don't know how far that would be for me to drive. Of course, I'd have to pay duty and everything else.
Actually, I think he's got it priced on his website. I think it's all priced in U.S. dollars, and I think he's got. He might have that worked out for you.
Yeah. But you got shipping and all that stuff and all that. So
just tell him fill that tires with nitrogen. They'll make it a little bit lighter, or helium.
Just float it to you.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it's interesting because I was talking with Brad today, and we were so Brad's not coming down, but he was talking next time or the next time we decide to go down. He was saying, well, maybe we all need to kind of pile in a vehicle and make a road trip out of it, and who knows what kind of shenanigans we could get in that way.
One actually turned out well, I think. It was cool to hear from a bee club group, Charlie.
Yeah, some of my members. Yeah, because I put it out on, I think, 8 different Facebook pages.
See, that's how we know Charlie didn't share our streams all year long, because we didn't see any of them people till tonight.
Saved him for his.
Well, the only reason
he was sandbagging
came on is that StreamYard, I guess you would call it, put those notices out, right?
Now,
yeah, StreamYard send it over to YouTube, and then it
every
sends
time
out
he
to
would
all
come
stuff.
in, he'd be frustrated. Why would he share his peaceful sanctuary?
Right. That's true. Yeah, you can't bitch about them now on our channel because they're going to be in on the streams now.
Yeah, well, that's good. I'm learning that they are kind of frustrated with the same situation I was on Friday night.
Pretty soon, nobody will be showing up to that because they'll be coming to all these other live streams. They'll be like, I don't need to go to that club meeting anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been fun tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's been fun. I'm really glad to meet James here and shed a light on what I needed to know. And
New Year's up there, isn't it, James?
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was that?
It's almost New Year's up there, isn't it?
That absolutely.
10 minutes. Yep.
We only got 10 minutes to go. We might as well make it an even 6 hours.
There you go.
I'll go another 10 minutes. But that's it.
Then you're really gonna hurt DC's feelings because you waited for Mountain Time, but not
He's gotta come on then. He's gotta pull his weight.
DC's just got a movie, my friend.
Yeah,
movie.
there you go. Tell DC if he would come on.
He's get on.
Come on, DC. Come on, get on here.
We're not going to brag, James, but it was like 70 degrees Fahrenheit down here today.
Yeah, I think I hit 71 or 72 today.
So, Ed, how are your bees doing, Ed?
Oh, they're doing great. Actually, I'm thinking about tomorrow taking my the holly hive, which is a small swarm I caught in October, and moving them to a bigger hive because they've outgrown the poly nuke already.
Because you're in Alabama, aren't you?
Yes.
The thing is, Ed's going to be harvesting honey next week.
I don't think that yet.
How far south we are. We're harvesting honey next week, and then making splits the week after, and then we're going to start our Varroa treatment in February.
I'm just going to let James know. I don't know if his conversion works or don't work like my head, but that 71 degrees we was talking about, that's 21 for you Celsius.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah. I used to be a commercial pilot for years, so yeah, I can flip back and forth pretty quickly.
I can't.
Well, what about that, James? About like Varroa up here? What are you doing? Are you doing OA or what other treatments do you use?
So I've a few. So I mean, I use the Apivar. So I use the Apivar in the spring. And then I use, this fall, I went 4 rounds of oxalic acid. And 4 rounds worked. The part of the reason I went 4 rounds is I wanted to make sure that I eradicated those little bastards. And second, I mean, with a full-time job, it worked out just great for the, they're exactly, to take care of the brood cycle and stuff. I hit them every 7 days, and away it went. And actually, I was hoping to bring with me a new oxalic acid vapor gun for, let's say, a commercial one. So some of my fellow beekeepers up here, they've developed one that works off of a DeWalt leaf blower and a propane tank, believe it or not. I was going to bring it down and everything. They just didn't quite. They haven't got the patent and everything all solidified yet, so they didn't want me to bring it down and show it off until everything was all 100% solidified. But yeah, they're doing 500 hives with a battery and a propane tank on a leaf blower. So that works quite well.
What are they doing? Just coming up to the entrance and blowing a bunch of smoke right into the entrance of the colony and going to the next one?
Pretty much, like they've got it set up so it, whatever they have their hive entrance, it blocks off the hive entrance. And they can put in their, they meter out their oxalic acid and you pull the trigger on the leaf blower and it blows it all in and off to the next one. And you just kind of go again, off to the next one, off to the next one.
Have you seen the instant vape?
I haven't. No. Oh, is that the battery? That's the battery operated one?
The battery operated one.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to take a look at that while I'm down there too. So right now I'm using a Pro Vape. With that, I have that stainless steel metering device.
Yeah, I got that.
That works slick. And actually, I went through all of my hives relatively quickly. Throw the generator on. Yeah, I want to take a look at one of those.
My wallet's wanting to take a look at one at Hive Life too.
Do they sell those metering things independently of the?
Yeah.
Okay,
they do. Yeah.
Yeah, if you go on Larabi's website, they're $52 on the site. Now I think he had a pre-order. Don't quote me, but I think he had a pre-order at one time for like $48.
Okay.
Or
and I
actually
bought
with the vape.
What was it? We got the ProVap or the ProVap 110s. I think they were like $50 or something like that.
Yeah.
And all that. And like you say, it works well. I like that too.
I could dip it into the bag and into the next one, and there you go. That slick. But yeah, as fast as I could, it would vape off by the time I moved to the next hive and put it in.
The nose.
You vaping right now.
So. And once again, for me, it's all about time management. I have to be quick. I basically every second Friday I get off, so I have 3 days one weekend and 2 days the next, and it's really about time management. But however, time management, but I still make sure that I give each hive the time that it needs to make sure that I'm assessing it and dealing with any issues in the hive too. So.
Charlie also had the first stream of the new year.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can say you stream.
We're breaking records over here.
Yeah. He will here in about 4 minutes.
4 more minutes, and then we can all sleep.
Yeah, 4 more minutes.
DC, get on here with just the mic and roast Charlie for leaving you out.
But
night, you two.
So do you make your own? I mean, are you raising your own queens? Obviously, you make the grafting table, so you're doing your own queens and everything.
I do. I do my own queens as well. Yep.
Do you sell queens as well, or are you just doing your own?
No, I sell a few. I didn't. My plan was to sell a whole lot more than what I did, but being as I was able to split and grow as much as I did last year, I pretty much used most of mine. So I did invest in an incubator and stuff like that this winter. So I'm going to step up my queen raising and rearing and stuff like that.
So is it a chicken or the egg situation where you were able to split because you made so many queens, or you made so many queens because you were able to
split? Kind of both. I was able to split because I had the queens.
Okay. Yeah, see, I'm going to be all in, I think, on the grass.
So, are you doing cells or are you walking virgins in?
No,
Both?
putting the cells in.
And just
I've tried both. I've tried the virgin. I mean, every now and then, once again, I carry on a full-time job, so you know, you go out and yep, the curler all of a sudden doesn't have just a cell in it anymore. You got a virgin in there. So I mean, after work, it's a quick trip out and away you go. But no, for the most time, I try to use the cells anytime I can.
it's a little bit easier, right? You can just place the cell and then walk away and come back next time, right?
Exactly, and that's what it is for me. And I try to do that too. So I mean, I try to make sure that I'm grafting so that the queens will be hatching out on a Sunday, which gives me, you know, the Friday or the Saturday to get those cells out into the hive.
Once you place your cells, do you wait for like the 2 weeks or whatever before you go back in?
I do. Yep. I've gone in a little bit earlier with not good success. The next thing you know, they're balling the queen or something's happening there. So I've just, as much as I love to get in there and see what's happening, I've learned just to leave it alone.
Yeah,
That's one of those things I've read in the book many times, and then I saw it happen, and I went, "Oop, yep, there I learned it." And then that's what took me to learn that lesson.
The hard ones, right? That seems to nobody ever learns from saying, "Oh, here's how it happens," but you know, "Oh, it's not that way." Oh, I guess it is.
Yep. That curiosity kept pushing me until I saw it happen one time, and then I was like, "Okay, I get the calendar."
That's why the book said that, huh?
That's right.
You sell a lot of queens?
Well, I could sell every queen I had up here, right? Once again,
Okay.
I'm pretty selective with my genetics too. So that's one of the things that I really picked up actually off of Ian's channel, and talking with Brad and stuff like that too. So, I mean, I have purchased queens, but I find queens that I know make it through the winter up here, know that you know, are good producers and have the genetics that I'm looking for. You know, hygienic, good queen or good queens, good egg layers. You know, calm bees. That's really what I focus on. I focus on trying to stick to those genetics and making those genetics work for me.
Looks like
So,
it's
do
the
you
new-
buy a breeder queen or anything?
I did. Yep. The $1,200 US. That was like $5,000 Canadian. No, not quite. I think it was $1,200 US. Yep. And I made sure I went down and picked her up.
Where did you find her at?
Just outside of LA, actually.
Brian's dozing off, man. He's fading fast through there.
I'm hearing fireworks, though.
You
I
don't
hear
even realize
fireworks in my neighborhood.
Brian don't
Where we
realize
are.
we even zoomed in on him while he was taking that little nap.
So that's it. That's it. I'm done.
I'm done too. I'm out.
I made
So, James, I don't know
Yep.
if you were on here earlier. I believe her name was Nancy. She mentioned selling queens of 2 frames to people,
Oh,
and
Just
she
2.
was having good luck.
there you go.
Two
Well, she was-
frames and a queen.
2 frames and a queen, and do it that
Got her.
way
Yep.
instead of just selling queens.
Got her. Well, I do
She's,
sell nukes.
she's about 3 hours north of me in Pennsylvania.
Got her.
And
I mean,
all.
I sell nukes every spring as well. You know, so you know, and they've all got my queens and stuff like that in them too. So I mean that.
Thanks, Sharon.
Good night, y'all. Nice meeting you, James. Look forward to meeting you next week.
And we got 4 more minutes.
No, you got 4 more minutes. I said
I gotta make the 6 hours here, and then we'll quit.
leave. The show can
We'll keep
continue
going,
with
Charlie.
Huh?
We can say we outlasted Bob. He had to
You
quit.
did for sure.
Yeah. Well, you know, when you're a grandpa, that's what happens to you.
Yeah,
Know?
you're a
My wife came
grandpa.
to the door like
I've
3
got 5.
times. Like, what the hell? You know,
When
it's
you're
New
a double
Year.
grandpa and you
We
can't
can always
handle
do
it.
like some of them's asked us before. Let's go for that 24-hour stream.
No. Next
No.
week, maybe.
I think it was Sean Balters was wanting us to do a 24-hour stream one day.
He's not even here tonight. I don't
I
trust
ain't here
him.
tonight. Charlie got to do it now.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good night, and we'll see you next time.
Have a good
Nice
one.
to meet
See
you.
you later.
You guys can hang out as long as you want.
See you in a week.
All right.
We got
Tuesday.
7, 8, 9, 10. We got 3. Well, about 3 minutes to go.
2
Well,
minutes.
ironic-
Stay with you to 6
11
hours.
seconds.
ironically enough, my the wife and I went out. We went to a movie tonight, and then we went out for some quick appetizers. It's like, you know what? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be up to midnight. I think I'll go home, have a glass of meat and go to bed. And I think she's abandoned me.
So James, how did you catch how did you know to come in tonight or
actually I
did you
just
sub to me or not?
no, I am subscribed to your channel, and
Yeah.
I opened up the iPad when I came home, and I logged into YouTube, and I saw you had a live stream, and I thought, well, I'm going to pop on and see what you're up to.
Okay, cool.
How
You know,
is it?
yeah, it's this is my first night, doing it, and with the help of Lee, and he's my engineer and all that stuff because I'm not real versed on all this stuff. But anyway, it's been a great night and all. I got one more minute to go. We'll have 6 hours.
Well, this has been my first live chat, and glad that you guys invited me on. This has actually been
No,
thanks for
I've been wanting to talk to you about that lifter and then your management techniques, which is always interesting to me. Not that I want to go over 50 hives, but I just like to improve myself. I mean, I guess it's like this: if I could get my management down to where I'm buzzing right through all these hives, having 50 hives wouldn't be a big deal then.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of a thing. So,
well, and I worked on it. Like I said, I started 5 years ago trying to understand what was going on, being able to quickly assess what was going on in there. And I made lots of mistakes along the way, as probably everybody has.
All right, here we go. 6 hours. Woo!
Congrats.
See that
All right,
was
Charlie.
my thing
Charlie,
too,
wrap
for-
it up,
Read it in
man.
a week, double grandpa.
that was my thing.
All right.
Man,
Everybody, I'll see everybody down at Hive Life next weekend or next week. I'll be there.
Wait, you're gonna do it again? Tell us, are you gonna do it again? Is it a one-time
What's that?
shot?
The live show?
What's the plan?
Yeah, I think so.
Give
I
us
mean,
a
Hours
summary.
next week.
we won't do it next week because I'll be at the Hive Life. But
He'll be
I
doing
don't
it
know.
at
What do
Hive
you
Life.
think? Should we do it on a Friday night or a Saturday night? I'll probably do like a 2-hour program.
About to say what
Doesn't
you might
matter
do
to
is
me.
post a poll on your community tab and say, hey, what night y'all think we ought to do it? Friday night, Saturday night, and get everybody to vote on it.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure probably sometime Thursday and Friday we'll be doing a live on my channel from the Hive Life conference itself.
Okay.
Cool.
No, I just didn't want to, the one club that I'm with at that beach out, I don't want to kind of step on their toes, but because we've had three of those folks in here tonight. So, I mean, usually we don't have a lot of Saturday night stuff going on. So, but no, I'm all for it to continue on and do it weekly.
Cool.
So, all right, it's 6 hours and 1 minute. So I'm going to end the broadcast. Anything I need to know, Lee, just go up here and click the button type of thing.
When you hit end broadcast, just like when you hit live, it's gonna pop up under it and you got to hit end again. And then that'll
Happy
throw
New Year's, everyone.
Yeah, see
Happy
you,
New Year.
Brian. See you next
Happy
week.
almost New Year's, DC.
Everybody have a good New Year's. Be safe.
All right, I'm ending the broadcast. Ending the broadcast.